Empire of the Atom by A. E. Van Vogt. Chapter 1. Junior scientists stood at the bell ropes all day, ready to sound forth the tidings of an important birth. By night they were exchanging coarse jests as to the possible reason for the delay. They took care, however, not to be overheard by seniors or initiates. The expected child had actually been born a few hours after dawn. He was a weak and sickly fellow, and he showed certain characteristics that brought immediate dismay to the Leader household. His mother, Lady Tanya, when she wakened, listened for a while to his piteous crying, then commented acidly, "Who frightened the little wretch? He seems already afraid of life." Scientist Joachim, in charge of the delivery, considered her words an ill omen. He had not intended to let her see the monstrosity until the following day, but now it seemed to him that he must act swiftly to avert calamity. He hurriedly sent a dozen slave women to wheel in the carriage, ordering them to group around it in close formation to ward off any malignant radiation that might be in the bedroom. Lady Tanya was lying, her slim body propped up in bed, when the astonishing procession started to squeeze through the door. She watched it with a frown of amazement, and then the beginning of alarm. She had patiently borne her husband 4 other children, and so she knew that what she was seeing was not part of any normal observance. She was not a soft-spoken creature, and even the presence of a scientist in the room did not restrain her. She said violently, "What is going on here, Joachim?" Joachim fluttered his head at her in distress. Did she not realize that every ill-tempered word spoken at this period only doomed the child to further disasters? He noted, startled, that she was parting her lips to speak again, and, with a slight prayer to the atom gods, he took his life in his hands. He took 3 swift strides towards the bed, and clapped his palm over her mouth. As he had expected, the woman was so astounded by the action that she did not immediately resist. By the time she recovered, and began to struggle weakly, the carriage was being tilted, and over his arm she had her first glimpse of the baby. The gathering storm faded from her blue eyes. After a moment, Joachim gently removed his hand from her mouth, and slowly retreated beyond the carriage. He stood there, quailing with the thought of what he had done, but gradually, as no verbal lightning struck at him from the bed, his sense of righteousness reasserted. He began to glow inwardly, and ever afterwards claimed that what he had done saved the situation as much as it could be saved. In the warmth of that self-congratulatory feeling he almost forgot the child. He was recalled by the Lady Tanya saying in a dangerously quiet voice, "How did it happen?" Joachim nearly made the mistake of shrugging. He caught himself in time, but before he could say anything, the woman said, more sharply, "Of course, I know it's due to the atom gods, but when do you think it happened?" Joachim was cautious. The scientists of the temples had had much experience with atomic mutations, enough to know that the controlling gods were erratic and not easily pinned down by dates. Nevertheless, mutation did not occur after an embryo baby was a month in the womb, and therefore a time limit could be estimated. Not after January 533 A.B., and not before. He paused, recalling the approximate birth date of the Lady Tanya's 4th child. He completed his reckoning aloud. "Certainly not before 529 after barbarism." The woman was looking at the child now, more intently, and Joachim, briefly, looked with her. He was surprised to realize how much he had not previously let himself see, but had simply glanced at in a scanning fashion. His new impression was even worse than it had been. The child had a big head for its frail body. Its shoulders and arms were a major visible deformity. The shoulders sloped down from the neck at a steep angle, making the body appear almost triangular. The arms seemed twisted, as if the bone, and the muscle and skin with it, had been given a full turn. It seemed as if each arm needed to unwind in order to be right. The boy's chest was extremely flat, and all the ribs showed through the stretched skin. The rib cage spread out in a web of bone that extended down too far for normalcy. That was all. But it was evidently enough, for the Lady Tanya swallowed visibly. Joachim, switching his gaze with her, thought he knew what was in her mind, She had made the mistake a few days before her confinement of boasting in a small company that 5 children would give her an advantage over her sister, Crozone, who only had 2 children, and over her stepbrother, Lord Tews, whose acid-tongued wife had borne him 3 children. Now the advantage would be theirs, for obviously she could have no more normal children, and they could overtake her, or surpass her at their leisure. There would also be many witty exchanges at her expense. The potentialities for personal embarrassment were great. Joachim read all that in her face as she stared with hardening eyes at the child. He said hurriedly, "This is worst stage, lady. Frequently the result after a few months or years is reasonably satisfactory." He had almost said human. He was aware of her gaze swinging towards him. He waited uneasily, but all she said finally was, "Has the Lord Leader, the child's grandfather, been in?" Joachim inclined his head. "The Lord Leader saw the baby a few minutes after it was born. His only comment was to the effect that I should ascertain from you, if possible, when you were affected." She did not reply immediately, but her eyes narrowed even more. Her thin face grew hard, then harsh. She looked up at the scientist at last. "I suppose you know," she said, "that only negligence at one of the temples could be responsible." Joachim had already thought of that, but now he looked at her uneasily. Nothing had ever been done about previous children of the gods, but it had been growing on him that the Lins at least regarded this a special case. He said slowly, "The atom gods are inscrutable." The woman seemed not to hear. Her cold voice went on. "The child will have to be destroyed, I suppose, but you may be sure that within a month there will be compensatory stretching of scientific necks, such as the world has not seen in a generation." She was not a pleasant person when aroused, the Lady Tanya Lin, daughter-in-law of the Lord Leader. It proved easy to trace the source of the mutation. The previous summer, Tanya, tiring of a holiday on one of the family's West Coast estates, returned to the capital before she was expected. Her husband, General of the realm Craig Lin, was having extensive alterations made to the Hill Palace. No invitation was forthcoming from her sister at the other end of the city, or from her stepmother-in-law, the stately wife of the Lord Leader. Tanya, perforce, moved into an apartment in the town palace. This assortment of buildings, though still maintained by the state, had not been used as a residence for several years. The city had grown immense since it was built, and long since the commercial houses had crowded around it. Due to a lack of foresight by an earlier generation, title had not been taken to the lands surrounding the palace, and it had always been deemed unwise to seize them by force. There was one particularly annoying aspect of the failure to realize the profitable potentialities of the area. This was a scientist's temple that towered in the shelter of one wing of the palace. It had caused the Lady Tanya no end of heartache the previous summer. On taking up residence, she discovered that the only habitable apartment was on the temple side, and that the 3 most beautiful plate windows faced directly on the blank lead walls of the temple. The scientist who had built the temple was a member of the Raheinl group, hostile to the Lins. It had titillated the whole city when the site was made known. The fact that 3 acres of ground were available made the affront more obvious. It still rankled. The agents of the Lord Leader discovered at the first investigation that one small area of the lead wall of the temple was radioactive. They were unable to determine the reason for the activity, because the wall at that point was of the required thickness. But the fact was what they reported to their master. Before midnight of the 2nd day after the child was born, the decision was in the making. Shortly before 12, scientist Joachim was called in and told the trend of events. Once more he took his life in his hands. "Leader," he said, addressing the great man direct, "this is grave error into which your natural irritation is directing you. The scientists are a group who, having full control of atomic energy dispensation, have developed an independent attitude of mind, which will not take kindly to punishments for accidental crimes. My advice is, leave the boy alive and consult with the Scientist Council. I will advise them to remove the temple of their own volition, and I feel sure they will agree." Having spoken, Joachim glanced at the faces before him, and realized that he had made a mistake in his initial assumption. There were 2 men and 3 women in the room. The men were the grave, lean Lord Leader and the plumpish Lord Tews, who was Lady Lydia's only son by her first marriage. Lord Tews was acting General of the Realm in the absence of Lord Craig, Tanya's husband, who was away fighting the Venusians on Venus. The women present were the Lady Tanya, who was still in bed, her sister Crozone, and the Lord Leader's wife, Lydia, who was stepmother-in-law to the 2 younger women. The Lady Tanya and her sister were not on speaking terms, but they did maintain an indirect communication through Lord Tews. That individual managed his liaison role with an easy intelligence, and, at least so it seemed to Joachim, genuine enjoyment. Hopefully, Joachim watched the Lady Lydia, seeking in her face and attitude some indication of her purpose. He regarded her as a woman of enormous evil potential. Because of her, the pattern of behaviour of the Lin family had radically altered. A handsome, middle-aged woman with well-formed features, she was more dangerous than anything that crawled. Gradually, as the cunning pattern of her intrigue had spread octopus-like through the government, each person affected had in his own way learned how to deal with it. Counter-intrigues, schemes, constant vigilance, consciousness of unknown danger that might threaten or strike at any time. This had been the price. The sustained strain had hurt the Lin family. The poison was in them now also. Tense and nervous, unhappy and vindictive, they were here in this room, their thoughts hidden, but their motives predictable, and all because of the older woman. Nevertheless, it was to the Lord Leader's wife that Joachim looked for a clue as to the finality of the decisions that had been made. Tall, thin, remarkably well preserved, she was the prime mover for destruction. If she had an opinion, and she always had an opinion, she would already have been working behind the scene. If she had managed to persuade her compromise-minded husband to take this specific action, then the stage was set for disaster. Even as he divined from their manner that they had called him for psychological reasons only, Joachim forced himself to assume that he was being consulted. The pretense was hard to maintain. He had the impression that they listened to his statement as a matter of going through a form, but that actually little attention was paid to his words. Lord Tews glanced at his mother, a faint smile on his plumpish face. She half lowered her eyelids, as if to hide the thoughts that were there. The 2 sisters remained frozen-faced, staring at Joachim. The Lord Leader ended the tension by nodding a dismissal to the scientist. Joachim went out, quivering. He had the wild idea that he would send a warning to the endangered temple scientists, but he quickly abandoned that as hopeless. No message from him would be allowed out of the palace. He retired, finally, but he was unable to sleep. In the morning, the fearful rescript that he had visualized all through the night was posted on the military board for all to read. Joachim blinked at it palely. It was simple and without qualification. It commanded that every scientist of the Rahinal Temple was to be hanged before dusk. The property was ordered seized, and the buildings razed to the ground. The 3 acres of temple ground were to be converted into a park. It did not say that the park was to be added to the town palace of the Lins, though this later turned out to be the fact. The rescript was signed in the firm hand of the Lord Leader himself. Reading it, Joachim realized that a declaration of war had been made against the power of the temple scientists. Chapter 2. The scientist Alden was not a man who had premonitions, and certainly he had none as he walked slowly along towards the Rahinal Temple. The morning glowed around him. The sun was out. A gentle breeze blew along the avenue of palms which stalked in stately fashion past his new home. His mind was the usual cosy kaleidoscope of happy reminiscences, and a quiet joy that a simple country scientist had in only 10 years become the chief scientist of the Rahinal Temple. There was but one tiny flaw in that memory, and that was the real reason for his swift promotions. More than 11 years ago, he had remarked to another junior that since the gods of the atom had yielded certain secrets of mechanical power to human beings, it might be worth while to cajole them by experimental methods into revealing others, and that, after all, there might be a grain of truth in the vague legends about cities and planets ablaze with atomic power and light. Alden shuddered involuntarily at the brief remembrance. It was only gradually that he realized the extent of his blasphemy, and when the other junior coolly informed him the following day that he had told the chief scientist, that had seemed like the end of all his hopes. Surprisingly, it turned out to be the beginning of a new phase in his career. Within a month he was called for his first private conversation with a visiting scientist, Joachim, who lived in the palace of the Linns. "It is our policy," Joachim said, "to encourage young men whose thoughts do not move entirely in a groove. We know that radical ideas are common to young people, and that as a man grows older he attains a balance between his inward self and the requirements of the world. In other words," the scientist finished, smiling at the junior, "have your thoughts, but keep them to yourself." It was shortly after this that Alden was posted to the East Coast. From there, a year later, he went to the capital. As he grew older and gained more power, he discovered that radicalism among the young men was much rarer than Joachim had implied. The years of ascendancy brought awareness of the foolishness of what he had said. At the same time, he felt a certain pride in the words, a feeling that they made him different from, and so superior to, the other scientists. As chief, he discovered that radicalism was the sole yardstick by which his superiors judged a candidate for promotion. Only those recommendations which included an amount of unusual thinking on the part of the aspirant, however slight the variance from the norm, were ever acted upon. The limitation had one happy effect. In the beginning, his wife, anxious to be the power behind the power at the temple, declared herself the sole arbiter as to who would be named for promotion. The young temple poets visited her when Alden was not around, and read their songs to her privately. When they discovered that her promises meant nothing, their visits ceased. Alden had peace in his home, and a wife suddenly become considerably more affectionate. His reverie ended, for there was a crowd ahead, and cries and murmurs that had an unpleasant sound to them. He saw that people were swarming around the Rauhinal temple. Alden thought blankly, an accident! He hurried forward, pushing through the outer fringes of the throng. He felt abrupt rage at the way individuals resisted his advance. Didn't they realize that he was a chief scientist? He saw mounted palace guardsmen urging their horses along the edge of the crowd a few score feet away, and he had his mouth open to call on them to assist him, when he saw something that stopped his words in his throat. His attention had been on the temple proper. In his endeavour to move, his gaze flicked over the surrounding park. 5 of Rosamund's young poets were hanging from a tree limb at the edge of the temple grounds farthest from the temple. From a stouter tree nearby, 6 juniors and 3 scientists were still kicking spasmodically. As Alden stood paralyzed, a dreadful screaming came from 4 initiates whose necks were just being fitted with rope halters. The screaming ended as the wagon on which they were standing was pulled from under them. Scientist Alden tottered through the crowd before the Rauhinal temple on legs that seemed made of dough. He bumped into people and staggered like a drunken man, but he was only dimly aware of his gyrations. If he had been the only person in the group reacting, he would have been marked instantly and dragged off to the gibbet. But the executions caught the throng by surprise. Each new spectator casually approaching to see what was going on suffered his own variation of tremendous shock. Women fainted, several men were sick, and others stood with glazed eyes. As he approached one trailing end of the crowd, he was able to think again in flashes of insight. He saw an open gate, and he had darted through it and was floating. That was the new sensation in his legs, through the underbrush, when it struck him that he was inside the grounds of the town palace of Lord and Lady Craig Lynn. That brought the most terrible moment of the morning. Trapped, and of his own doing. He collapsed in the shelter of an ornamental shrub, and lay in a half-faint of fright. Slowly he grew aware that there was a long, low outhouse ahead, and that trees would shelter him most of the way. He recognized that he could not safely hope to return the way he had come, nor dared he remain where he was. He rose shakily to his feet, and the gods were with him, for he found himself shortly crouching in the long, narrow hay storeroom adjoining the stables. It was not a good hiding-place. Its width was prohibitively confining, and only by making a tunnel in the hay near the door farthest from the stables did he manage to conceal himself. He had barely settled down when one of the stable doors, a dozen feet to his right, opened. A four-pronged fork flashed in a leisurely fashion, and withdrew, transporting a bundle of hay. With a casual kick, the stable hand slammed the door shut, and there was a sound of retreating footsteps. Alden lay, scarcely breathing. He was just beginning to emerge from his bunk, when bang! Another door opened, and another fork gathered its hay and departed. A few minutes later, there was a different kind of interruption. A young slave woman and a stable hand paused outside the frail barrier of wood that separated the hay section from the rest of the stable. The stable hand, evidently an army recruit and not a slave, said, "Where do you sleep?" "In the West Slave Pavilion." She sounded reluctant. "What pallet?" "3." He seemed to consider that. Then, "I'll come about midnight and crawl in with you." "It's against the rules," the girl quavered. "Let's not worry about rules," said the soldier roughly. "I'll see you." The man walked off whistling. The girl did not move, at least Alden heard nothing until rapid footsteps sounded. Then the young woman whispered briefly, as if telling the newcomer something. But her words were not audible to the listening scientist. Presently, however, another woman said, "That's the second time since he arrived last week. The first time we substituted old Ella on him. He didn't seem to notice in the dark, and she's willing, but evidently he'll have to be dealt with. I'll pass the word on to the men." They separated, going in different directions. Alden, who had been outraged by the soldier groom's action, thought with equal outrage, "Why, those miserable slaves! They're actually planning against citizens." It startled him because it implied an understanding among slaves whereby they defended themselves from particularly obnoxious owners. He had heard vaguely on previous occasions that small slaveholders had become very careful as a result of assassinations. Here was partial evidence that the murderous legend was true. Alden thought piously, "We must raise the moral standards of owners, and—" His eyes narrowed. "Use force to break the secret slave organization. We can't have that kind of nonsense." His rage departed instantly as a door opened 100 feet away. He ducked instinctively, and gave no further thought to the slave problem. Despite the nervous shocks, by noon his mind had almost resumed functioning. He had his first theory as to why he had escaped the roundup that had caught the others. Only 2 weeks before, he had moved to his new residence on the Avenue of Palms. The soldiers must have proceeded to his old address, and then had to cross the city to his new home, with the result that he had left the house by the time they arrived. Of such tenuous fabrics the patterns of his escape were woven. Alden shivered, and then, slowly, anger built up inside him, the deadly gathering anger of a man wrongly persecuted. It was a fury that braced him for eventualities, and he was able at last to think with clear-cut logic of what he must do. Obviously he could not remain within the grounds of the town palace. Odd little memories came to his aid, things he had observed in earlier years without being aware that he did so. He recalled that every few nights hayricks turned into palace gates. Judging by the emptiness around him, a new supply must be almost due. He must leave before the afternoon was out. He began to struggle along the line of hay to the right. There was a gate on that side, and he remembered having once glimpsed the stables through it while taking a walk. By sneaking out of the end door and around the side of the stable, and then through that gate, if only he could find another set of clothes. Surely there would be work clothes hanging up in the stables, preferably, in view of the long hair that scientists affected, a woman's overdress. He found what he wanted in the right end of the stable, which was devoted to milk cows. The animals and he were quite alone, while he arrayed himself in the raiment that the milkmaids pulled over their pretty dresses when they did their chores. The town palace, after its brief flurry the year before as a Lynn residence, had reverted swiftly to its role of agricultural, industrial, and clerical centre. There were guards within sight of the gate, but they did not bother to question a rather stocky woman-slave who went out with a decisive manner as if she had been sent out on an errand by a superior. It was late afternoon when Alden approached the Covis temple from the rear. He grew jittery as its leaden walls loomed up before him. His fear was that at this moment, when safety was in sight, something would happen. He knocked timidly on one of the small back entrances and waited, trembling. The door opened suddenly, but he was so tense that he responded instantly, and stepped past the astonished junior who was there, into the shadows of the unlit corridor. Not until he had jerked the door from the other's grip and closed it, so that they stood in almost total darkness, did Alden reveal his identity to the startled young man. Chapter 3. Medron Lynn, the Lord Leader, walked along a street of the city of Lynn. His ventures into the town had become rarer in recent years, but, as in the past, he felt both interested and excited. As always, he had a specific purpose. Only thus could he justify to himself the time and effort involved. He had his normal quota of guards with him, but they were specially trained for these private wanderings, and so, like soldiers on leave, they made their way behind him or ahead of him, as if they had no interest in the lean, pale, flint-faced man whose lightest command was law on Earth and on portions of several planets. The Lord Leader sought out the most densely populated market areas with their bright wares. The sight of so much colour reminded him of his younger days, when all this part of the city had been drab and unpainted, and the craftsmanship behind each product low grade. The traders had grumbled and raged when, in the early days of his power, he had decreed that the choice locations would be available only to those who were willing to paint them and maintain them, and who were willing to carry only better quality goods. It was a forgotten crisis. Under the stress of competition, the gaily decorated buildings had inspired an improvement in the appearance of all the stalls, and the superior quality of the merchandise sold had brought about a considerable increase in variety as well. The Lord Leader Lynn had to force his way among the throngs of buyers and sellers. The markets were crowded with people from the hills and from across the lake, and there was the usual pack of wide-eyed primitives from the other planets. At no time during the afternoon was it difficult to start a conversation. He talked only to people who showed no sign of recognizing as their ruler the unshaven man in the uniform of a private soldier. It didn't take long to realize that the 1,000 persuasive men he had sent out to argue his side of the hangings were doing a yeoman's service. No less than 7 approached him, and he permitted 3 of these to engage him in conversation. All 3 made skilful propaganda remarks, and the 5 farmers, 3 merchants, and 2 labourers to whom he talked subsequently answered his rough criticism of the Lord Leader with pro-government catchphrases they could only have heard from his own men. It was gratifying, he told himself, that the first crisis he had forced was turning out so well. The Linen Empire was only a generation out of the protracted civil war that had brought the Lynn family to a secure leadership. His tax collectors were still finding the returns lean. One of the reasons was the financial drain on the country by the temples. The scientists had the people in a thrall which, it seemed to the Lord Leader, could not possibly have any counterpart in history. Certain temple rites were hypnotic in nature, and there were trained men to suggest the exact amount of the contribution desired. Thousands of women, particularly, were so caught by such devices that it was necessary for the temples themselves to urge restraint upon them, lest they give all their possessions. The men, being often at war, were not so obsessed. Upon this vast income, the temples maintained a horde of scientists, seniors, juniors, and initiates. So enormous was this temple army that almost every family had at least one relative who was studying to become a scientist. It had seemed to the Lord Leader and he had not really needed Lydia to point it out, that an attempt must be made to break the hypnotic dominance involved. Until that happened, the strain on the economy would continue, and prosperity and wealth would only grow at a minimum rate. Trade had revived in Lynn itself, but it was making much slower recovery in other cities, which were not favoured by special exemptions. Several wars of conquest were underway, 3 of them on Venus against the Venusian tribes. The goal of unification of the solar system, which he had set himself, required that those expeditions be maintained regardless of cost. Something, it seemed to the Lord Leader, had to be sacrificed. Something big. He had selected the temples as the only real rivals to the government in terms of their total annual income. The Lord Leader paused before the open-air shop of a dealer in ceramics. The man had a linen cast of feature, and was obviously a citizen, or he wouldn't be in business. Only the opinions of the citizens mattered. This one was in the throes of making a sale. While he waited, the Lord Leader thought again of the temples. It seemed clear that the scientists had never recovered the prestige they had lost during the Civil War. With a few exceptions, they had supported Raheinl until the very day that he was captured and killed. The scientists promptly and collectively offered an oath of allegiance to the new regime, and he was not firmly enough entrenched in power to refuse. He never forgot, however, that their virtual monopoly of atomic energy had nearly re-established the corrupt republic, and that, if they had succeeded, it was he who would have been executed. The merchant's sale fell through. He walked over grumpily to his potential new customer, but at that moment the Lord Leader noticed a passer-by had paused and was staring at him with half-recognition. The Lord Leader, without a word to the merchant, turned hastily and hurried along the street into the gathering dusk. The members of the Scientists' Council were waiting for him, when, satisfied that his position was unassailable, he returned finally to the palace. It was not an easy-going gathering. Only 6 of the 7 members of the Council of Scientists were present. The 7th, the poet and historian Courain, was ill, so Jokin reported, with fever. Actually, he had suffered an attack of acute caution on hearing of the hangings that morning, and had hastily set out on a tour of distant temples. Of the 6, at least 3 showed by their expressions that they did not expect to emerge alive from the palace. The remaining 3 were Memphis, recorder of wars, a bold, white-haired old man of nearly 80, Tiar, the logician, the wizard of arithmetic, who, it was said, had received some of his information about complicated numbers from the gods themselves, and finally there was Jokin, the persuader, who for years had acted as liaison between the temple hierarchy and the government. The Lord Leader surveyed his audience with a jaundiced eye. The years of success had given him a sardonic mien that even sculptors could not eradicate from his statues without threatening the resemblance between the referent and the reality. He was about 50 years old at this time, and actually in remarkably good health despite his thinness. He began with a cold, considered, and devastating attack on the Raheinl temple. He finished that phase of his speech with, "Tomorrow I go before the patronate to justify my action against the temple. I am assuming that they will accept my explanation." For the first time, then, he smiled, bleakly. No one knew better than he or his audience that the slavish patronate dared not even blink in a political sense without his permission. "I am assuming it," he went on, "because it is my intention simultaneously to present a spontaneous petition from the temples for a reorganization." The hitherto silent spectators stirred. The 3 death-expecting members looked up with a vague hope on their faces. One of the 3, middle-aged Horo, said eagerly, "Your Excellency can count on us for—" but stopped because Memphis was glaring at him, his slate-blue eyes raging. He subsided, but gradually his courage returned. He had made his point. The Lord Leader must know that he was willing. He experienced the tremendous inner easing of a man who had managed to save his own skin. Jokin was saying suavely, "As Horo was about to state, we shall be happy to give your words a respectful hearing." The Lord Leader smiled grimly. But now he had reached the crucial part of his speech, and he reverted to legalistic preciseness. The government, he said, was prepared at last to split the temples into 4 separate groups, as had been so long desired by the scientists. This was the first they had heard of the plan, but no one said anything. As the scientists had long urged, the Lord Leader went on, it was ridiculous that the 4 atom gods, uranium, plutonium, radium, and X, should be worshipped in the same temples. Accordingly, the scientists would divide themselves into 4 separate organizations, splitting the available temples evenly among the 4 groups. Each group would give itself to the worship of only one god and his attributes, though naturally they would continue to perform their practical functions of supplying transmuted god power to all who sought to purchase it under the government regulations. Each group would be headed, not by a council of equals, as was the temple system at present, but by a leader for whom an appropriate title must be selected. The 4 joint temple leaders would be selected for life by a joint committee of government and temple delegates. There was more, but they were details. The council had its ultimatum, and Joachim at least cherished no illusions. 4 temple groups, fighting for adherence, each ruled by a willful scientist, responsible to no one except perhaps the Lord Leader, would end forever any hopes the more enlightened scientists entertained. He personally regarded the temples as the repositories of learning, and he had his own dreams as to the role the temples might play at some future time. He rose now hastily, lest one of the fearful councillors should speak first. He said gravely, "The council will be very happy to consider your offer, and feels itself privileged to have in the government a lord who devotes his obviously valuable time to thoughts about the welfare of the temples. Nothing could—" He had not really expected to manage a postponement, and he didn't. He was cut off. The Lord Leader said with finality, "Since I am personally making the announcement in the Patronate Chamber tomorrow, the Scientists' Council is cordially invited to remain in the palace to discuss details of reorganization. I have assumed this will require anywhere from a week to a month, or even longer, and I have had apartments assigned for your use." He clapped his hands. Doors opened. Palace guards came in. The Lord Leader said, "Show these honoured gentlemen to their quarters." Thus was the council imprisoned. On the 4th day, the baby was still alive. The main reason was that Tanya could not make up her mind. "I've had the burden of pregnancy and the turmoil of birth," she said savagely, "and no woman in her right mind nullifies that easily. Besides—" She stopped there. The truth was that in spite of innumerable disadvantages, she could imagine certain uses for a son whom the gods had moulded in their peculiar fashion. And in this regard, the urgings of Joachim were not without their effect. Joachim spent most of the 4th morning on the subject. "It is a mistake," he said, "to assume that all the children of the gods are idiots. That is an idle talk of the witless mob which pursues these poor creatures along the street. They are not given an opportunity for education, and they are constantly under pressures so great that it is little wonder few of them ever attain the dignity and sense of mature development." His arguments took on a more personal flavour. "After all," he said softly, "he is a Lin. At worst you can make of him a trustworthy aide, who will not have the same tendency to wander off to live his own life as will your normal children. By keeping him discreetly in the background you might acquire that best of all possible slaves, a devoted son." Joachim knew when to stop pressing. The moment he noticed from the thoughtful narrowing of the woman's eyes that his arguments were weighing with her, he decided to leave her to resolve the doubts that still remained. He withdrew smoothly, and attended the morning court of the Lord Leader, and there once more urged his suit. The great man's eyes were watchful as Joachim talked. Gradually his satiric countenance grew puzzled. The Lord Leader interrupted at last. "Old man," he said curtly, "what is your purpose in thus defending the right to life of a freak?" Joachim had several reasons, one of them almost purely personal, and another because he believed that the continued existence of the baby might, however slightly, be an advantage to the temples. The logic of that was simple. The baby's birth had precipitated a crisis. Its death would merely affirm the crisis. Conversely, if it remained alive, the reason for the ferocious reaction of the Lins would be negated to some small degree. He had no intention of stating that particular reason, and he did not immediately mention his personal hope about the baby. He said instead, "Never before has a child of the gods been deliberately put to death. It was always assumed the gods had their own obscure purpose in creating monsters in human form. Do we dare test at this time that such is or is not the situation?" It was an argument that made the other man stare in astonishment. The wars the Lord Leader had fought had thrown him into contact with advanced thinkers and skeptics on several planets, and he had come to regard the gods as a means of keeping his rebellious subjects under control. He did not totally doubt their existence, but he was skeptical about their supernatural powers. "Do you really believe what you're saying?" he asked. The question made Joachim uncomfortable, for there was a time in his life when he had believed nothing. Slowly, however, he had been half convinced that the mighty invisible force given forth by the tiniest radioactive substance could have no other explanation. He said carefully, "In my travels as a young man, I saw primitive tribes that worshipped rain gods, river gods, tree gods, and various animal gods, and I saw more advanced races, some of them here on Earth, whose deity was an invisible omnipotent being who lives somewhere in space, in a place called heaven. All these things I observed, and in a similar fashion I listened to each group's particular account of the beginning of the universe. One story has it that we all come from the mouth of a snake. I have seen no such snake. Another story is that a great flood deluged the planets, though how this could have been done with the available water I do not know. A third story is that man was created from clay, and woman from man." He looked at his hearer. The Lord Leader nodded. "Continue." "I have seen people who worshipped fire, and I have seen people who worshipped water. And then, as have so many others before me, I finally visited the valleys where our own gods are said to dwell. I discovered their residences on every planet, vast, desolate areas, miles deep and miles long and wide. And in these areas I saw from a safe distance behind lead embankments the incredible bright fires that still burn with unending fury in those fantastic deeps of earth. Truly, I thought to myself, the gods uranium, radium, plutonium, and X are the most powerful gods in the universe. Surely, I decided, no one in his right senses would do anything to offend them." The Lord Leader, who had also examined some of the home of the gods in the course of his peregrinations, said only, He had no time for further comment. From somewhere, it seemed terribly near, there was a sharp sound, louder than the loudest thunder that had ever bellowed from the skies. It was followed, half a minute later, by a roar so loud, so furious, that the palace floor trembled. There was a pregnant pause, not silent. From all directions came the sound of windows shattering with 1,000 tinkling overtones, and then that disturbance was overwhelmed by a third explosion, followed almost instantly by a fourth. This last was so vast a sound that it was clear to everybody that the end of the world was imminent. Chapter 4. When Alden entered the great Corvus temple on the afternoon of the third day after the birth of the Lin baby, he was a tired, hungry man, but he was also a hunted man with the special thoughts of the fugitive. He sank into the chair that was offered by the junior, and while the young man was still in process of realizing the situation, Alden ordered him to inform no one of his presence except Horo, chief scientist of the Corvus temple. "But Horo is not here," the junior protested. "He has but just now departed for the palace of the leader." Alden began briskly to remove his female disguise. His weariness flowed from him. Not here, he was thinking gleefully. That meant he was the senior scientist in the temple until Horo returned. For a man who had as many thoughts as he had during the afternoon, that was like a reprieve. He ordered that food be brought him. He took possession of Horo's office, and he asked questions. For the first time he learned the only reason so far made public for the executions at the Rohinal temple. Alden pondered the reason throughout the early evening, and the more he thought, the angrier he grew. He was vaguely aware that his thinking was on a very radical plane, if not heretical, and yet, paradoxically, he felt mortified that the gods had been so profoundly insulted in their temples. Somehow, with a crystalline certainty that yet had in it no disbelief, he knew that they would not show their displeasure of their own volition. The thoughts of a fugitive tended automatically towards such practical convictions. Before the evening was half through, he was examining the possibilities. From time immemorial, the gods had favoured certain processes. Commanding officers and other legal owners of spaceships brought ingots of iron to the temples. The ceremonial and money preliminaries being completed, the iron was then placed in close proximity to the uncovered god stuff for 1 day exactly. After 4 days, 1 for each god, the power of the god stuff was transmitted to the ingot. It was then removed by the offerer to his ship, where, with simple ceremonials, it was placed in metal chambers, which any metal worker could make, and by the use of what was known as a photoelectric cell, a device also known from very early times, like fire and sword and spear and bow, an orderly series of explosions could be started and stopped at will. When enough of these metal chambers were used, the largest ships that could be constructed by man were lifted as easily as if they were made of nothingness. From the beginning of things, the god stuff in all the temples had been kept in 4 separate rooms, and the oldest saying in history was that when the gods were brought too close together, they became very angry indeed. Alden carefully weighed out a small quantity of each type of the god stuff. Then he had 4 juniors carry a metal chamber from the testing cavern into the garden at the rear of the temple. At this point it struck him that other temples should participate in the protest. He had learned that 6 of the 7 members of the Scientists' Council were still at the palace, and he had a rather strong suspicion as to their predicament. Writing from Horrow's ornate office, he ordered the acting chiefs of the temples of the absent councillors to do exactly what he was doing. He described his plan in detail and finished, "High noon shall be the hour of protest." Each letter he sent by junior messenger. He had no doubts. By noon the following day he had inserted his grains of uranium, radium, plutonium, and X into the photoelectric relay system. From what he decided was a safe distance, he pressed the button and clicked over the relays in order. As the wonderful and potent X joined the pile, there was an explosion of considerable proportions. It was followed swiftly by 3 more explosions. Only 2 of the temples disregarded the commands of the fugitive. They were the fortunate ones. The first explosion blew half the Covis temple into dust, and left the remnant a tottering shambles of dislodged masonry and stone. No human being was found alive in any of the 4 temples. Of Alden there was not even a piece of flesh or a drop of blood. By 2 o'clock, mobs were surging around the foot of the palace hill. The palace guard, loyal to a man, held them off grimly, but retreated finally inside the gates, and the household of the leader prepared for a siege. When the pandemonium was at its height, half an hour later, Joachim, who had been down in the city, returned by a tunnel that ran through the hill itself, and asked permission to speak to the mob. Long and searchingly the Lord Leader looked at him. Then, finally, he nodded. The mob rushed at the gates when they opened, but spearmen held them back. Joachim pressed his way out. His was a piercing rather than deep voice, but the rostrum that jutted out from the hill was skilfully constructed to enable a speaker to address vast throngs through a series of megaphones. His first act was to take the ribbons out of his hair and let it down around his shoulders. The crowd began to shout, "Scientist! It's a scientist!" Joachim raised his hand, and the silence he received was evidence to him at least that the riots were about to end. The crowd was controllable. On his own part he had no illusions as to the importance of this mob attacking the palace. He knew that carrier pigeon messages had been dispatched to the 3 legions camped just outside the walls of the city. Soon a disciplined force would be marching through the streets, paced by cavalry units made up of provincial troops whose god was a giant mythical bird called Erplin, It was important that the crowd be dispersed before those trained killers arrived on the scene. "People of Lin," he said in a clear, confident voice, "you have today witnessed a telling proof of the power of the gods." Cries and groans echoed his words. Then again silence. Joachim continued, "But you have misread the meaning of the signs given us today." This time only silence greeted his words. He had his audience. "If the gods," he said, "disapproved of the Lord Leader, they could just as easily have destroyed his palace as they actually did destroy 4 of their own temples. It is not the Lord Leader and his actions to which the gods objected. It is that certain temple scientists have lately tried to split up the temples into 4 separate groups, each group to worship one of the 4 gods only. That, and that alone, is the reason for the protest which the gods have made today." There were cries of, "But your temple was among those destroyed." Joachim hesitated. He did not fancy being a martyr. He had seen 2 of the letters Alden had written to the 2 temples which had not obeyed the instructions, and he had personally destroyed both letters. He was not sure how he ought to rationalize the fact that a purely mechanical union of god stuff had produced the explosions. But one thing at least was certain. The gods had not objected to their status of being worshipped 4 in one temple. And, since that status was the only one that made it possible for the scientists to remain strong, then what had happened could be the gods' way of showing that it was their purpose also. Joachim realized uneasily that his reasoning was a form of sophistry. But this was no time to lose faith. He bowed his head before the shouting, then looked up. "Friends," he said soberly, "I confess I was among those who urged separate worship. It seemed to me that the gods would welcome an opportunity to be worshipped each in his own temple. I was mistaken." He half turned to face the palace, where far more important ears were listening than in any in the crowd below. He said, "I know that every person who, like myself, believed the separatist heresy is now as convinced as I am that neither the 4 gods nor their people would ever stand for such blasphemy. And now, before there is any more trouble, go home, all of you." He turned and walked slowly back into the palace grounds. The Lord Leader was a man who accepted necessities. "There remains one undetermined question," he said later. "What is your real reason for keeping my daughter-in-law's baby alive?" Joachim said simply, "I have long wanted to see what would happen if a child of the gods is given a normal education and upbringing." That was all he said. It was enough. The Lord Leader sat with eyes closed, considering the possibilities. At last, slowly, he nodded his head. Chapter 5. Even as a baby, Clain had the feeling, "I'm not wanted. Nobody likes me." The slave women who tended his needs reflected in their handling of him the antagonism of the parents. They were extremely aware that the mother and father seldom visited their new baby. For hours, on occasion, the tiny mutation had no one near it, and when his attendants subsequently found him wallowing in the wet and filthy cot, they were not inclined to be patient. Hands capable of tenderness were somehow rougher when they touched him, and 1,000 moments of ungentle treatment communicated to his muscles and his nerves, and became a part of his awareness of his environment. He learned to cringe as a baby, and he cringed as a toddler. Oddly, when words began to make sense, there was for a while a change in his condition. Innocently he said things to Joachim that gave that individual his first realization that the slaves were disobeying his instructions. A few questions each visit sharpened the picture to the point where the offending slaves discovered that the end result of unwise action or comments might well be a whipping. Men and women both learned the hard way that even defenseless babies grow older and show evidence of the treatment they have received. However, the youngster's developing ability to understand had its drawbacks. Somewhere between the ages of 3 and 4, Clain realized that he was different. Enormously, calamitously different. Between 4 and 6, his sanity suffered collapse after collapse, each time to be slowly built back again by the aging scientist. Presently, the scientist Joachim realized that more drastic action was necessary if the boy's reason were to be saved. "It's the other children," Joachim, white with fury, told the Lord Leader one day. "They torment him. They're ashamed of him. They defeat everything I do." The Lord of Lin gazed curiously at the temple man. "Well, so am I ashamed of him, ashamed of the very idea of having such a grandson." He added, "I'm afraid, Joachim, your experiment is going to be a failure." It was Joachim now who stared curiously at the other. In the 6 years that followed the crisis of the temples of the atom gods, he had come to have a new and more favourable regard for the Lord Leader. During those years it had occurred to him for the first time that here was the greatest civil administrator since legendary times. Something also of the man's basic purpose, unification of the empire, had shown occasionally through the bleak exterior with which he confronted the world. Here was a man, moreover, who had become almost completely objective in his outlook on life. That was important right now. If Clain were to be saved, the cooperation of the ruler of Lin was essential. The Lord Leader must have realized that Joachim's visit had a specific objective. He smiled grimly. "What do you want me to do? Send him to the country where he can be brought up in isolation by slaves?" "That," said Joachim, "would be fatal. Normal slaves despise the mutations as much do freedmen, knights, and patrons. The fight for his sanity must be made here in the city." The other was suddenly impatient. "Well, take him away to the temples, where you can work on him to your heart's content." "The temples," said Joachim, "are full of rowdy initiates and juniors." The Lord Leader glowered. He was being temporized with, which meant that Joachim's request was going to be difficult to grant. The entire affair was becoming distasteful. "I'm afraid, old man," said the Lord Leader gravely, "you are not being sensible about this matter. The boy is like a hothouse plant. You cannot raise the children of men that way. They must be able to withstand the rough and tumble of existence with their fellows, even when they are young." "And what," flashed Joachim, "are these palaces of yours but hothouses, where all your youngsters grow up sheltered from the rough and tumble of life out there?" The old scientist waved his hand towards the window that opened out overlooking the capital of the world. The leader smiled his acceptance of the reality of the comparison, but his next words were pointed. "Tell me what you want. I'll tell you if it can be done." Joachim did not hesitate. He had stated his objections, and, having eliminated the main alternatives, he recognized that it was time to explain exactly what he wanted. He did so, succinctly. Clain had to have a refuge on the palace grounds, a sanctuary where no other children could follow him under penalty of certain punishment. "You are," said Joachim, "bringing up all your male grandchildren on your grounds here. In addition, several dozen other children, the sons of hostages, allied chiefs and patrons, are being raised here. Against that crowd of normal, brilliant boys, cruel and unfeeling as only boys can be, Clain is defenceless. Since they all sleep in the same dormitory, he had not even the refuge of a room of his own. I am in favour of his continuing to eat and sleep with the others, but he must have some place where none can pursue him." Joachim paused, breathless, for his voice was not what it had been, and besides he was aware of the tremendousness of the request. He was asking that restrictions be put upon the arrogant, proud little minds and bodies of the future great men of Lin, patrons, generals, chieftains, even lord leaders of 20, 30, 40 years hence. Asking all that, and for what? So that a poor wretch of a mutation might have the chance to prove whether or not he had a brain. He saw that the Lord Leader was scowling. His heart sank. But he was mistaken as to the cause of the expression. Actually, he could not have made his request at a better time. The day before, the Lord Leader, walking in the grounds, had found himself being followed by a disrespectful, snickering group of young boys. It was not the first time, and the memory brought the frown to his face. He looked up decisively and said, "Those young rascals need discipline. A little frustration will do them good. Build your refuge, Jokin. I'll back it up for a while." The palace of the leader was located on Capitoline Hill. The hill was skilfully landscaped. Its grounds were terraced and built up, begardened and beshrubbed until the original hill was almost unrecognizable to old-timers like Jokin. There was a towering rock on a natural peak at the west end of the grounds. To reach it, one followed a narrow path up a steep slope, and then climbed the steps that had been cut into the solid rock to the top of the rock itself. The rock was bare until Jokin took it over. Swiftly, under his direction, slaves carried up soil, and slave gardeners planted shrubs, grass, and flowers, so that there might be a protection from the hot sun, a comfortable green on which to stretch out, and an environment that was beautiful and colourful. He built an iron fence to guard the approaches to the pathway, and at the gate stationed a freedman who was 6 feet 6 inches tall and broad in proportion. This man had a further very special qualification, in that a child of the gods had also been born to his wife some 4 years before. The big man was a genial, friendly individual who prevented the more rowdy boys from following Clane by the simple act of wedging his great body into the narrow gate. For weeks after the eyrie was ready and the restriction imposed, the other children railed and shrieked their frustration. They stood for hours around the gate, tormenting the guard and yelling threats up to the rock. It was the imperviousness of the always friendly guard that baffled them in the end, and at long last the shivering boy in the eyrie had time to become calm, to lose that sense of imminent violence, and even to acquire the first feeling of security. From that time on he was ignored. No one played with him, and, while their indifference had its own quality of cruelness, at least it was a negative and passive attitude. He could live his private life. His mind, that wounded, frightened, and delicate complex of intellect and emotion, came slowly out of the darkness into which it had fled. Jokin lured it forth with 1,000 cunnings. He taught it to remember simple poetry. He told the boys stories of great deeds, great battles, and many of the fairy tales currently extant. He gave him at first carefully doctored but ever more accurate interpretations of the political atmosphere of the palace. And again, with developing conviction, he insisted that being born a mutation was something different and special and important. Anybody could be born an ordinary human, but few were chosen by the gods of the atoms. There was danger, Jokin knew, in building up the ego of a Lin to feel superior even to the human members of his own family. But, as he explained one day to the Lord Leader, he'll learn his limitations fast enough as he grows older. The important thing now is that his mind at the age of 8 has become strong enough to withstand the most vulgar and sustained taunting from other boys. He still stammers and stutters like an idiot when he tries to talk back, and it's painful what happens to him when he is brought into contact with a new adult. But unless surprised, he has learned to control himself by remaining silent. I wish, Jokin finished, that you would let him accustom himself to occasional visits from you. It was an oft-repeated request, always refused. The refusals worried Jokin, who was nearly 80 years old. He had many anxious moments as to what would happen to the boy after his own death. And in order to ensure that the blow would not be disastrous, he set about enlisting the support of famous scholars, poets, and historians. These he first partially persuaded by argument, then introduced one by one as paid tutors to the boy. He watched each man with an alertness that swiftly eliminated those who showed in any way that they did not appreciate the importance of what was being attempted. The boy's education turned out to be an expensive generosity, as neither the allowances of the Lord Leader, his grandfather, or of Lord Craig, his father, were sufficient to cover the fees of the many famous men Jokin employed. Indeed, when Jokin died, just before Clane's 11th birthday, the liquid assets of the estate barely sufficed to pay the minor bequests after death taxes were deducted. He left 10 million sesterces to be divided among juniors, initiates, and seniors of various temples. 5 million sesterces he bequested to personal friends, 2 million more went to certain historians and poets in order that they might complete books which they had begun, and finally there were 5 great-grandnephews, who each received 1 million sesterces. That disposed almost entirely of the available cash. A bare 500,000 sesterces remained to keep the vast farms and buildings of the estate in operation until the next crop was harvested. Since these were left in their entirety, along with upward of 1,000 slaves to Clane, there was a short period when the new owner, all unknown to himself, was on the verge of bankruptcy. The situation was reported to the Lord Leader, and he advanced a loan from his private purse to tide over the estate. He also took other steps. He learned that Jokin's slaves were disgruntled at the idea of belonging to a mutation. He sent his spies among them to find out who were the ringleaders, and then hanged the 4 chief troublemakers as examples. It also came to his ears that Jokin's great-grandnephews, who had expected the estate, were making dark threats about what they would do to the usurper. The Lord Leader promptly confiscated their shares of the inheritance, and sent all 5 of them to join Lord Craig's army, which was on the point of launching a major invasion against Mars. Having done so much, the old ruler proceeded to forget all about his grandson, and it was not until some 2 years later, when, seeing the boy one morning pass beneath the window of his study, he grew curious. That very afternoon he set out for the Rock Eyrie to have a look at the strangest youth who had ever been born into the Lynn family. Chapter 6. He was puffing by the time he reached the foot of the rock. That startled him. "By the 4 atom gods," he thought, "I'm getting old." He was 63, within 2 months of 64. The shock grew. 64! He looked down at his long body. An old man's legs, he thought, but not so old as some men of 64. But there was no question any more that he was past his prime. Craig was right, he thought, aghast. The time has come for me at last to retrench. No more wars after Mars, except defensive ones. And I must name Craig my heir and co-Lord Leader. It was too big a subject for the moment. The thought, heir, reminded him where he was. One of his grandsons was up there with a tutor. He could hear the murmuring baritone of the man, the occasional remark of the boy. It sounded very human and normal. The Lord Leader frowned, thinking of the vastness of the world and the smallness of the Lynn family. Standing there, he realized why he had come to this spot. Every one of them would be needed to hold the government together. Even the lame brains, even the mutations, must be given duties consonant with their abilities. It was a sad and terrible thing to realize that he was approaching the ever more lonely peak of his life, able to trust only those of his own blood. And even they clung together only because of the restless tide of ambition that surged on every side. The old man smiled, a mixture of wry, grim humour. Something of the steely quality of him showed in the natural shape his jaws and chin assumed. It was the look of a man who had won the bloody battle of Actium that made Lynn his, the smile of the man who had watched his soldiers hack Rheinald to pieces with battle-axes. There was a man, he thought, still amazed after nearly 30 years that the leader of the opposing group should have been so perverse. What made him refuse all my offers? It was the first time in the history of civil war that such an attempt at conciliation was made. I was the compromiser. He wanted the world, and I did not want it, at least not in that way, but had to take it perforce to save my life. Why must men have all or nothing? Surely Rheinald, cold and calm, waiting for the first axe to strike, must have realized the vanity of his purposes, must have known also that nothing could save him, that soldiers who had fought and bled and feared for their lives would stand for no mercy to be shown their main enemy. In spite of the impossibility, Rheinald had received a measure of mercy. The leader recalled with crystal-like clarity his selection of the executioners. He had ordered that the very first blow be fatal. The crowd wanted a torture, a spectacle. They seemed to get it, but actually it was a dead man who was hacked to bits before their eyes. Watching the great Rheinald being destroyed chilled forever the soul of the Lord Leader. He had never felt himself a participant of the murder. The crowd was the killer. The crowd and its mindless emotions, its strength of numbers that no man could ignore without the deadliest danger to himself and his family. The crowd and its simple bloodthirstiness frightened him even while he despised it, and influenced him while he skilfully used it for his own ends. It was rather dreadful to think that not once in his entire life had he made a move that was not motivated by some consideration of the crowd. He had been born into a world already devastated by two powerful opposing groups. Nor was it a question of which group one joined. When the opposition was in power, they tried to kill, disgrace, or exile all the members of every family of the other party. During such periods, the children of many notable families were dragged through the streets on the ends of hooks and tossed into the river. Later, if you were among those who survived, it was a question of striving to attain power and some control of your own group. For that also could not be left to chance and sympathy. There were groups within groups, assassination to eliminate dangerous contenders for leadership, an enormous capacity on everybody's part for murder and treachery. The survivors of that intricate battle of survival were tough. The Lord Leader Lin pulled his mind slowly out of its depth of memory and began to climb the steps cut into the towering rock itself. The top of the rock had a length of 20 feet, and it was almost as wide. Jokin's slaves had deposited piles of fertile soil upon it, and from this soil flowering shrubs reared up gracefully, 2 of them to a height of nearly 15 feet. The mutation and the tutor sat in lawn chairs in the shade of the tallest shrub, and they were so seated that they were not immediately aware of the Lord Leader's presence. "Very well, then," the scholar Nelian was saying. "We have agreed that the weakness of Mars is its water system. The various canals which bring water down from the North Pole are the sole sources of water supply. It is no wonder that the Martians have set up temples in which they worship water as reverently as we worship the gods of the atoms. It is, of course, another matter," Nelian continued, "to know what use can be made of this weakness of Mars. The canals are so wide and so deep that they cannot, for instance, be poisoned, even temporarily." "Macrocosmically speaking," said the boy, "that is true. The molecular world offers few possibilities except the forces which man's own body can bring to bear." The Lord Leader blinked. Had he heard correctly? Had he heard a boy of 13 talk like that? He had been about to step forward and reveal himself. Now he waited, startled and interested. Clain continued. "The trouble with my father is that he is too trusting. Why he should assume that it is bad luck which is frustrating his war, I don't know. If I were he, I would examine the possibilities of treachery a little more carefully, and I'd look very close indeed at my inner circle of advisers." Nelian smiled. "You speak with the positivity of youth. If you ever get onto a battlefield, you will realize that no mental preconception can match the reality. Vague theories have a habit of collapsing in the face of showers of arrows and spears, and infighting with swords and axes." The boy was imperturbable. "They failed to draw the proper conclusions from the way the spaceships carrying the water exploded. Jokin would have known what to think about that." The talk, while still on a high grammatical level, was, it seemed to the Lord Leader, becoming a little childish. He stepped forward and cleared his throat. At the sound, the scholar turned serenely, and then, as he saw who it was, he stood up with dignity. The mutation's reaction was actually faster, though there was not so much movement in it. At the first sound he turned his head, and that was all. For a long moment he sat frozen in that position. At first his expression remained unchanged from the quiet calm that had been on it. The Lord Leader had time for a close look at a grandson whom he had not seen so near since the day Clain was born. The boy's head was human. It had the distinctive and finely shaped Lin nose and the Lin blue eyes. But it had something more, too. His mother's delicate beauty was somehow interwoven into the face. Her mouth was there, her ears and her chin. The face and head were beautifully human, almost angelic in their structure. It was not the only human part of him, but most of the rest was at very least subtly unhuman. The general shape was very, very manlike. The body, the torso, the legs and arms, they were all there, but wrong in an odd fashion. The thought came to the Lord Leader that if the boy would wear a well-padded scholar's or scientist's gown, and keep his arms withdrawn into the folds, his hands were normal, no one would ever more than guess the truth. There was not even any reason why that face should not be put on one of the largest silver or gold coins, and circulated among remote and highly moral tribes. The angel qualities of Clayne's face might very well warm many a barbarian heart. "Thank the gods," thought the Lord Leader, not for the first time, "that he hasn't got 4 arms and 4 legs." His mind reached that thought just as the paralysis left the boy. It was only then that the Lord Leader realized that Clayne had almost literally been frozen where he was. Now the transformation was an amazing spectacle. The perfect face began to change, to twist. The eyes grew fixed and staring, the mouth twitched and lost its shape. The whole countenance collapsed into a kind of idiocy that was terrible to see. Slowly, though it didn't take too long, the boy's body swung out of the chair, and he stood half-crouching, facing his grandfather. He began to whimper, then to gibber. Beside him, Nelian said sharply, "Clayne, control yourself." The words were like a cue. With a low cry, the boy darted forward and ducked past the Lord Leader. As he came to the steep stone stairway, he flung himself down it at a reckless speed, almost sliding down to the ground more than 20 feet below. Then he was gone down the pathway. There was silence, and Nelian said finally, quietly, "May I speak?" The Lord Leader noted that the scholar did not address him by his titles, and a fleeting smile touched his lips. An anti-imperialist. After a moment he felt annoyed. These upright republicans, but he merely nodded an affirmative to the verbal request. Nelian said, "He was like that with me also, when Jochen first brought me up to be his tutor. It is a reversion to an emotional condition which he experienced as a very young child." The Lord Leader said nothing. He was gazing out over the city. It was a misty day, so the haze of distance hid the farther suburbs. From this height they seemed to melt into the haze. Houses, buildings, land grown insubstantial. And yet, beyond, he could see the winding river and the countryside partially hidden by the veils of mist. In the near distance were the circus pits, empty now that a great war was taxing the human resources of an earth which had attained the colossal population of 60 million inhabitants. In his own lifetime, the number of people had nearly doubled. It was all rather tremendous and wonderful, as if the race were straining at some invisible leash with its collective eyes on a dazzling bright future, the realities of which were still hidden beyond remote horizons. The Lord Leader drew his mind and his eyes back to the rock. He did not look directly at Nelian as he asked, "What did he mean when he said that my son, Lord Craig, should watch out for treachery close to him?" Nelian shrugged. "So you heard that? I need hardly tell you that he would be in grave danger if certain ears heard that he had made such remarks. Frankly, I don't know where he obtains all his information. I do know that he seems to have a very thorough grasp of palace intrigue and politics. He's very secretive." The Lord Leader frowned. He could understand the secretiveness. People who found out too much about other people's plans had a habit of turning up dead. If the mutation really knew that treachery had dogged the Martian war, even the hint of such knowledge would mean his assassination. The leader hesitated. Then, "What did he mean about the spaceships with water blowing up just before they landed? What does he know about things like that?" It was the other's turn to hesitate. Finally, Nelian said, "He's mentioned that several times. In spite of his caution, the boy is so eager for companionship and so anxious to impress that he keeps letting out his thoughts to people like myself whom he trusts." The scholar looked steadily at the Lord Leader. "Naturally, I keep all such information to myself. I belong to no side politically." The great man bowed ever so slightly. "I am so grateful," he said with a sigh. Nelian said, after an interval, He has referred a number of times to the Rahainal temple incident which occurred at the time of his birth, when 4 temples exploded. I have gathered that Jokin told him something about that, and also that Jokin left secret papers at his estate, to which the boy has had access. You may recall that he has visited the main estate 3 times since Jokin's death. The Lord Leader recalled vaguely that his permission had been asked by Nelian on several occasions. I hope it is unnecessary for me to say, Nelian continued, that the boy's mentality, as distinct from his emotional nature, is very mature, at least that of a 19-year-old. Said the Lord Leader. His manner grew decisive. We must cure him of his weakness. There are several methods. He smiled reminiscently. In war, when we want to end a man's fear, we subject him to repeated dangers in actual combat. He might be killed, of course, but if he survives, he gradually acquires confidence and courage. Similarly, an orator must first be trained in voice control. Then he must speak again and again to acquire poise and an easy address. The leader's lips tightened thoughtfully. We can hardly initiate him into war. The soldiers unfortunately regard mutations as ill omens. Public speaking. That can now best be done by putting him in one of the remoter temples. From the security of a scientist's robes he can deliver the daily incantations, first to the atom gods in private, then in the presence of scientists, initiates and juniors, and finally before the public. I will make arrangements for that experience to begin tomorrow. He does not need to live at the temple. Finally, sometime next year, we will assign him a separate residence, and secure for him a number of attractive slave girls. I want small, meek, mild girls who will not try to boss him. I'll select them myself and give them a good talking to. He added, matter-of-factly, they can be sold later in remote regions. The Lord Leader paused and looked keenly at Nelian. What do you think of that as a beginning? The scholar nodded judicially. Excellent, excellent. I'm glad to see you taking a personal interest in the boy. The Lord Leader was pleased. Keep me in touch about... He frowned. Once every 3 months? He was turning away when his gaze lighted on something half hidden in the brush at the edge of the rock. What's that? He asked. Nelian looked embarrassed. Why, he said, that's a device Jokin rigged up. The scholar's self-consciousness amazed the leader. He walked over and looked at the thing. It was a metal pipe that disappeared down the side of the rock. It was almost completely hidden by creeping vines, but little glints of it were visible here and there, both against the rock and against the cliff farther down. He drew back and was examining the open end of the pipe again when it spoke, huskily, a woman's voice. Kiss me again. The Lord Leader placed a tuft of grass over the pipe end and climbed to his feet, amused. Well, I'll be he said, a listening device. Straight down to one of the rendezvous spots of the palace grounds. Nelian said, There's another one on the other side. The Lord Leader was about to turn away again when he noticed the notebook beside the tube. He picked it up and rippled through it. All the pages were blank, and that was puzzling until he saw the bottle of ink and the pen half hidden in the grass where the book had been. He was genuinely interested now. He picked up the bottle and pulled out the cork. First he looked hard at the ink, then he smelled it. Finally, with a smile, he reinserted the cork and replaced the bottle on the grass. As he descended the pathway, he was thinking, Jokin was right. These mutations can be normal, even supernormal. Chapter 7. At this time, the Martian War was 2 years old, and it was already proving itself to be the most costly campaign ever launched. From the very beginning, when it was still in the planning stages, it had aroused men to bitter passions. To fight it or not to fight it? 3 years before, that had been the question that split the inner government group into 2 violently opposing camps. Lord Craig Lynn, father of Clane, son of the Lord Leader, and General-in-Chief of the expedition, was from the first, completely and without qualification, opposed to the war. He had arrived at the city from Venus some 3 years before in his personal space yacht, and accompanied by most of his staff. He spent months then arguing with his family and with various powerful patrons. "The time has come," he told his hearers, "for the empire to stand firm on all its frontiers. From a single city-state we have grown until we now dominate all Earth with the exception of a few mountainous territories. 4 of the 11 island continents of Venus are allied to us, and we need not worry about the habitable moons of Jupiter, since they are inhabited by barbarians. The Martians, it is true, continue to rule their planet in a brutal fashion, but it would be wise to leave them alone. The tribes they have conquered are constantly rebelling against them, and will keep them busy for a measurable time. Accordingly, they are no danger to us, and that must be our sole consideration for all future wars." If reports were true, many patrons and knights were convinced by this reasoning. But when they saw that the Lord Leader favoured the war, they quickly changed their minds, at least publicly. The Lord Leader's wife, Lydia, and Lord Tews, Lydia's son by previous marriage, were particularly in favour of the invasion. Their argument, which eventually became that of the Lord Leader, was that the Martians had condemned themselves to war by their complete refusal to have commercial or other intercourse with the rest of the solar system. Who knew what plans were being made, what armies were under secret training, or how many spaceships were building on a planet that for more than a dozen years had admitted no visitors? It was a telling argument. Lord Craig's dry suggestion that perhaps the method used by the Empire to invade the Venusian island of Cimbri was responsible did not confound the supporters of the war. The method had been simple and deadly. The Cimbri, a suspicious tribe, agreed finally to permit visitors. They were uneasy when, over a period of several months, some 30,000 stalwart young male visitors arrived singly and in groups. Their uneasiness was justified. One night the visitors assembled in the 3 major Cimbrian cities and attacked all centres of control. By morning 100,000 inhabitants had been slain, and the island was conquered. The commanding general of that expedition was Lord Tews. At his mother's insistence, an ashamed patronate voted him a triumph. It was natural that the Lydia Tews group should regard Craig's remark as a product of envy. The suggestion was made that his words were unworthy of so illustrious a man. More slyly, it was pointed out that his own wars had been drawn out, and that this indicated a cautious nature. Some even went so far as to say that he did not trust the fighting abilities of linen armies, and they immediately added the comment that this was a base reflection on the military, and that the only real conclusion to be drawn was that he was personally a coward. To Lord Craig, doggedly holding to his opinions, the greatest shock came when he discovered that his own wife, Tanya, supported the opposition. He was so angry that he promptly sent her a bill of divorcement. The Lady Tanya, whose only purpose in supporting the war was that it would enhance her husband's career and accordingly improve her position, promptly suffered a nervous breakdown. A week later she was partially recovered, but her state of mind was clearly shown by the fact that she took a gig to her husband's headquarters in the camp outside the city, and during the dinner hour, before hundreds of high officers, she crept to him on her hands and knees and begged him to take her back. The astounded Craig led her quickly through a nearby door, and they were reconciled. From this time dated the change in the Lady Tanya. Her arrogance was gone. She withdrew to a considerable extent from social activities and began to devote herself to her home. Her proud, almost dazzling beauty deteriorated to stately good looks. It was an anxious wife who kissed her husband good-bye on an early spring day, and watched his spear-nosed yacht streak off to join the vast fleet of spaceships mobilizing on the other side of Earth for the take-off to Mars. Spaceships, like all instruments, weapons, and engines of transport and war known since legendary times, had their limitations. They were the fastest thing possessed by man, but just how fast no one had ever been able to decide. At the time of the invasion of Mars, the prevailing belief was that spaceships attained the tremendous speed of 1,000 miles an hour in an airless space. Since the voyage to Mars required from 40 to 100 days, depending upon the respective positions of the 2 planets, the distance of Mars at its nearest was estimated at 1,000,000 miles. It was felt by thousands of intelligent people that this figure must be wrong, because if it were correct, then some of the remoter stars would be hundreds of millions of miles away. This was so obviously ridiculous that it was frankly stated by many that the uncertainty reflected on the ability and learning of the temple scientists. A spaceship 150 feet long could carry 200 men, and no more on a trip to Mars lasting 60 days. It had room for many more, but the air supply created an insurmountable limitation. The air could be purified by certain chemicals for so long, then it gave out. 200 men per ship. That was the number carried by each transport of the first fleet to leave Earth. Altogether, there were 500 ships. Their destination was the great desert known as Mare Chimerium. A mile-wide canal cut through the edge of this desert, and for 100 miles on either side of the canal, the desert was forced back by green vegetation that fed on the thousands of tiny tributary canals. Oslin, one of the 5 important cities of the Martians, was located in a great valley at the point where the canal curved like a winding river. In a sense, the canals were rivers. During spring, the water in them flowed steadily from north to south, gradually slowing until, by midsummer, there was no movement. Oslin had a population which was reported to be well over 1 million. Its capture would simultaneously constitute a devastating blow to the Martians and an unmatched prize for the conquerors. The fleet reached Mars on schedule, all except one ship turning up at the rendezvous within the prescribed 48 hours. At midnight on the second day, the vessels proceeded 10 abreast towards the canal and the city. A site some 5 miles from the city's outskirts had been selected, and, one after another, the lines of ships settled among the brush and on the open fields. They began immediately to discharge their cargoes, all the soldiers, most of the horses, and enough equipment and food for a considerable period. It was a dangerous 6 hours. Spaceships unloading were notoriously vulnerable to certain types of attack ships fitted with long metal rams, capable of piercing the thin metal plates of which the outer walls were constructed. For an attack ship to catch a transport in the air meant almost certain death for everyone aboard. The attacker, approaching from the side, transfixed an upper plate and forced the transport over on its back. Since there were no drive tubes on the top side to hold the ship in the air, it usually fell like a stone. Periodic attempts to install drive tubes on the top as well as on the bottom caused radioactive burns to crews and passengers, and no amount of interposed lead seemed to stop the interflow between the tubes. The 6 hours passed without an attack. About 2 hours after dawn, the army began to move along the canal towards the city. When they had marched about an hour, the advance guards topped a hill overlooking a great valley beyond which was glittering Oslin. They stopped, rearing their horses. Then they began to mill around. Swiftly, a messenger raced back to Lord Craig, reporting an incredible fact. A Martian army was encamped in the valley, an army so vast that its tents and buildings merged into the haze of distance. The general galloped forward to have a look. Those about him reported that he was never calmer as he gazed out over the valley, but his hopes for a quick, easy victory must have faded at that moment. The army ahead was the main Martian force, comprising some 600,000 men. It was under the personal command of King Winutgin. Lord Craig had already made up his mind to attack at once, when a small fleet of enemy attack ships whisked over the hill and discharged a shower of arrows at the group on the hill, wounding nearly 4 soldiers. The general-in-chief was unhurt, but the escape was too narrow for comfort. Swiftly he gave the necessary orders. His purpose was simple. King Winutgin and his staff undoubtedly knew now that an attack was coming, but it was one thing for him to have the information and quite another to transmit it to an encamped and spread-out army. That was the only reason why the battle was ever in doubt. The attackers were outnumbered 6 to 1. The defence was stolid and uncertain at first, then it grew heavy from sheer weight of numbers. It was later learned that 100,000 Martians were killed or wounded, but the small Linen army lost 30,000 men, killed, prisoner, and missing. And when it had still made no headway by late afternoon, Lord Craig ordered a fighting retreat. His troubles were far from over. As his troops fell back along the greenish-red waters of the canal, a force of 5,000 cavalry which had been out on distant manoeuvres fell upon their rear, cutting them off from their camp and turning their retreat away from the canal towards the desert. The coming of darkness saved the army from further destruction. They marched until after midnight, before finally sinking down into a fatigued sleep. There was no immediate rest for Lord Craig. He flashed fire messages to his ships waiting out in space. 100 of them nosed cautiously down and discharged more equipment and rations. It was expected that attack ships would make sneak attacks on them, but nothing happened, and they effected a successful withdrawal before dawn. All too swiftly, the protecting darkness yielded to bright daylight. The new materiel saved them that day. The enemy pressed at them hour after hour, but it was clear to Lord Craig that King Winutkin was not using his forces to the best advantage. Their efforts were clumsy and heavy-handed. They were easily outmanoeuvred, and towards evening, by leaving a cavalry screen to hold up the Martian army, he was able to break contact completely. That night the Linen army had a much-needed rest, and Lord Craig's hopes came back. He realized that if necessary he could probably re-embark his forces and get off the planet without further losses. It was a tempting prospect. It fitted in with his private conviction that a war so ill begun had little chance of success. But reluctantly he realized that return to Lynn was out of the question. The city would consider that he had disgraced himself as a general. After all, he had selected the point of attack, even though he had disapproved of the campaign as a whole. And that was another thing. It might be assumed that he who had opposed the war had deliberately lost the battle. No, definitely he couldn't return to Lynn. Besides, in any event he had to wait until the Second Fleet with another 100,000 men aboard arrived about 2 weeks hence. 2 weeks? On the 4th day, the thin, strip-like ditches of canal water began to peter out. By evening the soldiers were fighting on sand that shifted under their feet. Ahead, as far as the eye could see, was a uniformly flat, red desert. There was another canal out there somewhere, about 19 days' march due east, but Lord Craig had no idea of taking his army on such a dangerous journey. 70,000 men would need a lot of water. It was the first time in Craig's military career that he had ever been cut off from a water supply. The problem grew tremendous when 11 out of a dozen spaceships sent for water exploded as they approached the camp, and deluged the desert and the unlucky men immediately below with boiling water. One ship got through, but the water aboard was beginning to boil, and the ship was saved only when those aboard operated the airlock mechanism, letting the steaming water pour out onto the sand. The almost cooked commander emerged shakily from the control room and reported to Lord Craig. "We did as you ordered, sir. Got rid of all our equipment and debunked the entire ship in the canal, using it as a tanker. It began to get hot immediately." He cursed. "It's those blasted water gods that these Martians worship. They must have done it." "Nonsense," said Lord Craig, and ordered the man escorted back to his ship by 4 high officers. It was a futile precaution. Other soldiers had the same idea. The water and canal gods of the Martians had started the water boiling, and so the ships had exploded. Lord Craig, in a rough and ready speech, delivered to a number of legions, pointed out that nothing happened to water brought in the ordinary water tanks of the ships. A voice interrupted him. "Why don't you bring the water in them, then?" The men cheered the remark, and it was scarcely an acceptable explanation after that to answer that the main body of ships could not be risked in such an enterprise. On the 7th day the army began to get thirsty. The realization came to Lord Craig that he could not afford to wait for the arrival of the Second Fleet. He accordingly decided on a plan, which had been in the back of his mind when he originally selected Oslin as the city which his forces would attack. That night he called down 200 ships and packed his army into them, nearly 350 men to a ship. He assumed that Martian spies had donned the uniforms of dead linens and were circulating around his camp, and so he did not inform his staff of his destination until an hour before the ships were due. His plan was based on an observation he had made when, as a young man, he had visited Mars. During the course of a journey down the Oslin Canal, he noticed a town named Maga. This town, set among the roughest and craggiest hills on Mars, was approachable by land through only 4 passes, all easily defendable. It had had a garrison 20 years before, but Lord Craig assumed rightly that unless it had been reinforced since then, his men could overwhelm it. There was another factor in his favour, though he did not know it at the time of his decision. King Winutkin, in spite of certain private information, could scarcely believe that the main Linen invasion was already defeated. Hourly expecting vast forces to land, he kept his own armies close to Oslin. Maga was taken shortly after midnight. By morning the troops were ready for siege with a plentiful supply of water. When the Second Fleet arrived a week later, They too settled in Maga, and the expedition was saved. The extent of this defensive victory was never fully appreciated in Lynn, not even by Lord Craig's followers and apologists. All that people could see was that the army was jammed into a small canal town and seemed doomed, surrounded as it was by a force which outnumbered it more than 6-1. Even the Lord Leader, who had taken many a seemingly impregnable position in his military days, secretly questioned his son's statement that they were safe. Except for forays, the army remained all that summer and the following winter in Maga. It was besieged the whole of the next year, while Lord Craig doggedly demanded another 200,000 men from a patronate which was reluctant to send more men into what they considered certain destruction. Finally, however, the Lord Leader realized that Craig was holding his own, and personally demanded the reinforcements. 4 new legions were on their way on the day that the Lord Leader descended the pathway that led down from the eyrie sanctuary of his mutation grandson. Chapter 8. The Lord Leader was not greatly surprised 2 weeks later when Nelian handed him a message from Clane. The letter read, "To my grandfather, most honourable Lord Leader. I regret exceedingly that my emotions were so uncontrollable when you came to see me. Please let me say that I am proud of the honour you have done me, and that your visit has changed my mind about many things. Before you came to the eyrie, I was not prepared to think of myself as having any obligations to the Lynn family. Now I have decided to live up to the name, which you have made illustrious. I salute you, honourable grandfather, the greatest man who ever lived. Your admiring and humble grandson, Clane." It was, in its way, a melodramatic note, and the Lord Leader quite seriously disagreed with the reference to himself as the greatest man of all time. He was not even the second, though perhaps the third. "My boy," he thought, "you have forgotten my uncle, the general of generals, and his opponent, the dazzling personality who was given a triumph before he was 20, and officially, when he was still a young man, voted the right to use the word great after his name. I knew them both, and I know where I stand." Nevertheless, in spite of its wordy praise, the letter pleased the Lord Leader, but it puzzled him too. There were overtones in it, as if a concrete decision had been made by somebody who had the power to do things. He put the letter among his files of family correspondence, starting a new case labelled Clane. Then he forgot about it. It was recalled to his mind a week later when his wife showed him 2 missives, one a note addressed to herself, the second an unsealed letter to Lord Craig on Mars. Both the note and the letter were from Clane. The stately Lydia was amused. "Here's something that will interest you," she said. The Lord Leader read first the note addressed to her. It was quite a humble affair. "To my most gracious grandmother. Honourable lady, rather than burden your husband, my grandfather, with my request, I ask you most sincerely to have the enclosed letter sent by the regular dispatch pouch to my father, Lord Craig. As you will see, it is a prayer which I shall make at the temple next week for his victory over the Martians this summer. A metal capsule, touched by the god metals radium, uranium, plutonium, and X, will be dedicated at this ceremony, and sent to my father on the next mail transport. Most respectfully yours, Clane." "You know," said Lydia, "for a moment when I received that I didn't even know who Clane was. I had some vague idea that he was dead. Instead, he seems to be growing up." "Yes," said the Lord Leader absently. "Yes, he's growing." He was examining the prayer which Clane had addressed to Lord Craig. He had an odd feeling that there was something here which he was not quite grasping. Why had this been sent through Lydia? Why not direct to himself? "It's obvious," said Lady Lynn, "that since there is to be a temple dedication, the letter must be sent." That was exactly it, the Lord Leader realized. There was nothing here that was being left to chance. They had to send the letter. They had to send the metal dedicated to the gods. But why was the information being conveyed through Lydia? He reread the prayer, fascinated this time by its ordinariness. It was so trite, so unimportant, the kind of prayer that made old soldiers wonder what they were fighting for. Morons? The lines were widely spaced to an exaggerated extent, and it was that which suddenly made the leader's eyes narrow ever so slightly. "Well," he laughed, I'll take this and have it placed in the dispatch pouch." As soon as he reached his apartment, he lit a candle and held the letter over the flame. In 2 minutes, the invisible ink was beginning to show in the blank space between the lines. 6 lines of closely written words between each line of the prayer. The Lord Leader read the long, precise instructions and explanations, his lips tight. It was a plan of attack for the armies on Mars, not so much military as magical. There were several oblique references to the blowing up of the temples many years before, and a very tremendous implication that something entirely different could be counted on from the gods. At the end of the letter was a space for him to sign. He did not sign immediately, but in the end he slashed his signature on the sheet, put it into the envelope, and affixed his great seal of state. Then he sat back, and once more the thought came, "But why Lydia?" Actually, it didn't take long to figure out the extent of the treachery that had baffled Lord Craig's sorely pressed legions for 3 years. As close as that, the Lord Leader thought greyly. As close in the family as that. Some of the plotting must have been done in one or the other of the rendezvous some 60 feet below the rock eyrie, where a child of the gods lay with his ear pressed to a metal tube, listening to conspiratorial words, and noting them down in invisible ink on the pages of an apparently blank notebook. The Lord Leader was not unaware that his wife intrigued endlessly behind his back. He had married her so that the opposition would have a skilful spokesman in the government. She was the daughter of one of the noblest families in Lynn, all the adult males of which had died fighting for Rohinel. 2 of them were actually captured and executed. At 19, when she was already married and with child, later born Lord Tews, the Lord Leader arranged with her husband for what was easily the most scandalous divorce and remarriage in the history of Lynn. The Lord Leader was unconcerned. He had already usurped the name of the city and empire Lynn for his family. The next step was to make a move to heal what everybody said was the unhealable wound left by the Civil War. Marriage to Lydia was that move, and a wondrously wise one it had been. She was a safety valve for all the pent-up explosive forces of the opposition. Through her manoeuvres he learned what they were after, and gave as much as would satisfy. By seeming to follow her advice, he brought hundreds of able administrators, soldiers, and patrons from the other side into the government service, to manage the unwieldy populations of Earth and rule solar colonies. In the previous 10 years, more and more opposition patrons had supported his laws in the patronate without qualification. They laughed a little at the fact that he still read all his main speeches. They ridiculed his stock phrases. "Quicker than you can cook asparagus," "Words fail me, gentlemen," "Let's be satisfied with the cat we have," and others. But again and again during the past decade, all party lines dissolved in the interests of the empire, and when his agents reported conspiracies in the making, further investigation revealed that no powerful men or families were involved. Not once had he blamed Lydia for the various things she had done. She could no more help being of the opposition than he, years before, had been able to prevent himself from being drawn, first as a youth, then as a man, into the vortex of the political ambitions of his own group. She would have been assassinated if it had ever seemed to the more hot-headed of the opposition that she was betraying them by being too neutral. No, he didn't blame her for past actions, but this was different. Vast armies had been decimated by treachery, so that Lord Craig's qualities as a leader would show up poorly in comparison to Lord Tews. This was personal, and the Lord Leader recognized it immediately as a major crisis. The important thing, he reasoned, was to save Craig, who was about to launch his campaign. But meanwhile, great care must be taken not to alarm Lydia and the others. Undoubtedly, they must have some method for intercepting his private mail pouch to Craig. Dared he stop that? It wouldn't be wise to do so. Everything must appear normal and ordinary, or their fright might cause some foolhardy individual to attempt an impromptu assassination of the Lord Leader. As it was, so long as Lord Craig's armies were virtually intact, the group would make no radical move. The pouch with Clane's letter in it would have to be allowed to fall into their hands, as other pouches must have done. If the letter were opened, an attempt would probably be made to murder Clane. Therefore, what? The Lord Leader placed guards in every rendezvous of the palace grounds. including 2 each in the 2 areas at the foot of the eyrie. His posted reason for setting the guards was on all the bulletin boards. "I am tired of running into couples engaged in licentious kissing. This is not only in bad taste, but it has become such a common practice as to require drastic action. The guards will be removed in a week or so. I am counting on the good sense of everyone, particularly of the women, to see to it that in future these spectacles are voluntarily restricted." A week or so to protect Clane until the dedication at the temple. It would be interesting to see just what the boy did do with the dedicated metal, but, of course, his own presence was impossible. It was the day after the dedication that the Lord Leader spoke to Nellian. "I think he should make a tour of Earth," he said. "Haphazard, without any particular route, and incognito, and start soon, tomorrow." So much for Clane. More personal, he made a friendly visit to the guards' camp outside the city. For the soldiers it turned out to be an unexpectedly exciting day. He gave away 1,000,000 sesterces in small but lavish amounts. Horse races, foot races, and contests of every kind were conducted, with prizes for the winners, and even losers who had tried nobly were amazed and delighted to receive money awards. All in all, it was a satisfactory day. When he left, he heard cheers until he reached the Martian gate. It would take several weeks at least, if not months, to cause disaffection among those troops. The various precautions taken, the Lord Leader dispatched the mail pouch and awaited events. Lydia's group had to work fast. A knight emptied the mail pouch. A knight and a patron scrutinized each letter and separated them into 2 piles. One of these piles, the largest one by far, was returned to the pouch at once. The other pile was examined by Lord Tews, who extracted from it some score of letters which he handed to his mother. Lydia looked at them one by one, and handed those she wanted opened to one or the other of 2 slaves who were skilled in the use of chemicals. It was these slaves who actually removed the seals. The 7th letter she picked up was the one from Clane. Lydia looked at the handwriting on the envelope, and at the name of the sender on one side, and there was a faint smile on her lips. "Tell me," she said, "am I wrong, or does the army regard dwarfs, mutations, and other human freaks as bad omens?" "Very much so," said one of the knights. "To see one of them on the morning of battle spells disaster. To have any contact with one means a great setback." The Lady Leader smiled. "My honourable husband is almost recalcitrantly uninterested in such psychological phenomena. We must accordingly see to it that Lord Craig's army is apprised that he has received a message from his mutation son." She tossed the letter towards the pouch. "Put this in. I have already seen the contents." Hardly more than 3/4 of an hour later, the dispatch carrier was again on his way to the ship. "Nothing important," Lydia said to her son. "Your stepfather seems to be primarily concerned these days with preserving the moral stature of the palace grounds." Lord Tews said, thoughtfully, "I'd like to know why he felt it necessary to bribe the Guards' Legion the other day." What was much more surprising to the conspirators occurred the following day, when the Lord Leader called the 2 chambers of the patronate into joint session. As soon as possible after the announcement was made, the Lady Lydia attended upon her husband in his apartment and questioned him about it. But the great man shook his head and smiled, and said without apparent guile, "My dear, it will be a pleasant surprise for everyone. You must permit me a few simple pleasures of this kind." By the time the special session began a few days later, her spies had still not found a clue to the subject matter to be dealt with. Both she and Lord Tews sought out and talked to some of the leaders of the patronate in the hope that they would have, as Lydia put it, a thimbleful of information. But it was clear to her, from the way that she herself was adroitly questioned, that they were as much in the dark as she, and so for the first time in many years she had the unhappy experience of sitting in her box at the patronate without knowing in advance what was scheduled to happen. The fateful moment arrived. She watched her husband stride along the aisle and mount the podium, and in a final anguish of doubt and exasperation, she clutched the sleeve of Tew's jacket and whispered fiercely, "What can he possibly have in mind? The whole affair has become fantastic." Tews said nothing. The Lord Leader, Medron Lynn, began in the formal, prescribed fashion. Most excellent members of my family, gracious and astute leaders of the patronate, noble patrons and their worthy families, knights of the realm and their ladies, honourable members of the public house, representatives of the good people of the Empire of Lin. It is with pleasure that I announce a decision which I feel sure will immediately have your support. That was chilling. There was a stir in the audience, and then a settling down. Lydia closed her eyes and quivered with frustration. Her husband's words meant that there would be no debate and no discussion. The patronate would later go through the form of ratification, but actually the announcement the Lord Leader was making would virtually become law as he spoke the words. Tews leaned towards his mother. "Notice," he said, "he's not reading his speech." Lydia had not noticed. She should have, she realized wanly. Her spies among the household attendants had reported often enough that they could find no discarded papers, no speeches half-written, no scribblings anywhere in the Lord Leader's apartment or offices. On the podium, Medron Lin continued. "It is not easy for a man who has been as active as I have to realize that the years are creeping up. But there seems to be no doubt that I have grown older, and that I am physically less robust today than I was 10 years ago, or even 10 months ago. The time has accordingly come for me to consider naming an heir, and by that I mean not only a successor, but a joint administrator who will be co-Lord Leader while I remain in office, and senior Lord Leader after my retirement or death. With these thoughts in mind, it is my great joy to inform you that I have selected for this important position my beloved son, Lord Craig, whose long and honourable public career has in the past few years been augmented by several major achievements." One after another he listed successes of Lord Craig in his early career. Then, "His first great achievement in the Martian campaign, so ill begun, was when he rescued his army from the unfortunate coincidence which brought him into direct contact with greatly superior enemy forces at the moment of landing, and which could have resulted in an unparalleled disaster for Linen arms. It is almost a miracle that he has again brought his army to the point where he can shortly take the offensive, but this time we can be sure that he will gain the victory which was snatched from him by accident 2 years ago." He paused, and then while Lydia listened, with eyes open now, already resigned to the disaster that was here for her, he said firmly, "Upon my son, Lord Craig, I now bestow joint administratorship with myself of the entire Linen Empire, and upon my son, Lord Craig, I bestow the title Lord Leader. This title, though junior to mine, is not intended to be administratively inferior, except in so far as a son honours and respects his father." The Lord Leader paused, and smiled a strange bleak smile for his grim face, and went on. "I know that you will enjoy these happy tidings with me, and that you will proceed rapidly, indeed I suggest that this be the day and this the hour, with the legal forms of the appointment, so that we may advise my son of the honour given him by the Empire on the eve of his decisive battle." He bowed and stepped down. It seemed to require a moment for the audience to realize that he was through, and there was silence. However, the clapping was all the more frenzied when it finally began, and it lasted until he was out of the great marble room. Chapter 9. Lord Craig read the letter from Clane with an amazed frown. He recognized that the boy's prayer had been used to convey a more important message, and the fact that such a ruse had been necessary startled him. It gave a weight to the document which he would not ordinarily have attached to so wild a plan. The important thing about it was that it required only slight changes in the disposition of his troops. His intention was to attack. It assumed that he would attack, and added a rather unbelievable psychological factor. Nevertheless, in its favour was the solid truth that 11 spaceships filled with water had exploded, a still unexplained phenomenon after 2 years. Craig sat for a long time pondering the statement in the letter that the presence of King Winatkin's army at Oslin had not been an accident, but had been due to treachery hitherto unknown in Lin. "I've been cooped up here for 2 years," he thought bitterly, "forced to fight a defensive war because my stepmother and her plumpish son craved unlimited power." He pictured himself dead, and Tews succeeding to the Lord Leadership. After a moment, that seemed appalling. Abruptly, decisively, he called on a temple scientist attached to the army, a man noted for his knowledge of Mars. "How fast do the Oslin Canal waters move at this time of the year?" "About 5 miles an hour," was the reply. Craig considered that. About 130 miles in a Martian day. A third of that should be sufficient, or even less. If the dedicated metal were dropped about 20 miles north of the city, the effect, whatever it was, would be achieved just as his long-planned attack was finally launched. It would certainly do no harm to include such a minor action, as part of the assault preparation. So, even in his anger, he reassured himself. The army was still preparing for the assault when the news arrived from Earth that Craig had been appointed co-Lord Leader. The new joint ruler of the Linen Empire released the announcement in a modestly worded communique to all ranks, and he was almost immediately amazed at the response. Wherever he went, men shouted the news of his coming, and there was wild cheering. He had previously been informed by his intelligence officers that his men appreciated the icy skill with which he had extricated them from the trap at the time of the original landing, but now he felt himself the object of warm personal regard. In the past he had occasionally observed the friendliness which some officers inspired in their men. For the first time that comradely feeling was for him. It made all the years of hardship in the field, the strain of maintaining integrity amid so many corruptions, worth while. As a friend and as an adviser, as General-in-Chief and as a fellow man-at-arms, Lord Leader Craig Lynn addressed his men in a special bulletin issued at dawn of the day of attack. Soldiers of Lynn, the day and the hour of victory are upon us. We have ample forces and an overwhelming abundance of arms to achieve every purpose which we desire. In these moments before the decisive battle is joined, let us remember once more that the goal of victory is a unified solar system, one people and one universe. We are not concerned with the corruption which is sometimes attendant upon the achievement of great purposes. Our goal is an immediate and overwhelming success. But bear in mind, victory is always the result of unflinching determination combined with the skills of the veteran fighting man. I therefore admonish you, for your life and for victory, stand firmly wherever you are, move forward whenever you can. As soldiers we dedicate ourselves with the truest and purest motives to the atom gods and to victory. Each and every one of you has my personal best wishes. Craig Lynn, Lord Leader. The second battle of Oslin was never in doubt. On the morning of the battle, the inhabitants of the city awoke to find the mile-wide canal and all its tributary waters a seething mass of boiling, steaming water. The steam poured over the city in dense clouds. It hid the spaceships that plunged down into the streets. It hid the soldiers who debouched from the ships. By mid-morning, King Winatgin's army was surrendering in such numbers that the royal family was unable to effect an escape. The monarch, sobbing in his dismay, requested the protection of a linen officer, who led him under escort to the co-Lord Leader. The defeated ruler flung himself at Craig's feet, and then, given mercy but chained, stood on a hill beside his captor and watched the collapse of the Martian military might. In a week, all except one remote mountain stronghold had surrendered, and Mars was conquered. At the height of the triumph, about dusk one day, a poisoned arrow snapped out of the shadows of an Oslin building and pierced Lord Craig's throat. He died an hour later in great pain, his murderer still unfound. When the news of his death reached Lynn 3 months later, both sides worked swiftly. Lydia had executed the 2 slave chemists in the dispatch carrier a few hours after she heard of Craig's victory. Now she sent assassins to murder the 2 knights and the patron who had assisted in the opening of the mail. And simultaneously she ordered Tews to leave the city for one of his estates. By the time the old Lord Leader's guards arrived to arrest him, the alarmed young man was off on his private spaceship. It was that escape that took the first edge off the ruler's anger. He decided to postpone his visit to Lydia. Slowly, as that first day dragged by, a bleak admiration for his wife built up inside him, and he realized that he could not afford to jeopardize his relations with her, not now when the great Craig was dead. He decided that she had not actually ordered the assassination of Craig. Some frightened henchman on the scene, fearing for his own safety, had taken his own action, and Lydia, with a masterly understanding of the situation, had merely covered up for them all. It might be fatal to the Empire if he broke with her now. By the time she came with her retinue to offer him official condolences, his mind was made up. He took her hand in his, with tears in his eyes. "Lydia," he said, "this is a terrible moment for me. What do you suggest?" She suggested a combination state funeral and triumph. She said, "Unfortunately, Tews is ill, and will not be able to attend. It appears to be an illness that may keep him away for a long time." The Lord Leader recognized that it was a surrender of her ambition for Tews, at least for the time being. It was, in reality, a tremendous concession, not absolutely necessary in view of his own determination to keep the whole affair private. He bent and kissed her hand. At the funeral they marched together behind the coffin, and because his mind was uneasy with doubts about the future, he kept thinking, "What now?" It was an agony of indecision, of awareness of the limitations of one aging man. He was still thinking and wondering frantically when his gaze lighted upon a boy wearing the mourning robes of a scientist. The youngster walked beside the scholar Nelian, and that brought recognition that it was his grandson Clain. The Lord Leader walked on behind the glittering coffin which contained the remains of his dead son, and now for the first time some of the anguish faded from his set face, and he grew thoughtful. It was not as if he could build much hope on a mutation, and yet he recalled what Joachim had once said about giving the boy a chance to grow up. "It will be up to him after that," the now-dead temple scientist had said, and he had gone on to predict that Clain will carve his own niche in the Linen Hall of Fame. Medron Lynn, a bereaved and desperate man, smiled grimly. The boy's training must go on, and for a change a little emotional development might be in order. Although he was barely at puberty, it was probably time for Clain to discover that women were live bundles of emotion, dangerous yet delightful. Experience with women might well force a balance of mind and body which an over-intellectualized existence had disturbed. Chapter 10. The Deglet family, later renamed Lynn, said the scholar Nelian to his pupil, Lord Clain Lynn, entered the commercial banking business in a very simple fashion about 150 years ago. It was a warm summer day, a few weeks after the funeral of Lord Craig. The two sat under a large smoke tree in the inner grounds of the country estate which Clain had inherited from Joachim. The 14-year-old boy, instead of answering, partly raised himself from his seat. He gazed along the road which led to the city of Lynn, 80 miles away. A cloud of dust was visible on the horizon, and once, as he watched, sunlight glinted on metal. It could have been a turning wheel, but it was still too far distant for details to be identifiable. Clain realized that fact abruptly, for he settled back in his chair, and his words when he spoke were a comment on what Nelian had said. Was it not true that the founder of the family sat on a street corner and loaned money to passers-by in return for keepsakes, such as jewels and rings? "I do believe," nodded the old man, "that your ancestor was an astute money-lender, and knew his fine metals and precious rocks, but he did presently move into an establishment." The boy chuckled. "A one-room wooden structure, very poorly protected from the weather." "Still," said his tutor, "the greater dignity of quarters was attained, and history tells us that after he was able to purchase slaves, he built himself a series of structures of varying degrees of quality, making appointments for particular days at each one, and changing clothes to suit each establishment. Thus, in the course of a week, he would meet a cross-section of the population, one day loaning money from his wooden shack to a workman, and the following day perhaps dealing on a vastly larger scale with a knightly family who would borrow a small amount of cash on their valuable land and buildings, their purpose being to maintain a front which they could not, of course, afford. Your ancestor recognized the irrationality of such false pride, and with icy objectivity took advantage of it. Presently he owned large homes and estates, and had enemies who had foolishly signed over their property in return for a few months more in which to delude themselves." Nelian paused and looked questioningly at his pupil. He said, "The look on your face suggests that what I'm saying has made you thoughtful, young man." It had. But Clain was silent, shaking his head a little with the insights that were flashing through his mind. He said, finally, "I'm thinking that pride has been the downfall of individuals and empires." It was more than that. He was remembering his own tendency to become paralysed in the presence of certain individuals. Could it be that that was his way of maintaining his pride? He explained the insight to Nelian. "As I see it, I can keep my self-esteem in such a situation if I pretend to myself that I am dominated by something inside me over which I have no control. Under such circumstances I can feel self-pity, but do not have to lose face with myself." He shook his head, and then, remembering, looked up and stared into the distance over the uneven green hills, where the dust cloud now featured a continuous glint of sunlight on metal. He shook his head because it was still an unrecognisable mass, and said unhappily, "I wonder if I've done that so often that now I cannot control it." "You're getting better all the time," said Nelian quickly. "That's true." The boy nodded, and he was relieved because he had momentarily forgotten the fact of his development. "I'm like a soldier who becomes more of a veteran with each battle he survives." He frowned. "Unfortunately, there are certain wars I haven't fought yet." Nelian smiled grimly. "You must continue to fight a series of limited engagements, as Jokin and you decided long ago. And I believe, from a report which was conveyed to me recently, it is a policy with which your grandfather concurs." Clain looked at him with narrowed eyes. "Why should my grandfather have considered such a matter recently?" The long, somewhat lined countenance of the tutor broke into a quizzical smile. "It's a legal situation," he said. "Legal?" "Your status," said Nelian gently, "was altered when your father was confirmed as co-lord leader." "Oh, that!" Clain shrugged under the loose-fitting temple gown he wore. "That has little practical meaning. As a mutation, I am like the hunchback of a family who is tolerated because of the blood connection. When I grow up, I can act as an intriguer behind the scenes of power. At best, I may play the role of a priestly liaison between the temples and the government. My future promises to be stereotyped and sterile." "Nevertheless," said Nelian, "as one of the 3 sons of co-lord leader Craig Lynn, you have legal rights within the government, which you will have to deal with whether you like it or not." He finished crustily. "And permit me to inform you, young man, if your attitude of negation reflects your true feelings, then both Jokin and I have wasted our time and effort. In the troubled state of Lynn, you will either live up to your rank or be dead in an assassin's hand before you attain your majority." The boy said coldly, "Old man, continue with your history lesson." Nelian smiled bleakly. "In a different manner, your prospects parallel those of your ancestor whom we are discussing. You, the despised mutation, he, the despised moneylender. Surely you will recognise that the handicaps under which he laboured were as great or greater than your own. And yet, my boy, we are talking about the man who founded the Lynn family. Looking ahead for you, we see only difficulties. Looking back on his career, we can see how simple it all was for a bold man operating among irrational people. You see, a computable percentage of the better families who borrowed money from him did nothing with what they had loaned except maintain their pretence a little longer. And, of course, when ruin struck, they blamed not themselves, but wily young Govan Deglet, who merely hired a few more personal guards and foreclosed on their property. In his early 30s, he was already so wealthy that he could look around among the nearly ruined families of patrons and presently make a proposal of marriage, which shocked the quality folk of that day to the cores of their aristocratic souls. But patron Senna was a man who faced realities, and so, in order to save himself from disaster, he arranged the marriage contract whereby his beautiful daughter, Picarda Senna, thereafter shared the bed of the famous moneylender and bore his children, which, by the way, she resented all her life. She called them, including your great-great-great-grandfather, her bondsman brats." The thin face of the boy twisted into a cynical smile. "If she were that opposed," he said, "I cannot accept that the children were his. Remember, Nelian, up in my retreat at the palace I have listened for years to the adulteries of the famous ladies of the court, all respectably married, according to outward appearance, yet capable of one liaison after another. I never heard one who was not quite open about the possibility that the child each carried at any particular moment was possibly not of the husband. It is unimportant, of course, whether or not we Lynns are direct descendants of Govan Diglet. We inherited his money, and the Senna connection brought family prestige to the children. But he shrugged. Nelian was smiling. Govan knew his aristocratic women and their morals. He had his wife watched at all times, and presently, being a woman of passion, she realized that her only resource was her husband. History records that he was a happy and satisfied man. The scholar climbed to his feet. "Young man," he said, "I believe we should terminate this lesson. In a few minutes your grandfather, the Lord Leader, will be here." "My grandfather!" Clain was on his feet, trembling. All in a flash, the self-possession faded from him. He steadied himself with a terrible effort and said, "What does he want?" "He is bringing a couple of recently captured Martian girl slaves to be your mistresses. Very beautiful youngsters, I'm told." He stopped. He had lost his audience. For Clain, Nelian's words dissolved into meaningless sounds, and then blankness. Once after that, it could have been that evening, he was aware of himself crouching on the floor of his bedroom, and there was a frightened girl peering at him from his bed. She was saying hysterically, "I won't! You can kill me, but he's not normal! I won't!" The Lord Leader's voice came from somewhere out of Clain's line of vision, coldly. "Take her out and whip her. 4 lashes. But don't damage her skin." The next time Clain was aware, the girl was bending over him. "You poor creature. You're as badly off as I am, aren't you? Why not come into the bed? We have to go through with this." The pity of her voice blanked him out. Pity he couldn't stand from anyone. He had a sense of the passage of time, and there were several fantasies of love-making which could have been real, but they didn't seem so. In those fantasies he was violent and insatiable, the girl timid and tender. Other fantasies came. Occasionally they now included a second girl. Somewhere in there he heard Nelian say, "It's amazing to me. I didn't know the male human body had so great a love potential." And still, as the months rolled by, it was like a dream. He seemed to know that the name of the first girl was Silk. He never did learn the name of the second, or if there were others, their names, not even in fantasy. Because, presently, he was rejecting all except Silk. It was at this point that he had his sharpest awareness. His grandfather was lecturing him, and one sentence of that lecture stayed with him through many days. The sentence was, "My boy, if you insist that she will be the only one, then you will have to adjust yourself to her abilities." Clain had the distinct impression of making an agreement within himself that the Lord Healer was right, and that he would adjust. He came to while he was eating with Nelian. He paused in the act of biting a piece of meat, and there must have been something in his manner, for the scholar paused also, and said after a moment, "Anything on your mind, Clain?" The boy nodded. "I'd like us to continue what we were discussing the other day," he said, "about my ancestor, Govan. What of his children?" Nelian sighed with relief, and mentally dictated a letter to the Lord Leader. "Your Excellency," he indicted silently, "after 1 year and 8 months, Lord Clain seems to have recovered from the emotional disaster of being introduced to female companionship. The brain is indeed a strange instrument." Aloud he said, "Your great-great-great-grandfather, Kosan Deglet, was a banker and a patron. He had branches in all the principal cities." The history of the Deglet become Lynn family had another, more mature student. For 7 years after the assassination of Craig, Lord Tews lived on Hawaii in the Great Sea. He had a small property on the largest island of the group, and after his disgrace his mother had suggested that he retire there rather than to one of his more sumptuous mainland estates. A shrewd, careful man, he recognised the value of the advice. His role, if he hoped to remain alive, must be sackcloth and ashes. At first it was purposeful cunning. In Lynn, Lydia racked her brain for explanations and finally came out with the statement that her son had wearied and sickened of politics, and retired to a life of meditation beyond the poisoned waters. For a long time, so plausible and convincing was her sighing, tired way of describing his feelings, as if she too longed for the surcease of rest from the duties of her position, that the story was actually believed. Patrons, governors, and ambassadors, flying out in spaceships from Lynn to the continents across the ocean, paused as a matter of course to pay their respects to the son of Lydia. Gradually they began to realize that he was out of favour, desperately, terribly, dangerously out of favour. The stiff-faced silence of the Lord Leader when Tews was mentioned was reported finally among administrators and politicians everywhere. People were tremendously astute once they realised. It was recalled that Tews had hastily departed from Lynn at the time when the news of the death of General Lord Craig, son of the Lord Leader, was first brought from Mars. At the time his departure had scarcely been remarked. Now it was remembered and conclusions drawn. Great ships carrying high government officials ceased to stop, so that the officials could float down for lunch with Lord Tews. The isolation affected Tews profoundly. He became tremendously observant. He noticed in amazement for the first time that the islanders swam in the ocean, in water that had been poisoned since legendary times by the atom gods. Was it possible the water was no longer deadly? He noted the point for possible future reference, and for the first time grew interested in the name the islanders had for the great ocean. Pacific. Continental people had moved inland to escape the fumes of the deadly seas, and they had forgotten the ancient names. He speculated on the age of a civilization that had suffered so great a disaster that, in withdrawing from the shores of the radiation-poisoned oceans, the very names of those bodies of water had been lost with the passing of time. How long? He could only guess. Thousands of years. He wrote his mother on one occasion, "As you know, this is not a subject which has much engaged my interest. But now, for the first time, I find myself troubled by speculations as to the origin of our culture. Is it possible that, instead of engaging in endless intrigue, we should be attempting to piece together the past, with a view to discovering the nature of the destructive forces that were so long ago loosed upon this planet? What disturbs me is the fact that whoever acted against Earth seemed to be prepared virtually to destroy the planet. Such ruthlessness is a new idea for me, and although it is only a speculation, I find myself looking into the future with a sense of unease. Is it possible that the struggle among groups seeking power can lead to ever greater excesses until finally the world itself is convulsed by their madness? I propose to look into such matters more closely, with a view to arriving at a sane philosophy of government." In another letter he declared, "It has always been a vexation to me that our weapons are so primitive. I have been inclined to accept the old fables that in the distant past fire weapons of various types existed. As you know, we have a very strange paradox in our culture. We have machines which are so carefully constructed that they can be sealed against air loss in journeys through interplanetary space. The knowledge about metals which makes this possible is a heritage of Lynn, which no one has ever been able to trace to the original creators. On the other hand, our weapons are bows and arrows and spears. My tendency at the moment is to speculate that what followed such primitive devices in the olden days was superseded by entirely new types of weapons, which in their turn may also have been superseded. This would mean that the intermediate weapons simply vanished from the culture. The art of making them was lost. These ultimate devices were evidently much more difficult to manufacture. I am still speculating. And so the art could not just be handed down from father to son, as has happened with metallurgical knowledge. We know that even in barbarous times the temples were repositories of manufacturing knowledge, and it might almost seem as if someone deliberately set them up with a view to safeguarding ancient knowledge. We also know that from a very early time the temples set themselves against warlike activity, and so it is possible that they deliberately destroyed information having to do with the production of weapons. Among other things, Tews made his most careful study of the rise of the Lynn family from its Deglet origin. Even as Clane studied the same history, Tews noted that Kosan Deglet, son of the family founder, was driven from the city of Lynn by the enemies of the family. Formerly exiled, all his property, including his banks, confiscated by the patronate, he merely retreated to Mars, and there, from the banking institution which he had established as one of his several branches under foreign governments, he reached back to Lynn through unsuspected subsidiaries and resumed business. As had many another astute person before him, he had foreseen the exile, and so the conspirators found little of the treasure they had expected to seize when they took over his buildings. They had necessarily recourse to taxes. These proved so burdensome at that particular time that there was a great desire among businessmen for the return of Khosan Deglet. This desire, Tews noted in his studies, was cleverly stimulated from Mars by Khosan himself. At the proper moment, the representatives of the people formally invited Khosan back from exile, defeated an attempt on the part of the nobles to seize the government by force, and successfully installed Khosan as elected Lord Leader. The lesson was not lost on the patrons who were subsequently elected to the Lord Leadership. Khosan, even when he was officially only a patron, was repeatedly consulted, and no action was ever taken which did not have his approval. For 30 years he was virtual lord of Lynn. Tews recalled a visit he had paid to the old palace where Khosan had lived. It was now a commercial building, but a brass plate at the entrance bore an inscription, "Passer by, once the house of Khosan Deglet, in which not alone a great man, but knowledge herself had her home." Pursuit of knowledge and banking, these were the cornerstones of the Deglet power. So Lord Tews decided. At key moments, the family's banking interests provided such a compelling force that resistance was overcome. And during all the years of their growth, their penchant for collecting art masterpieces and their association with learned men brought with it a personal regard and admiration, which sustained them through the dangerous repercussions of their occasional errors of judgment. During the long months of study and aloneness that followed his ostracism, Tews' mind dwelt many times on those two factors, and gradually he became critical of the life he had lived in Lynn. He began to see the madness of it and the endless skullduggery. He read with more and more amazement the letters of his mother outlining what she was doing. It was a tale of endless cunnings, conspiracies, and murders, written in a simple code that was effective because it was based on words the extra original meanings of which were known only to his mother and himself. His amazement became disgust, and disgust grew into the first comprehension of the greatness of the Deglet Lynn family, as compared to their opponents. Something had to be done about that pack of ignorant thieves and power-hungry rascals, Tews decided. My stepfather, the Lord Leader, took firm action which was right at the time. He had a great insight. It was no longer the correct approach. The way to a unified universe was not through a continuation of absolute power for one man or family. The old republic never had a chance, since the factions gave it none. But now, after decades of virtual non-party patriotism under the Lord Leader, it should be possible to restore the republic with the very good possibility that it would work. As a safeguard, members of the family must again become personally skilled in banking practice. Tews decided, I shall make it my personal interest to do all these things if I can ever return to Lynn. The months dragged by. In a routine fashion, Nelian advised Medron Lynn that, in 2 weeks your grandson Lord Clane will take up residence with his retinue in an apartment at the Yokin Temple, and will resume his studies to the end of becoming a scientist. The old man was surprised when a special messenger arrived 2 days later in a small space boat, used for fast flights over the surface of the earth. The carrier brought an invitation for the tutor to attend on the Lord Leader at the Capitoline Palace for a conference. If possible, said the letter of invitation, simply come with the messenger and you will be returned to your home before nightfall. Nelian wisely regarded the invitation as a command. Within 2 hours he was ushered into the presence of Medron Lynn. He noted the other's lined, tired face was briefly startled, and then took a large chair near the window overlooking a garden vista. The Lord Leader sat down facing the window, but the chair was only a momentary focal point for his movements. He was away from it more often than on it. He paced the floor, paused to face Clane's tutor, and then paced again. Presently he would be sitting restlessly in his chair, only to be up again, pacing, pausing, and pacing once more. In this wise they discussed the future of Lord Clane Lynn, 16 years old. The biggest task we have, said Medron Lynn, not for the first time, will be to keep inimical forces from having him strangled. Nelian remained discreetly silent on that remark. He had no illusions as to who the inimical forces were. The Lady Lydia, wife of Medron Lynn, was the direct danger. The Lord Leader paused again in his walking, and this time there was a thoughtful look on his face. "Ours has been a strange family," he said reminiscently. "We had the money-lender, and then the shrewd Cosan Deglet, who single-handedly brought our line to its first Lord Leadership. We can pass lightly over Paralee the Elder. His weakness permitted the growth of strong opposing forces. But the crisis came in the great struggle for the control of the temples in the time of Paralee Deglet and of his brother Lauren. These men were disliked, because they were both apt to ride roughshod over the foolish and the ignorant, and because each in his own way saw something which had gone almost unnoticed until that time, the growing power of the temples. The priest-politician, working through the highly suggestible temple congregations, more and more influenced the growing state, and almost always in a fashion that was unrealistic and narrow-minded, designed solely to expand the supremacy of the temples. Both Paralee and Lauren, as a deliberate policy, there is no doubt of this in my mind, waged wars which had as their secondary purpose keeping great bodies of men away from the temples, and simultaneously giving them a soldier's philosophy which cancelled out to some degree the temple rule. The groups that later aligned themselves with Rahinel enjoyed throughout their existence the support, open or secret, of the temple scientists, and it is a remarkable tribute to Lauren, my father, and his brother, that they were able to maintain their power and prestige, even as they were hated, while this ever-growing temple force conspired against them. When you consider that as youths they were exiled for nearly 15 years until they were both in their middle 30s, you can gain an understanding of the problems they faced. During that 15 years there was a linen law which placed the penalty of death upon anyone who so much as suggested that the Deglets be allowed to return to Lynn. Several friends of our family were hanged or beheaded on this charge. The Lord Leader stood grim for a moment, and he seemed to be feeling within himself the anguish of the death of men who had been executed so long ago. After a little he shook himself as if to cast off the feeling, and he said, "Paralee and Lauren returned to Lynn as part of the army leader's revolt more than 60 years ago, and they were determined and unpleasant persons. They refused to place any confidence in the crowds that hysterically cheered their coming. In an atmosphere of murder and assassination they held their power, once they attained it, by ruthless legal control. Paralee was the brilliant general, Lauren the shrewd administrator, and it is natural that he should have brought upon himself the main anger of the enemies of the family. As Lauren's son, I had many opportunities to observe his methods. They were rough but necessary, but it was not surprising that, despite all his precautions, he was assassinated. An uncle of the two men maintained the government until Paralee returned from Venus with several legions and firmly re-established our family, with himself as Lord Leader. One of his first acts was to call me for a conference and point out the trend of events. I was 17, and the only male Deglet heir in the direct line, and what he said alarmed me. He anticipated his own death before long, since he had many ailments, and that meant that I would be only a youngster still when the crisis came. And so, at 17, he made me co-Lord Leader with a view to establishing my legal right to power. I was 22 when he died, and within a few months the expected insurrection occurred. Because of the unanticipated defection of part of the army, it proved even more dangerous than we had thought, and so it took 8 years of civil war to break the deadlock. The weary and aging ruler paused. Then, "If possible, we must prevent such a disaster from transpiring when my time comes. And so it is vital that we utilize the services of every member of the family. Even Clane must play a great role." Nelian, who had been waiting patiently for the other's purpose to be revealed, said, "What do you have in mind for him?" The Lord Leader hesitated, then he drew a deep breath and said sharply, "We cannot wait until those old temple scientists complete his training. Since Jokin's death there has been a lack of enthusiasm for his presence, which reflects the old rebellion and the old intrigue. I should like you to ask Clane if he is prepared to assume immediately the mantle of chief scientist, and so become a member of the inner temple hierarchy. At 16, Nelian breathed, and that, for a while, was all he could think of saying. Actually, he saw nothing wrong in the proposal that a 16-year-old should become one of the leaders of the temple. The pattern of family rights was as ingrained in him as it was in the Lord Leader. But as an old temple follower and supporter, he felt intensely unhappy at the purpose which was all too plainly apparent in the ruler, that of using Clane to subordinate the temples to the Lin family. He thought uneasily, if my training of the boy is effective, he will not be completely a family supporter, but will regard his role in the temples as having an importance and meaning all its own. Nevertheless, this was only a possibility. Clane had his own brand of arrogance. Aloud, Nelian said finally, "Your Excellency, intellectually the boy is ready. Emotionally—" He shook his head. The Lord Leader, who had been briefly seated, came up out of his chair and walked forward until he stood directly in front of the tutor, looking down at him. He said in a deliberate tone, "By the atom gods, he must go through this experience also. And tell him from me that I will not tolerate his having only this girl Selk as his mistress. I cannot permit at this stage his remaining infatuated with any one woman. I don't mean he should discard her, simply there must be others. And tell him that when he enters the Yokin temple 10 days from now, he will enter as a chief scientist, and that I want him to act accordingly." He turned away in an attitude of finality, then swung about and said, "I'll speak to you again about the dangers of assassination. Meanwhile, advise him to stay out of Lydia's way. That is all. You may depart." He turned again, and this time he stalked out of the room. After 3 months, Nelian received a second invitation to the Capitoline Palace. This time the Lord Leader seemed less tense. "I've been hearing things about the boy," he said, "but I'd like direct information. What is this about the healing methods being used at his chief temple?" The tutor frowned. "A most reprehensible practice," he said coldly. "However, Lord Clane has assured me that the purposes are purely experimental, so I am acting for him as a scientific observer." The Lord Leader, who had been pacing the floor, paused and stared down at the old scholar, whose bushy brows were knit with disapproval. He was reminded that Nelian was a former Republican, with certain Republican views. Since the adherents of the Republic had associated themselves with the pernicious temple practice of mass suggestion, their disapproval of anything at all was totally inadmissible to the Lord Leader. This was particularly true of matters having to do with the temples themselves. He parted his lips to say so, thought better of it, and then said mildly, "What is it that is happening, and what is it that you disapprove of?" Nelian said warmly, "Your grandson has long been interested in the temple rituals, and their effect on so many people. So as an experiment he had transported to the Yokin temple, which he now heads, as you know, a very intricate-looking machine, rescued from an ancient digging. This machine had many dials on it, and from the moment it was installed it proved to be an object that evoked superstitious awe. To my amazement, your grandson announced to the congregation that it would heal the sick and the injured, but that they must first come and be registered on it. This meant simply that the ill person watched while a series of dials were set in his presence, ostensibly tuning him into its healing radiation. In my presence I heard Lord Clane inform one individual that from that moment every sensation he felt in his body would derive from the machine, and that its healing power would be felt throughout each day and night." The old scholar paused, quivering, then, "Your Excellency, it hurt me to see your grandson so misuse the reverence of the people for the temples. Such cynicism is highly disturbing." The Lord Leader brushed aside the criticism. "Well," he said, "what was the result? I do not trust the stories I heard, since they were too favourable. Did the machine heal the ill and the injured?" "Of course it did." Nelian was impatient. "But your Excellency misses the point. The misuse of the worship in the temples for such worldly purpose is positively—" He groped for words. "Sacrilegious." Medron Lin studied the other curiously. "What you have told me tells me that Clane has enlarged the use of the suggestion rituals of the temples. In your opinion, how should those rituals be utilized? Nelian was firm. For spiritual purposes, to lead the worldly men and women to greater reverence for the gods. Since people are suggestible, there must be a fundamental reason for it closely related to the God-given origin of life itself. To use it as a means of curing the flesh of its ailments. He shuddered and shook his head, and said with finality, I will not be associated with such an experiment after the new year. The Lord of Lynn paced back and forth before the window, struggling to suppress a smile. He stopped finally and asked soberly, Does Clain perform all these rituals himself? It seems like a considerable task for one person. The tutor shook his head, suddenly more cheerful. He did at first, but as you know, he long ago became a sort of protector of other mutations like himself. He has taken some of the more intelligent of these and has taught them the rituals in connection with the machine. So it is they who now perform during the long hours, and your grandson actually visits the temple only once a week. What is worthwhile about this action is that people are beginning to feel a little differently about mutations. It will probably take quite a while for the change to become apparent to anyone above the lower classes, since Lynn is full of cynics and scoffers. But there is a steady progression toward tolerance, still on a very small scale, of course. There must be some other way, however, to win goodwill for mutations. What would you suggest? Asked the Lord Leader gently. I have nothing in mind at the moment, said Nelian testily, but I have no doubt that a method could be devised which would not include such a base misuse of suggestion. The other man nodded thoughtfully, and said finally in a serious tone, I have great respect for you, Nelian, as you know, but I am greatly troubled by this mutation problem. I should like very much if you would tolerate this activity of my grandson, and that in the meanwhile you would give thought to some other method for achieving the same ends, that is, acceptance of mutations by the great mass of people. Let us not worry about the attitude of the upper classes. He finished smoothly. As soon as you have developed an alternative method, come to me, and if it seems practicable, you shall have my support in presenting it to the people. Nelian nodded grimly. Very well, Your Excellency. I do not wish to seem too inflexible, and I am actually noted for my general tolerance, but this is too much for a man of principle. I will devise such a method as you have requested, and will present it to you in due course. You have my best wishes, sir. Medron Lynn called after him. Tell Clain to stay out of sight when my wife is around. The tutor paused on his way to the door, and turned gravely. Very well, Your Excellency. The Lord Leader said wryly, As for this machine that heals one on a 24-hour-a-day basis, my only regret is that I am not myself suggestible. I could use a little simpleness of mind at this period of my life. Nelian said, Why not come to the temples in a more orthodox fashion, sir? I am sure the gods would give comfort even to the noblest minds. There we are in disagreement, was the sardonic reply. It is a well-known fact that the atom gods are interested only in the ignorant, the simple, the believing, and, of course, in their faithful servants, the temple scientists. Good day, sir. He turned and walked stiffly out of the room. Chapter 11. One day, as Clain was walking along a street of Lynn with the Martian slave girl Selk as his companion, a guard followed discreetly 50 feet behind. He came upon a young artist painting. Clain stopped. The man had a quick, friendly smile for his watchers, and then he continued with deft strokes to work on his canvas. The painting was a joyous swirl of colours, somehow contriving to bring out an amazing representation of the street and its buildings. Clain, whose artistic education was largely religious, was astonished. "How much?" he asked. 500 sesterces. The mutation paid half of the amount and said, "When the painting is completed, bring it to my house." He wrote his name and address on a card and handed it to the young man, who raised his eyebrows when he saw what was written there, but said nothing. He arrived at Clain's townhouse the following afternoon, accompanied by a dark-haired, intense girl and a stocky, uncombed young man. They were all three affable young people, delighted with the painting, and prepared to discuss in detail the exact nature of the frame it should be put in. On impulse, and feeling completely at ease, Clain invited them to remain for dinner. During the wait for the meal to be prepared and served, he was particularly aware of the girl. She moved restlessly about, carrying the mixed drink which she had chosen at the bar, and had mixed herself. She refused to be served by a slave. "I don't believe in slavery," she announced coolly in front of 3 slaves. "I think it's an abominable and barbarous practice." Clain said nothing to that. He was familiar with the arguments against slavery, but he knew how dangerous a subject it was politically. So he continued to watch his female guest, and presently noticed that she was actually examining all the costly drapes and fine furniture. She had just picked up one end of a priceless carpet and felt it with her fingers, when she grew aware of his gaze upon her. She came over and said, "I'll have to bring the matter up, or it will be a barrier between us. You're the mutation Lin?" He felt a chill, instantaneous, but there was too much affinity in her manner for the paralysis to hold. He inclined his head, and for the first time in his life he described his affliction out loud. "The atom gods marked me with a poor rib-cage, twisted arms, and skimpy shoulders." "Does it bother you?" she asked. "It doesn't me." Before Clain could make any comment, dinner was announced. Since it would be entirely served by slaves, he watched to see her reactions, but if she realized the paradox, she showed no sign. Evidently, having made her point, she was not prepared to force an impossible issue. During the meal it developed that the uncombed one was a composer. "If you wish," he said, "I'll compose a dinner piece in honour of this occasion, and dedicate it to you." Clain was interested. "What instruments would predominate in such a composition?" he asked. "Strings?" "Compose it," said Clain. "I'll be very happy to pay you for it, and have a string orchestra come here and play it for us." "Pay for it?" said the young man. He sounded outraged. The girl said quickly, "Oh, we can get together an orchestra, but I think it would be delightful if you did pay Meda. He's such a fool about money. His folks are merchants, and ever since his father disowned him for becoming a musician, he's been pretending money is unimportant." Meda scowled at her, then turned to Clain. "Your Excellency," he said, "this girl has a beautiful voice and a splendid figure, and she is an excellent plucker of various stringed instruments, but she has never learned to mind her own business." The girl ignored him. She addressed Clain. "How much would you pay him for a 10-minute dinner piece that really had power, excitement, and melody?" Clain smiled. "How about 500 sesterces?" The girl clapped her hands. "It's a bargain," she said. "Meda, you'll eat for a month." Meda muttered something, but he did not really look displeased. He agreed presently to deliver the finished composition in 1 week. Later, as they were leaving, the girl lingered in the outer hallway and said to Clain, "I've heard you live a very studious life, surrounded by old men and slaves. Why not meet more of the younger artists and find out what people are creating today, not only what they created 100 years ago?" The realization had already dawned on Clain. He did not make the error at that moment of dismissing the past, but the evening had been a pleasant surprise to him. Before he could reply, the girl spoke again in a lowered tone. "There's some wonderfully talented young men among the artists around the city, and some very talented and attractive girls, including me." She smiled and stepped back for him to look at her. She was such a new type of personality, and so fresh-looking physically, that Clain was shaken by her attitude. He said at last, with an effort, "Delightfully attractive." She smiled with pleasure, and said, "I'm sure that the girls would be willing to include you as one of the group. But we have a rule, Your Excellency, which we do not break for anyone. During the period that you associate with us, there must be no slave girls. Goodbye." She turned and walked lightly out of the door to where her companions waited. The 3 of them moved off along the torch-lighted walk. Alone, Clain evaluated his visitors. He guessed that he had contacted representatives of an impecunious artists' colony, and guessed also that a man who gave even an occasional 500 sesterces would be a welcome addition to their ranks. Could he afford to involve himself? Theoretically, as a chief scientist, he should be a person who lived an ascetic existence. As the Lynn mutation, whose main task was to gain ascendancy over his own compulsive behaviour, it might be well worth his while to become, he smiled at certain incongruities of the notion, a patron of the arts. The growing youth stayed out of Lydia's way as a matter of policy, carefully and consciously. When she was at her home in the city of Lynn, Clain spent months at his country estate, rather than risk being seen by the Lord Leader's wife. Only when she retired to one of the remoter palaces did he take up residence in his townhouse. By maintaining his distance, he could candidly estimate her danger to him. At no time during those years before he attained his majority did he have any real fear of Lady Lydia. He simply knew her for what she was and acted accordingly. It was a period of learning for him. He exhausted the resources of education at the temples and in Joachim's library. The great scholars who came by invitation to his home were one by one stripped of their ideas and their knowledge, at least of as much of it as they would impart. Among the many interesting things he learned was the fact that one of the greatest repositories of knowledge in the realm was his grandfather's library at the Capitoline Palace. There, he was told, he would be able to find many unobtainable books of olden days, collected for 100 years by agents for the Deglets and Lynns from all over the solar system. According to his informant, some of the books had never been read during the lifetime of any man now living. This was due to the fact that the Lord Leader had reserved them for his old age, in the belief that he would then have the time to catch up on his learning. As was to be expected of so busy an individual, the time never arrived. Clain waited until Lady Lydia left the city for one of her periodic rests. Then he established residence in Lynn and requested of the Lord Leader permission to read the rare books. The great man, whose interest in such projects had long declined almost to vanishment, granted the permission, and so Clain and 3 secretary slaves, 2 men and a woman, for some weeks daily entered the palace library and read about the superstitions of a transitional period of history. The books had, in every case, been written after the legendary Golden Age, but before all details about such a period of human development were generally dismissed as nonsensical lies. The books added very little data to what he already knew, but their authors reported the hearsay that had come by father through son for many generations from mistier days. The stories pointed a direction. They added to his certainty that he was on a trail that might lead to even more valuable discoveries than he had already made. He was intensely engaged one day in the pursuit of reading still another book, when on looking up to rest his eyes he saw his stepmother come into the library. It was his first knowledge that she was back in the city. For the Lady Lydia, the meeting was as unexpected as it was for Clain. She had almost forgotten that he existed, having returned to Lynn because of a report from her husband's physician that the Lord Leader was ailing. It was the kind of report that brought home to her the realization that she must waste no more time in her purpose of persuading the old man that Tews should be brought back from exile. She saw Clain now for the first time under conditions that were favourable to his appearance. He was modestly attired in a fatigue gown of a temple scientist, a costume that was effective for covering up his physical deformities. There were folds of cloth to conceal his mutated arms so skilfully that his normal human hands came out into the open as if they were the natural extensions of a healthy boy. The cloak was drawn up into a narrow, not unattractive band around his neck, which served to hide the subtly mutated shoulders and the unhuman chest formation. Above the collar, Lord Clain's head reared with all the pride of a young lordling. It was a head to make any woman look twice, delicately beautiful, with a remarkably clear skin. Lydia, who had never seen her husband's grandson except at a distance, Clain made sure of that, felt a constricting fear in her heart. By uranium, she thought, another great man. As if I didn't have enough trouble trying to get Tews back from exile. It hardly seemed likely that death would be necessary for a mutation, but if she ever hoped to have Tews inherit the empire, then all the more direct heirs would have to be taken care of in some way. Standing there, she added this new relative to her list of the more dangerous kin of the ailing Lord Leader. She saw that Clain was looking at her. His face had changed, stiffened, lost some of its good looks, and that brought a memory of things she had heard about him, that he was easily upset emotionally. The prospect interested her. She walked towards him, a thin smile on her long, handsome countenance. Twice, as she stood tall before him, he tried to get up, and failed each time. All the colour had gone from his cheeks, his face even more strained-looking than it had been, ashen and unnatural, twisted, changed, the last shape of visage beauty gone from it. His lips worked with the effort of speech, but only a muted burst of unintelligible sounds issued forth. Lydia grew aware that the young slave-woman's secretary was almost as agitated as her master. The creature looked beseechingly at Lydia, finally gasped, "May I speak, Your Excellency?" That shocked her. Slaves didn't speak except when spoken to. It was not just a rule or regulation dependent upon the whim of the particular owner. It was the law of the land, and anybody could report a breach as a misdemeanour, and collect half the fine which was subsequently levied from the slave's master. What dazed Lady Lydia was that she should have been the victim of such a degrading experience. She was so stunned that the young woman had time to gasp, "You must forgive him. He is subject to fits of nervous paralysis when he can neither move nor speak. The sight of his illustrious grandmother coming upon him by surprise—" That was as far as she got. Lydia found her voice. She snapped, "It is too bad that all slaves are not similarly afflicted. How dare you speak to me?" She stopped, catching herself sharply. It was not often that she lost her temper, and she had no intention of letting the situation get out of hand. The slave girl was sagging away as if she had been struck with a violence beyond her power to resist. Lydia watched the process of disintegration curiously. There was only one possible explanation for the slave speaking up so boldly for her master. She must be one of his favourite mistresses. And the odd thing in this case was that the slave herself seemed to approve of the relationship, or she wouldn't have been so anxious for him. It would appear, thought Lydia, that this mutation relative of mine can make himself attractive in spite of his deformities, and that it isn't only a case of a slave girl compelled by her circumstances. It seemed to her that the moment had potentialities. "What," she said, "is your name?" "Selk." The young woman spoke huskily. "Oh, a Martian." The Martian War, some years before, had produced some hundreds of thousands of husky, good-looking boy and girl Martians for the slave schools to train. Lydia's plan grew clear. She would have the girl assassinated, and so put the first desperate fear into the mutation. That should hold him until she succeeded in bringing Tews back from exile to supreme power. After all, he was not too important. It would be impossible for the despised mutation to ever become Lord Leader. He had to be put out of the way in the long run, because the Lynn party would otherwise try to make use of him against Tews and herself. She paused for a last look down at Clane. He was sitting rigid, his eyes glazed, his face still colourless and unnatural. She made no effort to conceal her contempt, as with a flounce of her skirt she turned and walked away, followed by her ladies and personal slaves. Slaves were sometimes trained to be assassins. The advantage of using them was that they could not be witnesses in court, either for or against the accused. But Lydia had long discovered that if anything went wrong, if a crisis arose as a result of a murder attempt, a slave assassin did not have the same determination to win over obstacles. Slaves took to their heels at the slightest provocation, and returned with fantastic accounts of the odds that had defeated them. She used former knights and sons of knights, whose families had been degraded from their rank because they were penniless. Such men had a desperate will to acquire money, and when they failed she could usually count on learning the reason. She had a horror of not knowing the facts. For more than 30 of her 60 years her mind had been an unsaturable sponge for details and ever more details. It was accordingly of more than ordinary interest to her when the 2 knights she had hired to murder her step-grandson's slave girl Selk reported that they had been unable to find the girl. "There is no such person now attached to Lord Clane's city household." Her informant, a slim youth named Myrle, spoke with that mixture of boldness and respect which the more devil-may-care assassins affected when talking to high personages. "Lady," he went on with a bow and a smile, "I think you have been outwitted." "I'll do the thinking," said Lydia with asperity. "You're a sword or a knife with a strong arm to wield it. Nothing more." "And a good brain to direct it," said Myrle. Lydia scarcely heard. Her retort had been almost automatic. Because, could it be? Was it possible that Clain had realized what she would do? What startled her was the decisiveness of it, the prompt action that had been taken on the basis of what would only have been a suspicion. The world was full of people who never did anything about their suspicions. If Clain had consciously frustrated her, then he was even more dangerous than she had thought. She'd have to plan her next move with care. She grew aware that the two men were still standing before her. She glared at them. "Well, what are you waiting for? You know there is no money if you fail." "Gracious lady," said Muriel, "we did not fail. You failed." Lydia hesitated, impressed by the fairness of the thrust. She had a certain grudging respect for this particular assassin. 50%, she said. She tossed forward a pouch of money. It was skilfully caught. The men bowed quickly, stiffly, with a flash of white teeth and clank of steel. They whirled and disappeared through thick portières that concealed the door by which they had entered. Lydia sat alone with her thought, but not for long. A knock came on another door, and one of her ladies-in-waiting entered, holding a sealed letter in her hand. "This arrived, madam, while you were engaged." Lydia's eyebrows went up a little when she saw that the letter was from Clain. She read it, tight-lipped. "To my most gracious grandmother. Honourable Lady, I offer my sincere apologies for the insult and distress which I caused your ladyship yesterday in the library. I can only plead that my nervous afflictions are well known in the family, and that when I am assailed it is beyond my power to control myself. I also offer my apologies for the action of my slave girl in speaking to you. It was my first intention to turn her over to you for punishment, but then it struck me that you were so tremendously busy at all times, and besides she scarcely merited your attentions. Accordingly, I have had her sold in the country to a dealer in labour, and she will no doubt learn to regret her insolence. With renewed humble apologies, I remain your obedient grandson, Clain." Reluctantly, the Lady Lynn was compelled to admire the letter. Now she would never know whether she had been outwitted or victorious. "I suppose," she thought acridly, "I could at great expense discover if he merely sent her to his country estate, there to wait until I have forgotten what she looks like. Or could I even do that?" She paused to consider the difficulties. She would have to send as an investigator someone who had seen the girl. Who? She looked up. "Darlot." The woman who had brought the letter curtsied. "Yes." "What did that slave girl in the library yesterday look like?" Darlot was disconcerted. "Why, I don't think I noticed, your ladyship. A blonde, I think." "A blonde?" explosively. "Why, you numbskull! That girl had the most fancy head of golden hair that I have seen in many years. And you didn't notice!" Darlot was herself again. "I am not accustomed to remembering slaves," she said. "Get out of here," said Lydia, but she said it in a flat tone, without emotion. Here was defeat. She shrugged finally. After all, it was only an idea she had had. Her problem was to get Tews back to Lynn. Lord Clain, the only mutation ever born into the family of the Lord Leader, could wait. Nevertheless, the failure rankled. Chapter 12. The Lord Leader had, over a period of years, become an ailing old man who could not make up his mind. At 71 he was almost blind in his left eye, and only his voice remained strong. He had a thunderous baritone that still struck terror into the hearts of criminals when he sat on the chair of high judgment, a duty which, because of its sedentary nature, he cultivated more and more as the swift months of his declining years passed by. The work had another characteristic. On occasion, after he had made up his mind on a matter, although the counsel for the opposing sides were still wrangling, he allowed his thoughts to wander to the ever more pressing problem of the future of his family. "The fact is," he decided one afternoon, "I must see all those young people personally, and estimate their value as Lord Leader material." Quite consciously, he included the mutation among those whom he planned to visit. That night he made the mistake of sitting on the balcony too long without a blanket. he caught a cold and spent the whole of the month that followed in bed. It was there, helpless on his back, acutely aware of his weak body, fully, clearly aware at last that he had at most a few years to live, that the Lord Leader realized finally that he could delay no longer in selecting an heir. In spite of his personal dislike for Tews, he found himself listening, at first grudgingly, then more amenably, to his wife. "Remember," she said, again and again, "your dream of bequeathing to the world a unified empire. Surely you cannot become sentimental about it at the last minute. Lords Geron and Drade are still too young. Geron, of course, is the most brilliant young man of his generation. He is obviously a future Lord Leader and should be named so in your will. But not yet. You cannot hand over the solar system to a youngster of 24. The Lord Leader stirred uneasily. He noticed that there was not a word in her argument about the reason for Tew's exile, and that she was too clever ever to allow into her voice the faintest suggestion that behind her logic was the emotional fact that Tews was her son. "There are, of course," Lydia continued, "the boys' uncles on their mother's side, both amiable administrators, but lacking in will." She paused. "And then there are your daughters and sons-in-law, and their children." "Forget them." The Lord Leader, gaunt and intent on the pillow, moved a hand weakly in dismissal of the suggestion. He was not interested in the second-raters. "You have forgotten," he said finally, "Clane." "A mutation?" said Lydia, surprised. "Are you serious?" The Lord of Lynn was silent. He knew better reluctantly, but he knew why he had made the suggestion. Delay. He realized he was being pushed inexorably to choosing as his heir Lydia's plumpish son by her first husband. "If you considered your own blood only," urged Lydia, "it would be just another case of imperial succession, so common among our tributary monarchies, and among the barbarians of Age and Venus and Mars. Politically it would be meaningless. If, however, you strike across party lines, your action will speak for your supreme patriotism. In no other way could you so finally and unanswerably convince the world that you have only its interest at heart." The old scoundrel, dimmed though his spirit and intellect were by illness and age, was not quite so simple as that. He knew what they were saying under the pillars, that Lydia was moulding him like a piece of putty to her plans. Not that such opinions disturbed him very much. The tireless propaganda of his enemies and of mischief-makers and gossips had dinned into his ears for nearly 50 years, and he had become immune to the chatter. In the end, the decisive factor was only partly Lydia's arguments, and partly his own desperate realization that he had little choice. The unexpected factor was a visit to his bedside by the younger of his two daughters by his first marriage. She asked that he grant her a divorce from her present husband, and permit her to marry the exiled Tews. "I have always," she said, "been in love with Tews, and only Tews, and I am willing to join him in exile." The prospect was so dazzling that for once the old man was completely fooled. It did not occur to him that Lydia had spent 2 days convincing the cautious Gudrun that here was her only chance of becoming First Lady of Lynn. "Otherwise," Lydia had pointed out, "you'll be just another relative, dependent upon the whim of the reigning Lord Leader's wife." The Lord of Lynn suspected absolutely nothing of that behind-the-scenes connivance. His daughter married to Lord Tews. The possibilities warmed his chilling blood. She was too old, of course, to have any more children, but she could serve Tews as Lydia had him, a perfect foil, a perfect representative of his own political group. His daughter! "I must," he thought, "go and see what Clane thinks. Meanwhile I can send for Tews on a tentative basis." He didn't say that out loud. No one in the family except himself realized the enormous extent of the knowledge that the long-dead temple scientist Jokin had bequeathed to Clane. The Lord Leader preferred to keep the information in his own mind. He knew Lydia's propensity for hiring assassins, and it wouldn't do to subject Clane to more than ordinary danger from that source. He regarded the mutation as an unsuspected stabilizing force during the chaos that might follow his death. He wrote a letter inviting Tews to return to Lynn, and a week later, finally out of bed, he had himself carried to Clane's residence in the west suburbs. He remained overnight, and, returning the next day, began to discharge a score of key men whom Lydia had slipped into administrative positions on occasions when he was too weary to know what the urgent business was for which he was signing papers. Lydia said nothing, but she noted the sequence of events. A visit to Clane, then action against her men. She pondered that for some days, and then, the day before Tews was due, she set out on her first visit to the modest-looking home of Lord Clane Lynn, taking care that she was not expected. On the way, it occurred to her that she was not satisfied with her situation. A dozen of her schemes were coming to a head, and here she was going to see Lord Clane, a completely unknown factor. Thinking about it from that viewpoint, she felt astonished. What possible danger, she asked herself again and again, could a mutation be to her? Even as those thoughts infuriated the surface of her mind, deep inside she knew better. There was something here. The old man would never bother with a nonentity. He was either quiet with the quietness of weariness, or utterly impatient. Young people particularly enraged him easily, and if Clane was an exception, then there was a reason. From a distance, Clane's residence looked small. There was brush in the foreground and a solid wall of trees across the entire 800-foot front of the estate. The house peaked a few feet above a mantle of pines and evergreens. As her chair drew nearer, Lydia decided it was a 3-story building, which was certainly minuscule beside the palaces of the other Lynns. Her bearers puffed up a hill, trotted past a pleasant arbour of trees, and came after a little to a low, massive fence that had not been visible from below. Lydia, always alert for military obstacles, had her chair put down. She climbed out, conscious that a cool, sweet breeze was blowing where, a moment before, had been only the dead heat of a stifling summer day. The air was rich with the perfume of trees and green things. She walked slowly along the fence, noting that it was skilfully hidden from the street below by an unbroken hedge, although it showed through at this close range. She recognized the material as similar to that of which the temples of the scientists were constructed, only there was a visible lead lining. She estimated the height of the fence at 3 feet, and its thickness about 3.5. It was fat and squat, and defensively useless. When I was young, she thought, I could have jumped over it myself. She returned to the chair, annoyed because she couldn't fathom its purpose, and yet couldn't quite believe it had no purpose. It was even more disconcerting to discover 100 feet farther along the walk that the gate was not a closure but an opening in the wall, and that there was no guard in sight. In a minute more the bearers had carried her inside, through a tunnel of interwoven shrubs shadowed by towering trees, and then to an open lawn. That was where the real surprise began. "Stop," said the Lady Lydia. An enormous combination meadow and garden spread from the edge of the trees. She had an eye for size, and, without thinking about it, she guessed that 15 acres were visible from her vantage point. A gracious stream meandered diagonally across the meadow. Along its banks scores of guest homes had been built, low, sleek, bewindowed structures, each with its overhanging shade trees. The house, a square-built affair, towered to her right. At the far end of the grounds were 5 spaceships neatly laid out side by side. And everywhere were people. Men and women, singly and in groups, sitting in chairs, walking, working, reading, writing, drawing and painting. Thoughtfully, Lydia walked over to a painter who sat with his easel and palette a scant dozen yards from her. She was not accustomed to being ignored. She said sharply, "What is all this?" She waved an arm to take in the activities of the estate. "What is going on here?" The young man shrugged. He dabbed thoughtfully at the scene he was painting, then, still without looking up, said, "Here, madam, you have the centre of Lynn. Here the thought and opinion of the empire is created and cast into moulds for public consumption. Ideas born here, once they are spread among the masses, become the mores of the nation and the solar system. To be invited here is an unequalled honour, for it means that your work as a scholar or artist has received the ultimate recognition that power and money can give. Madam, whoever you are, I welcome you to the intellectual centre of the world. You would not be here if you had not some unsurpassed achievement to your credit, However, I beg you, please do not tell what it is until this evening, when I shall be happy to lend you both my ears. And now, old and successful woman, good day to you." Lydia withdrew thoughtfully. Her impulse, to have the young man stripped and lashed, yielded before a sudden desire to remain incognito as long as possible while she explored this unsuspected outdoor salon. It was a universe of strangers. Not once did she see a face she recognized. These people, whatever their achievements, were not the publicized great men of the empire. She saw no patrons, and only one man with the insignia of a knight on his coat. And when she approached him, she recognized from the alien religious symbol connected with the other markings that his knighthood was of provincial origin. He was standing near a fountain which spewed forth a skilfully blended mixture of water and smoke. It made a pretty show, the smoke rising up in a thin, stream-like cloud. As she paused beside the fountain, there was a cessation of the cooling breeze, and she felt a wave of heat that reminded her of the steaming hot lower town. Lydia concentrated on the man and on her desire for information. "I'm new here," she said engagingly. "Has this centre been long in operation?" "About 5 years, madam. After all, our young prince is only 24. "Prince?" asked Lydia. The knight, a rugged-faced individual, was apologetic. "I beg your pardon. It is an old word of my province, signifying a leader of high birth. I discovered on my various journeys into the pits where the atom gods live, and where once cities existed, that the name was of legendary origin. This is according to old books I found in remnants of buildings." Lydia said, shocked, "You went down into one of the reputed homes of the gods, where the eternal fires burn?" The knight chuckled. "Some of them are less eternal than others, I discovered." "But weren't you afraid of being physically damaged?" "Madam," shrugged the other, "I am over 50 years old. Why should I worry if my blood is slightly damaged by the aura of the gods?" Lydia hesitated, interested, but she had let herself be drawn from her purpose. "Prince," she repeated now, grimly. Applied to Clane, the title had a ring she didn't like. Prince Clane. It was rather stunning to discover that there were men who thought of him as a leader. What had happened to the old prejudices against mutations? She was about to speak again when, for the first time, she actually looked at the fountain. She pulled back with a gasp. The water was bubbling. A mist of steam arose from it. Her gaze shot up to the spout, and now she saw that it was not smoke and water spewing up from it. It was boiling, steaming water. Water that rolled and rushed and roared. More hot water than she had ever seen from an artificial source. Memory came of the blackened pots in which slaves heated her daily hot water needs, and she felt a spurt of pure jealousy at the extravagant luxury of a fountain of boiling water on one's grounds. "But how does he do it?" she gasped. "Has he tapped an underground hot spring?" "No, madam, the water comes from the stream over there." The knight pointed. "It is brought here in tiled pipes and then runs off into the various guest homes." "Is there some arrangement of hot coals?" "Nothing, madam." The knight was beginning to enjoy himself visibly. "There is an opening under the fountain, and you can look in if you wish." Lydia wished. She was fascinated. She realized she had let herself be distracted, but for the moment that was of secondary importance. She watched with bright eyes as the knight opened the little door in the cement, and then she stooped beside him to peer in. It took several seconds to become accustomed to the dim light inside, but finally she was able to make out the massive base of the spout and the 6-inch pipe that ran into it. Lydia straightened slowly. The man shut the door matter-of-factly. As he turned, she asked, "But how does it work?" The knight shrugged. "Some say that the water gods of Mars have been friendly to him ever since they helped his late father to win the war against the Martians. You will recall that the canal waters boiled in a frightful fury, thus confusing the Martians as they were attacked. And then again, others say that it is the atom gods helping their favourite mutation." "Oh," said Lydia. This was the kind of talk she could understand. She had never in her life worried about what the gods might think of her actions, and she was not going to start now. She straightened and glared imperiously at the man. "Don't be such a fool," she said. A man who has dared to penetrate the homes of the gods should have more sense than to repeat old wives' tales like that." The man gaped. She turned away before he could speak and marched off to her chair. "To the house," she commanded her slaves. They had her at the front entrance of the residence before it struck her that she had not learned the tremendous and precious secret of the boiling fountains. She caught Clain by surprise. She entered the house in her flamboyant manner, and by the time a slave saw her and ran to his master's laboratory to bring the news of her coming, it was too late. She loomed in the doorway as Clain turned from a corpse he was dissecting. To her immense disappointment, he did not freeze up in one of his emotional spasms. She had expected it, and her plan was to look over the laboratory quietly and without interference. But Clain came towards her. "Honourable grandmother," he said, and knelt to kiss her hand. He came up with an easy grace. "I hope," he said with an apparent eagerness, "that you will have the time and inclination to see my home and my work. Both have interesting features." His whole manner was so human, so engaging, that she was disconcerted anew, not an easy emotion for her to experience. She shook off the weakness impatiently. Her first words affirmed her purpose in visiting him. "Yes," she said, "I shall be happy to see your home. I have been intending for some years to visit you, but I have been so busy." She sighed. The duties of statecraft can be very onerous. The beautiful face looked properly sympathetic. A delicate hand pointed at the dead body, which those slim fingers had been working over. The soft voice informed that the purpose of the dissection was to discover the position pattern of the organs and muscles and bones. "I have cut open dead mutations," Clain said, "and compared them with normal bodies." Lydia could not quite follow the purpose. After all, each mutation was different, depending upon the way the god forces had affected them. She said as much. The glowing blue eyes of the mutation looked at her speculatively. "It is commonly known," he said, "that mutations seldom live beyond the age of 30. Naturally," he continued with a faint smile, "since I am within 6 years of that milestone, the possibility weighs upon me. Joachim, that astute old scientist, who unfortunately is now dead, believed that the deaths resulted from inattentions, due to the manner in which the mutations were treated by their fellows. He felt that if those tensions could be removed, as they have been to some extent in me, a normal span of life would follow, as also would normal intelligence. I'd better correct that. He believed that a mutation, given a chance, would be able to realize his normal potentialities, which might be either super or subnormal compared to human beings." Clain smiled. "So far," he said, "I have noticed nothing out of the ordinary in myself." Lydia thought of the boiling fountain and felt a chill. "That old fool, Joachim," she thought in a cold fury. "Why didn't I pay more attention to what he was doing? He's created an alien mind in our midst, within striking distance at the top of the power group of the Empire." The sense of immense disaster possibilities grew. "Death," she thought, "within hours after the old man is gone. No risks can be taken with this creature." Suddenly she was interested in nothing but the accessibility of the various rooms of the house to assassins. Clain seemed to realize her mood, for after a brief tour of the laboratory, of which she remembered little, he began the journey from room to room. Now her eyes and attention sharpened. She peered into doors, examined windows, and did not fail to note with satisfaction the universal carpeting of the floors. Myrrel would be able to attack without warning sounds. "And your bedroom?" she asked finally. "We're coming to it," said Clain. "It's downstairs, adjoining the laboratory. There's something else in the lab that I want to show you. I wasn't sure at first that I would, but now—" his smile was angelic— "I will." The corridor that led from the living room to the bedroom was almost wide enough to be an anteroom. The walls were hung with drapes from floor to ceiling, which was odd. Lydia, who had no inhibitions, lifted one drape and peered under it. The wall was vaguely warm, like an ember, and it was built of temple stone. She looked at Clain questioningly. "I have some god metals in the house. Naturally, I'm taking no chances. There's another corridor leading from the laboratory to the bedroom." What interested Lydia was that neither door of the bedroom had either a lock or a bolt on it. She thought about that tensely as she followed Clane through the anteroom that led to the laboratory. He wouldn't, it seemed to her, leave himself so unprotected forever. The assassins must strike before he grew alarmed. The sooner the better. Regretfully, she decided it would have to be after Tews was confirmed as heir to the throne. She grew aware that Clane had paused beside a dark box. Gelogreant, he said, brought this to me from one of his journeys into the realms of the gods. I'm going to step inside, and you go around to the right there and look into the dark glass. You will be amazed. Lydia obeyed, puzzled. For a moment, after Clane had disappeared inside, the glass remained dark. Then it began to glow faintly. She retreated a step before that alien shiningness, then, remembering who she was, stood her ground. And then she screamed. A skeleton glowed through the glass, and the shadow of a beating heart, the shadow of expanding and contracting lungs. As she watched, petrified now, the skeleton arm moved and seemed to come towards her, but drew back again. At last, comprehension came to her paralyzed brain. She was looking at the inside of a living human being, at Clane. Abruptly that interested her. Clane. Like lightning, her eyes examined the bone structure. She noticed the cluster of ribs around his heart and lungs, the special thickness of his collarbones. Her gaze flashed down towards his kidneys, but this time she was too slow. The light faded and went out. Clane emerged from the box. "Well," he asked, pleased, "what do you think of my little gift from the gods?" The phraseology startled Lydia. All the way home she thought of it. Gift from the gods. In a sense it was. The atom gods had sent their mutation a method of seeing himself, for studying his own body. What could their purpose be? She had a conviction that, if the gods really existed, and if, as seemed evident, they were helping Clane, then the deities of the atom were again, as they had in legendary times, interfering with human affairs. The sinking sensation that came had only one hopeful rhythm, and that was like a drumbeat inside her. Kill, and soon, soon. But the days passed, and the demands of political stability absorbed all her attention. Nevertheless, in the midst of a score of new troubles, she did not forget Clane. The messenger from the Lord Leader, inviting Tew's return, arrived on the same ship as another letter from his mother. Hers sounded as if it had been written in breathless haste, but it contained an explanation of how his recall had been accomplished. The price shocked Tew's. "What?" he thought. "Marry Gudrun?" It took an hour for his nerves to calm sufficiently for him to even consider the proposition. His plan, it seemed to him finally, was too important to be allowed to fail because of his distaste for a woman whose interest in men ran not so much to quality as to quantity. And it wasn't as if he were bound to another woman. His wife, 7 years before, on discovering that his departure from Lynn might be permanent, hastily persuaded her father to declare them divorced. Yes, he was free to marry. The return of Tews was a triumph for his mother's diplomacy and a great moment for himself. His ship came down in the square of the Pillars, and there, before an immense cheering throng, he was welcomed by the Lord Leader and the entire patronate. The parade that followed was led by a unit of 5,000 glitteringly arrayed horse-mounted troops, followed by 10,000 foot soldiers, 1,000 engineers, and scores of mechanical engines for throwing weights and rocks at defensive barriers. Then came the Lord Leader, Lydia, and Tews, and the 300 patrons and 600 knights of the Empire. The rear of the parade was brought up by another cavalry unit of 5,000 men. From the rostrum that jutted out from the patronate building, the Lord Leader, his lion's voice undimmed by age, welcomed his stepson. All the lies that had ever been told about the reason for Tew's exile were coolly and grandly confirmed now. He had gone away to meditate. He had wearied of the cunnings and artifices of government. He has returned only after repeated pleadings on the part of his mother and of the Lord Leader. "As you know," concluded the Lord Leader, 7 years ago I was bereft of my natural heir, in the moment of greatest military triumph the Empire has ever experienced, the conquest of the Martians. Today, as I stand before you, no longer young, no longer able to bear the full weight of either military or political command, It is an immeasurable relief to me to be able to tell the people with confidence and conviction, here, in this modest and unassuming member of my family, the son of my dear wife Lydia, I ask you to put your trust. To the soldiers I say, this is no weakling. Remember the Cimbri, conquered under his skilful generalship when he was but a youth of 25. Particularly I direct my words to the hard-pressed soldiers on Venus, where false leaders have misled the island provinces of the fierce Venusian tribes to an ill-fated rebellion. Ill-fated, I say, because as soon as possible Tews will be there with the largest army assembled by the Empire since the War of the Martians. I am going to venture a prediction. I am going to predict that within 2 years the Venusian leaders will be hanging on long lines of posts of the type they are now using to murder prisoners. I predict that these hangings will be achieved by co-Lord Leader General Tews, whom I now publicly appoint my heir and successor, and on whose behalf I now say, take warning, all those who would have ill befall the Empire. Here is the man who will confound you and your schemes. The dazzled Tews, who had been advised by his mother to the extent of the victory she had won for him, stepped forward to acknowledge the cheers and to say a few words. Not too much, his mother had warned him. Be non-committal. But Lord Tews had other plans. He had carefully thought out the pattern of his future actions, and he had one announcement to make. In addition to a ringing acceptance of the military leadership that had been offered him, and a promise that the Venusian leaders would indeed suffer the fate which the Lin of Lin had promised them, the announcement had to do with the title of co-Lord Leader which had been bestowed on him. I am sure, he told the crowd, that you will agree with me that the title of Lord Leader belongs uniquely to the first and greatest man of Lin. I therefore request, and will hold it mandatory upon government leaders, that I be addressed as Lord Adviser. It shall be my pleasure to act as adviser to both the Lord Leader and the Patronate, and it is in this role that I wish to be known henceforth to the people of the mighty Linen Empire. Thank you for listening to me, and I now advise you that there will be games for 3 days in the bowls, and that free food will be served throughout the city at my expense. Go and have a good time, and may the gods of the atoms bring you all good luck. During the first minute after he had finished, Lydia was appalled. Was Tews mad to have refused the title of Lord Leader? The joyful yelping of the mob soothed her a little, and then, slowly, as she followed Tews and the old man along the promenade that led from the rostrum to the palace gates, she began to realize the cleverness of the new title. Lord Adviser. Why, it would be a veritable shield against the charges of those who were always striving to rouse the people against the absolute government of the Lins. It was clear that the long exile had sharpened, rather than dulled, the mind of her son. The Lord Leader, too, as the days passed and the new character of Tews came to the fore, was having regrets. Certain restrictions which he had imposed upon his stepson during his residence on Away seemed unduly severe and ill-advised in retrospect. He should not, for instance, have permitted Tews' wife to divorce him, but should have insisted instead that she accompany him. It seemed to him now that there was only one solution. He rushed the marriage between Tews and Gudrun, and then dispatched them to Venus on their honeymoon, taking the precaution of sending 250,000 men along so that the future Lord Leader could combine his love-making with war-making. Having solved his main troubles, the Lord Leader gave himself up to the chore of aging gracefully, and of thinking out ways and means whereby his other heirs might be spared from the death which the thoughtful Lydia was undoubtedly planning for them. All too soon, despite his own and his physician's precautions, the Lord Leader sank into his final illness. He lay in his bed of pillows, sweating out his last hours. All the wiles of the palace physician, including an ice-cold bath, a favourite remedy of his, failed to rally the stricken great man. In a few hours the patronate was informed, and state leaders were invited to officiate at the deathbed. The Lin of Lin had some years before introduced a law that no ruler was ever to be allowed to die incommunicado. It was a thoughtful precaution against poisoning which he had considered extremely astute at the time, but which now, as he watched the crowds surging outside the open doors of his bedroom and listened to the subdued roar of voices, seemed somewhat less than dignified. He motioned to Lydia. She came gliding over, and nodded at his request that the door be closed. Some of the people in the bedroom looked at each other as she shooed them away, but the mild voice of the Lord Leader urged them, and so they trooped out. It took about 10 minutes to clear the room. The Lord Leader lay then looking sadly up at his wife. He had an unpleasant duty to perform, and the unfortunate atmosphere of imminent death made the affair not less but more sordid. He began without preliminary. "In recent years I have frequently hinted to you about fears I have had about the health of my relatives. Your reactions have left me no recourse but to doubt that you now have left in your heart any of the tender feelings which are supposed to be the common possession of womankind." "What's this?" said Lydia. She had her first flash of insight as to what was coming. She said grimly, "My dear husband, have you gone out of your head?" The Lord Leader continued calmly, "For once, Lydia, I am not going to speak in diplomatic language. Do not go through with your plans to have my relatives assassinated as soon as I am dead." The language was too strong for the woman. The colour deserted her cheeks, and she was suddenly as pale as lead. "I," she breathed, "kill your kin?" The once steel-grey, now watery eyes stared at her with remorseless purpose. "I have put Geron and Drade beyond your reach. They are in command of powerful armies, and my will leaves explicit instructions about their future. Some of the men who are administrators are likewise protected to some extent. The women are not so fortunate. My own 2 daughters are safe, I think. The elder is childless and without ambition, and Gudrun is now the wife of Tews. But I want a promise from you that you will not attempt to harm her, and that you will similarly refrain from taking any action against her 3 children by her first marriage. I want your promise to include the children of my 3 cousins. And finally, I want a promise from you about the Lady Tanya, her 2 daughters, and her son, Lord Clane." "Clane?" said Lydia. Her mind had started working as he talked. It leapt past the immense insult she was being offered, past all the names, to that one individual. She spoke the name again, more loudly. "Clane!" Her eyes were distorted pools. She glared at her husband with a bitter intensity. "And what," she said, "makes you think, who suspects me capable of such crimes, that I would keep such a promise to a dead man?" The old man was suddenly less bleak. "Because, Lydia," he said quietly, "you are more than just a mother protecting her young. You also are a leader whose political sagacity and general intelligence made possible the virtually united empire which Tews will now inherit. You are at heart an honest woman, and if you made me a promise, I think you would keep it." She knew he was merely hoping now, and her calmness came back. She watched him with bright eyes, conscious of how weak was the power of a dying man, no matter how desperately he strove to fasten his desires and wishes upon his descendants. "Very well, my old darling," she soothed him. "I will make you the promise you wish. I guarantee not to murder any of these people you have mentioned." The Lord Leader gazed at her in despair. He had, he realized, not remotely touched her. This woman's basic integrity, and he knew it was there, could no longer be reached through her emotions. He abandoned that line immediately. "Lydia," he said, "don't anger Clane by trying to kill him." "Anger him?" said Lydia. She spoke sharply because the phrase was so unexpected. She gazed at her husband with a startled wonder, as if she couldn't be quite sure that she had heard him correctly. She repeated the words slowly, listening to them as if she somehow might catch their secret meaning. "Anger him?" "You must realize," said the Lord Leader, that you have some 15 or 20 years of life to endure after my death, provided you hoard your physical energies. If you spend those years trying to run the world through Tews, you will quickly and quite properly be discarded by him. That is something which is not yet clear to you, and so I advise you to reorientate yourself. You must seek your power through other men. Jeren will not need you, and Drade needs only Jeren. Tews can and will dispense with you. That leaves Clain, of the great men. He can use you. Through him, therefore, you will be able to retain a measure of your power. Her gaze was on his mouth every moment that he talked. She listened as his voice grew weaker and finally trailed into nothingness. In the silence that fell between them, Lydia sat comprehending at last, so it seemed to her. This was Clain talking through his dying grandfather. This was Clain's cunning appeal to the fears she might have for her own future. The Clain who had frustrated her designs on the slave girl Selk was now desperately striving to anticipate her designs on him. Deep inside her, as she sat there watching the old man die, she laughed. 3 months before, recognizing the signals of internal disintegration in her husband, she had insisted that Tews be recalled from Venus, and Jeren appointed in his place. Her skill in timing was now bearing fruit, and it was working out even better than she had hoped. It would be at least a week before Tews' spaceship would arrive in Lynn. During that week, the widow Lydia would be all-powerful. It was possible that she would have to abandon her plans against some of the other members of the family. But they, at least, were human. It was Clain, the alien, the creature, the non-human, who must be destroyed at any cost. She had 1 week in which she could, if necessary, use 3 whole legions and 100 spaceships to smash him and the gods that had made him. The long, tense conversation had dimmed the spark of life in the Lord Leader. 10 minutes before sunset, the great throngs outside saw the gates open, and Lydia, leaning on the arms of 2 old patrons, slowly walked out, followed by a crowd of noblemen. In a moment it was general knowledge that the Lynn of Lynn was dead. Chapter 13. Lydia wakened lazily on the morrow after the death of the Lord Leader. She stretched and yawned deliciously, revelling in the cool, clean sheets. Then she opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling. Bright sunlight was pouring through open windows, and Dalit hovered at the end of the bed. "You asked to be awakened early, honourable lady," she said. There was a note of respect in her voice that Lydia had never noticed before. Her mind poised, pondering the imponderable difference. And then she got it. The Lynn was dead. For 1 week she was not the legal but the de facto head of the city and state. None would dare oppose the mother of the new leader, the Lord Advisor Tews. Glowing, Lydia sat up in bed. "Has there been any word yet from Muriel?" "None, gracious lady." She frowned over that. Her assassin had formed a relationship with her which he at first accepted reluctantly, then, recognizing its value, with smiling grace. He had access to her bedroom at all hours of the day or night, and it was rather surprising that he, to whom she had entrusted such an important errand, should not have reported long since. Dalit was speaking again. "I think, madam, you should inform him, however, that it is unwise for him to have parcels delivered here addressed to himself in your care." Lydia was climbing out of bed. She looked up, astounded and angry. "Why, the insolent fool! Has he done that? Let me see the parcel." She tore off the wrapping furiously, and found herself staring down at a vase filled with ashes. A note was tied around the lip of the vase. Puzzled, she turned it over, and read, "Dear Madam, your assassin was too moist. The atom gods, once roused, become frantic in the presence of moisture. Uranium for the Council of Gods." Crash! The sound of the vase smashing on the floor shocked her out of a blur of numbness. Wide-eyed, she stared down at the little pile of ashes amid the broken pieces of pottery. With tense fingers, she reached down and picked up the note. This time, not the meaning of the note, but the signature, snatched at her attention. Uranium! It was like a dash of cold water. With bleak eyes she gazed at the ashes of what had been Myrrel, her most trustworthy assassin. She realized consciously that she felt this death more keenly than that of her husband. The old man had hung on too long. So long as life continued in his bones, he had the power to make changes. When he had finally breathed his last, she had breathed easily for the first time in years, as if a weight had been lifted from her soul. But now a new weight began to settle in its place, and her breath came in quick gasps. She kicked viciously at the ashes, as if she would shove the meaning of them out of her life. How could Myrrel have failed? Myrrel, the cautious, the skilful, Myrrel, the bold and brave and daring. Darlet. Yes, lady. With narrowed eyes and pursed lips, Lydia considered the action she was contemplating, but not for long. Call Colonel Mullion. Tell him to come at once. She had 1 week to kill a man, and it was time to come out into the open. Lydia had herself carried to the foot of the hill that led up to the estate of Lord Clane. She wore a heavy veil, and used as carriers slaves who had never appeared with her in public, and an old unmarked chair of one of her ladies-in-waiting. Her eyes, that peered out of this excellent disguise, were bright with excitement. The morning was unnaturally hot. Blasts of warm air came sweeping down the hill from the direction of Clane's house, and after a little she saw that the soldiers 100 yards up the hill had stopped. The pause grew long and puzzling, and she was just about to climb out of her chair when she saw Mullion coming towards her. The dark-eyed, hawk-nosed officer was sweating visibly. "Madam," he said, "we cannot get near that fence. It seems to be on fire." "I can see no flame." "It isn't that kind of a fire." Lydia was amazed to see that the man was trembling with fright. "There's something unnatural up there," he said. "I don't like it." She came out of the chair then, the chill of defeat settling upon her. "Are you an idiot?" she snarled. "If you can't get past the fence, drop men from spaceships into the grounds." "I've already sent for them," he said. But, said Lydia, and it was a curse. "I'll go up and have a look at that fence myself." She went up and stopped short where the soldiers were gasping on the ground. The heat had already blasted at her, but at that point it took her breath away. She felt as if her lungs would sear inside her. In a moment her throat was ash dry. She stepped behind a bush, but it was no good. She saw that the leaves had seared and darkened, and then she was retreating behind a little knob-like depression in the hill. She crouched behind it, too appalled to think. She grew aware of Mullion working up towards her. He arrived, gasping, and it was several seconds before he could speak. Then he pointed up. "The ships," he said. She watched them creep in low over the trees. They listed a little as they crossed the fence, then sank out of sight and disappeared behind the trees that hid the meadow of Clane's estate. 5 ships in all came into sight and disappeared over the rim of the estate. Lydia was keenly aware that their arrival relieved the soldiers, sprawling helplessly all around her. "Tell the men to get down the hill," she commanded hoarsely, and made the hastiest retreat of all. The street below was still almost deserted. A few people had paused to watch in a puzzled fashion the activities of the soldiers, but they moved on when commanded to do so by the guards who had been posted in the road. It was something to know that the campaign was still a private affair. She waited. No sound came from beyond the trees where the ships had gone. It was as if they had fallen over some precipice into an abyss of silence. Half an hour went by, and then, abruptly, a ship came into sight. Lydia caught her breath, then watched the machine float towards them over the trees and settle in the road below. A man in uniform came out. Mullion waved at him and ran over to meet him. The conversation that followed was very earnest. At last Mullion turned and with evident reluctance came towards her. He said in a low tone, "The house itself is offering an impregnable heat barrier, but they have talked to Lord Clane. He wants to speak to you." She took that with a tense thoughtfulness. The realization had already penetrated deep that this stalemate might go on for days. "If I could get near him," she decided remorselessly, "by pretending to consider his proposals." It seemed to work perfectly. By the time the spaceship lifted her over the fence, the heat that exuded from the walls of the house had died away to a bearable temperature. And, incredibly, Clain agreed that she could bring a dozen soldiers into the house as guards. As she entered, she had her first sense of eeriness. There was no one around, not a slave, not a movement of life. She headed in the direction of the bedroom, more slowly with each step. The first grudging admiration came. It seemed unbelievable that his preparations could have been so thorough as to include the evacuation of all his slaves. And yet it all fitted. Not once in her dealings with him had he made a mistake. "Grandmother, I wouldn't come any closer." She stopped short. She saw that she had come to within a yard of the corridor that led to his bedroom. Clain was standing at the far end, and he seemed to be quite alone and undefended. "Come any nearer," he said, "and death will strike you automatically." She could see nothing unusual. The corridor was much as she remembered it. The drapes had been taken down from the walls, revealing the temple stone underneath. And yet, standing there, she felt a faint warmth, unnatural and, suddenly, deadly. It was only with an effort that she threw off the feeling. She parted her lips to give the command, but Clain spoke first. "Grandmother, do nothing rash. Consider before you defy the powers of the atom. Has what happened today not yet penetrated to your intelligence? Surely you can see that whom the gods love no mortal can destroy." The woman was bleak with her purpose. "You have misquoted the old saying," she said. "Whom the gods love die young." And yet, once more, she hesitated. The stunning thing was that he continued to stand there, less than 30 feet away, unarmed, unprotected, a faint smile on his lips. How far he has come, she thought. His nervous affliction conquered now, and what a marvellously beautiful face, so calm, so confident. Confident. Could it be that there were gods? Could it be? "Grandmother, I warn you, make no move. If you must prove that the gods will strike on my behalf, send your soldiers. But do not move yourself." She felt weak, her legs numb. The conviction that was pouring through her, the certainty that he was not bluffing, brought a parallel realization that she could not back down. And yet she must. She recognized that there was insanity in her terrible indecision, and knew then that she was not a person who was capable of conscious suicide. Therefore, quit, retreat, accept the reality of rout. She parted her lips to give the order, to retire, when it happened. What motive impelled the soldier to action was never clear. Perhaps he grew impatient. Perhaps he felt there would be a promotion for him. Whatever the reason, he suddenly cried out, "I'll get his gizzard for you!" and leaped forward. He went only a few feet past Lydia when he began to disintegrate. He crumpled like an empty sack. Where he had been, a mist of ashes floated lazily to the floor. There was one burst of heat then. It came in a gust of unearthly hot wind, barely touched Lydia, who had instinctively jerked aside, but struck the soldiers behind her. There was a hideous masculine squealing and whimpering, followed by a mad scramble. A door slammed, and she was alone. She straightened, conscious that the air from the corridor was still blowing hot. She remained cautiously where she was, and called, "Clain!" The answer came instantly. "Yes, grandmother?" For a moment then she hesitated, experiencing all the agony of a general about to surrender. At last, slowly, "What do you want?" "An end to attacks on me. Full political cooperation, but people must remain unaware of it as long as we can possibly manage it." "Oh." She began to breathe easier. She had had a fear that he would demand public recognition. "And if I don't?" she said at last. "Death?" It was quietly spoken. The woman did not even think to doubt. She was being given a chance, but there was one thing more, one tremendous thing more. "Clain, is your ultimate goal the Lord leadership?" "No." His answer was too prompt. She felt a thrill of disbelief, a sick conviction that he was lying. but she was glad after a moment that he had denied. In a sense, it bound him. Her thoughts soared to all the possibilities of the situation, then came down again to the sober necessity of this instant. "Very well," she said, and it was little more than a sigh. "I accept." Back at the palace, she sent an assassin to perform an essential operation against the one outsider who knew the Lady Lydia had suffered a major defeat. It was late afternoon when the double report came in. The exciting information that Tews had landed sooner than anticipated, and was even then on his way to the palace, and the satisfying words that Colonel Marlion lay dead in an alleyway with a knife in one of his kidneys. It was only then that it struck her that she was now in the exact position that her dead husband had advised for her own safety and well-being. Tears, and the realization of her great loss, came as late as that. On the tomb of the Lord Leader, the nation of Lynn authorized a tribute never before given any man. Medron Lynn, father of the Empire. Chapter 14. In high government and military circles in Lynn and on Venus, the succession of battles with the Venusian tribesmen of the 3 central islands were called by their proper name, war. For propaganda purposes, the word rebellion was paraded at every opportunity. It was a necessary illusion. The enemy fought with the ferocity of a people who had tasted slavery. To rouse the soldiery to an equal pitch of anger and hatred, there was nothing that quite matched the term rebel. Men who had faced hideous dangers in the swamps and marshes could scarcely restrain themselves at the thought that traitors to the Empire were causing all the trouble. Lord Gerron, an eminently fair man, who admired a bold and resourceful opponent, for once made no attempt to discourage the false impression. He recognized that the Lynnons were the oppressors, and at times it made him physically ill that so many men must die to enforce a continued subjection. But he recognized also that there was no alternative. The Venusians were the second most dangerous race in the solar system, second only to the Lynnons. The two peoples had fought each other for 350 years, and it was not until armies of Rhainel had landed on Uxta, the main island of Venus, some 40 years before, that a victory of any proportions was scored. The young military genius was only 18 at the time of the battle of the Casuna Marsh. Swift conquest of 2 other islands followed. But then his dazzled followers in Lynn provoked the civil war that finally ended after nearly 8 years in the evacuation of Rhainel by the Lord Leader. The latter proceeded with a cold ferocity to capture 4 more island strongholds of the Venusians. In each one he set up a separate government, revived old languages, suppressed the common language, and so strove to make the islanders think of themselves as separate peoples. For years they seemed to be, and then abruptly, in one organized uprising, they seized the principal cities of the 5 main islands, and discovered that the Lord Leader had been more astute than they imagined. The military strongholds were not in the cities, as they had assumed, and as their spies had reported. The centres of Lynn power were located in an immense series of small forts located in the marshes. These forts had always seemed weak outposts, designed to discourage raiders rather than rebellions, and no Venusian had ever bothered to count the number of them. The showy city forts, which were elaborately attacked, turned out to be virtual hollow shells. By the time the Venusians rallied to attack the forts in the marshes, it was too late for the surprise to be effective. Reinforcements were on the way from Earth. What had been planned as an all-conquering coup became a drawn-out war, and long ago the awful empty feeling had come to the Venusians that they couldn't win. Month after month, the vice of steel weapons, backed by fleets of spaceships and smaller craft, tightened noticeably around the ever-narrowing areas which they controlled. Food was becoming more scarce, and a poor crop year was in prospect. The men were grim and tense. The women cried a great deal and made much of their children, who had caught the emotional overtones of the atmosphere of fear. Terror bred cruelty. Captive Lynnons were hanged from posts, their feet dangling only a few inches from the ground. The distorted dead faces of the victims glared at the distorted hate-filled faces of their murderers. The living knew that each account would be paid in rape and death. They were exacting their own payments in advance. The situation was actually much more involved than it appeared. Some 6 months before, the prospect of an imminent triumph for Geron had penetrated to the Lord Adviser Tews. He pondered the situation with a painful understanding of how the emotions of the crowd might be seduced by so momentous a victory. His own liberal plans, which he continued to tell himself that he cherished, though they had become vaguer, might be threatened. After considerable thought, he resurrected a request from Geron for reinforcements, which had been made more than a year before. At the time, Tews had considered it inexpedient to hasten the Venusian war to a quick end, but second thoughts brought an idea. With a pomp of public concern for Geron, he presented the request to the patronate and added his urgent recommendations that at least 3 legions be assembled to assist our hard-pressed forces against a skilful and cunning enemy. He could have added, but didn't, that he intended to deliver the reinforcements, and so participate in the victory. The patronate would not dare to refuse to vote him a triumph co-equal with that already being planned for Geron. He discussed his projected trip with his mother, the Lady Lydia, and in accordance with her political agreement with Clain, she duly passed the information on to the mutation. Lydia had no sense of betraying her son. She had no such intention, but she knew that the fact that Tews was going to Venus would soon be common knowledge, and so, sardonically, she reported to Clain less than 2 weeks before Tews was due to leave. His reaction startled her. The very next day he requested an audience with Tews, and the latter, who had adopted an affable manner with the late Lord Leader's grandchildren, did not think of refusing Clain's request for permission to organise an expedition to Venus. He was surprised when the expedition departed within 1 week of the request, but he thought that over also and found it good. The presence of Clain on Venus would embarrass Geron. The birth of a mutation 25 years before into the ruling family of Lynn had caused a sensation. His existence had dimmed the superstitions about such semi-humans, but the fears of the ignorant were merely confused. Under the proper circumstances, people would still stone them, and soldiers might become panicky at the thought of the bad luck that struck an army, the rank and file of which saw a mutation just before a battle. He explained his thoughts to Lydia, adding, "It will give me a chance to discover whether Geron was implicated in any way in the 3 plots against me that I have put down in the last year. And if he were, I can make use of the presence of Clain." Lydia said nothing, but the falseness of the logic disturbed her. She also had once planned against Clain. For months now she had questioned the blind impulse of mother love that had made her conspire to bring Tews to power. Under Tews, the government creaked along indecisively while he writhed and twisted in a curious and ungraceful parody of modest pretense at establishing a more liberal government. His plans of transition were too vague. An old tactician herself, it seemed to her that she could recognise a developing hypocrite when she saw one. "He's beginning to savour the sweetness of power," she thought, "and he realises he's talked too much." The possibilities made her uneasy. It was natural for a politician to fool others, but there was something ugly and dangerous about a politician who fooled himself. Fortunately, little that was dangerous could happen on Venus. Her own investigations had convinced her that the conspiracies against Tews had involved no important families, and besides, Geron was not a man who would force political issues. He would be irritated by the arrival of Tews. He would see exactly what Tews wanted, but he would do nothing about it. After the departure of Tews and his 3 legions, she settled herself to the routine task of governing for him. She had a number of ideas for re-establishing firmer control over the patronate, and there were about 100 people whom she had wanted to kill for quite a long while. During the entire period of the crisis on Venus, life in Lynn went on with absolute normalcy. Chapter 15. At first, the land below was a shadow seen through mist. As the 3 spaceships of Lord Clain Lynn's expedition settled through the 2,000-mile atmosphere, the blurriness went out of the scene. Mountains looking like maps rather than territories took form. The vast sea to the north sank beyond the far horizon of swamps and marshes, hills and forests. The reality grew wilder and wilder, but the pit was directly ahead now, an enormous black hole in the long, narrow plain. The ships settled to the ground on a green meadow 1/2 mile from the nearest edge of the pit, which lay to the northeast. Some 600 men and women, 300 of them slaves, emerged from the vessels, and a vast amount of equipment was unloaded. By nightfall, habitations had been erected for Clain and the 3 slave women who attended him, for 2 knights and 3 temple scientists and 5 scholars not connected with a religious organization. In addition, a corral had been built for the slaves, and the 2 companies of soldiers were encamped in a half-circle around the main camp. Sentries were posted, and the spaceships withdrew to a height of about 500 feet. All night long a score of fires, tended by trusted slaves, brightened the darkness. Dawn came uneventfully, and slowly the camp took up the activities of a new day. Clain did not remain to direct it. Immediately after breakfast, horses were saddled, and he and 25 men, including a dozen armed soldiers, set out for the nearby home of the gods. They were all rank unbelievers, but they had proceeded only a few hundred yards when Clain noticed that one of the riders was very pale. He reined up beside him. "Breakfast upset you?" he asked gently. "Better go back to the camp and rest today." Most of those who were destined to continue watched the lucky man trot off out of sight into the brush. The evenness of the land began to break. Gashes opened in the earth at their feet, and ran off at a slant towards the pit, which was still not visible beyond the trees. Straight were those gashes, too straight, as if long ago irresistible objects had hurtled up out of the pit, each at a different angle, each tearing the intervening earth as it darted up out of the hell below. Clain had a theory about the pits. Atomic warfare by an immeasurably superior civilization. Atomic bombs that set up a reaction in the ground where they landed, and only gradually wore themselves out in the resisting soil, concrete, and steel of vast cities. For centuries the remnants roiled and flared with deadly activity. How long? No one knew. He had an idea that if star maps of the period could be located, an estimate of the time gap might be possible. The period involved must be very great, for several men that he knew had visited pits on Earth without ill effects. The god-fires were dying down. It was time for intellectually bold men to begin exploring. Those who came first would find the treasures. Most of the pits on Earth were absolutely barren affairs, overgrown with weeds and brush. A few showed structures in their depths, half-buried buildings, tattered walls, mysterious caverns. Into these a handful of men had ventured, and brought back odd mechanical creations, some obviously wrecks, a few that actually worked, all tantalizing in their suggestion of a science marvelous beyond anything known to the temple scholars. It was this pit on Venus, which they were now approaching, that had always excited the imagination of the adventurers. For years visitors had crouched behind lead or concrete barriers, and peered with periscopes into the fantastic depths below. The nameless city that had been there must have been built into the bowels of the earth, for the bottom was a mass of concrete embankments, honeycombed with black holes that seemed to lead down into remoter depths. Clain's reverie died down. A soldier in front of him let out a shout, reined in his horse, and pointed ahead. Clain urged his horse up to the rise on top of which the man had halted, and reined in his horse. He was looking down a gently sloping grassy embankment. It ran along for about 100 feet, and then there was a low concrete wall. Beyond was the pit. At first they were careful. They used the shelter of the wall as a barrier to any radiation that might be coming up from below. Clain was the exception. From the beginning he stood upright and peered downward through his glasses into the vista of distance below. Slowly the others lost their caution, and finally all except 2 artists were standing boldly on their feet, gazing into the most famous home of the gods. It was not a clear morning. A faint mist crawled along, hiding most of the bottom of the pit, but it was possible, with the aid of glasses, to make out contours and to see the far precipice nearly 7 miles away. About mid-morning the mists cleared noticeably, and the great sun of Venus shone down into the hole, picking out every detail not hidden by distance. The artists, who had already sketched the main outlines, settled down to work in earnest. They had been selected for their ability to draw maps, and the watchful Clain saw that they were doing a good job. His own patience, product of his isolated upbringing, was even greater than theirs. All through that day he examined the bottom of the pit with his glasses, and compared the reality with the developing drawings on the drawing boards. By late afternoon the job was complete, and the results very satisfactory. There were no less than 3 routes for getting out of the pit on foot in case of an emergency, and every tree and cave opening below was clearly marked in its relation to other trees and openings. Lines of shrubs were sketched in, and each map was drawn to scale. That night also passed without incident. The following morning, Clain signalled one of the spaceships to come down, and shortly after breakfast, the 2 temple scientists, 1 knight, 3 artists, a dozen soldiers, a crew of 15, and he climbed aboard. The ship floated lightly clear of the ground, and, a few minutes later, nosed over the edge of the pit and headed downward. They made no attempt to land, but simply cruised around searching for radioactive areas. Round and round at a height that varied between 500 feet and a daring 200 feet. It was daring. The spaceship was their sole instrument for detecting the presence of atomic energy. Long ago it had been discovered that when a spaceship passed directly above another spaceship, the one that was on top suffered a severe curtailment of its motive power. Immediately it would start to fall. In the case of spaceships, 2 ships would usually be moving so swiftly that they would be past each other almost immediately. Quickly then, the disabled ship would right itself and proceed on its way. Several attempts had been made by military scientists to utilize the method to bring down enemy spaceships. The attempts, however, were strictly limited by the fact that a ship which remained 500 feet above the source of energy endured so slight a hindrance that it didn't matter. 9 times their ship made the telltale dip, and then, for as long as was necessary, they would cruise over and over the area, trying to define its limits, locating it on their maps, marking off first the danger zone, then the twilight zone, and finally the safety zone. The final measure was the strength or weakness of the impulse. The day ended with that phase of their work still uncompleted, and it was not until noon the next day that the details were finally finished. Since it was too late to make a landing, they returned to camp and spent the afternoon sleeping off their accumulated fatigue. It was decided that the first landing would be made by 100 men, and that they would take with them supplies for 2 weeks. The site of the landing was selected by Clain after consultation with the knights and the scientists. From the air, it appeared to be a large concrete structure with roof and walls still intact, but its main feature was that it was located near one of the routes by which the people on foot could leave the pit, and it was surrounded by more than a score of the cave-like openings. The spaceship came down without incident, and the airlock was opened immediately. Stepping to the edge of the door, Clain had an impression of intense silence. He lowered himself over the edge, and for the first time stood on ground that until now he had seen only from a distance. The other men began to scramble down after him, and there was a pleasurable sound of activity breaking the stillness. The morning air quickly echoed to the uproar of 100 men breathing, walking, moving, and unloading supplies. Less than an hour after he first set foot into the soft soil of the pit, Clain watched the spaceship lift from the ground and climb rapidly up to about 500 feet. At that height it levelled off and began its watchful cruise back and forth above the explorers. Once again, no hasty moves were made. Tents were set up, and a rough defence marked off. The food was sealed off behind a pile of concrete. Shortly before noon, after an early lunch, Clain, 1 knight, 1 temple scientist, and 6 soldiers left the encampment and walked toward the building which, among other things, had attracted them to the area. Seen from this near vantage point, it was not a building at all, but an upjutment of concrete and metal, a remnant of what had once been a man-made burrow into depths of the earth, a monument to the futility of seeking safety by mechanical rather than intellectual and moral means. The sight of it depressed Clain. For a millennium it had stood there, first in a seething ocean of unsettled energy, and now, amid a great silence, it waited for the return of man. His own estimate of the time that had gone by since the Great War was of the order of 8,000 years. He had enough data from other pits concerning the calendar system of the ancients to guess that by their reckoning, present-day Lynn was existing in 12,000 A.D. He paused to examine a partly open door, then motioned 2 soldiers to push at it. They were unable to budge it, and so, waving them aside, he edged gingerly past the rusted door jamb. He found himself in a narrow hallway, which ran along for about 8 feet, and then there was another door, a closed door this time. The floor was concrete, the walls and ceiling concrete, but the door was metal. Clain and the knight, a big man with black eyes, shoved it open with scarcely an effort, although it creaked rustily as they did. They stood there startled. The interior was not dark as they expected, but dimly lighted. The luminous glow came from a series of small bulbs in the ceiling. The bulbs were not transparent, but coated with an opaque coppery substance. The light shone through the coating. Nothing like it had ever been seen in Lynn or elsewhere. After a blank period, Clain wondered if the lights had turned on when they opened the door. They discussed it briefly, then shut the door. Nothing happened. They opened the door again, but the lights did not even flicker. They had obviously been burning for centuries. With a genuine effort, he suppressed the impulse to have the treasures taken down immediately and carried to the camp. The deathly silence, the air of immense antiquity, brought the same realization that there was no necessity to act swiftly here. He was first on this scene. Slowly, almost reluctantly, he turned his attention from the ceiling to the room itself. A wrecked table stood in one corner. In front of it was a chair with one leg broken, and a single strand of wood where the seat had been. In the adjoining corner was a pile of rubble, including a skull and some vaguely recognizable ribs which merged into a powdery skeleton. The relic of what had once been a human being lay on top of a rather long, all-metal rod. There was nothing else in the room. Clain strode forward and eased the rod from under the skeleton. The movement, slight though it was too much for the bone structure. The skull and ribs dissolved into powder, and faint white mist hovered for a moment, then settled to the floor. He stepped back gingerly, and, still holding the rod, passed through the door and along the narrow hallway, and so out into the open. The outside scene was different. He had been gone from it 15 minutes at the most, but in that interval a change had taken place. The spaceship that had brought them was still cruising around overhead, but a second spaceship was in the act of settling down beside the camp. It squashed down with a crackling of brush and a harumph sound of air squeezing out from the indentation it made in the ground. The door opened, and, as Clain headed for the camp, 3 men emerged from it. One wore the uniform of an aide-de-camp to Supreme Headquarters, and it was he who handed Clain a dispatch pouch. The pouch contained a single letter from his eldest brother, Lord Gerrin, General-in-Chief of the Linen Armies on Venus. In the will of the late Lord Leader, Gerrin had been designated to become co-ruler with Tews when he attained the age of 30, his sphere of administration to be the planets. His powers in Lynn were to be strictly secondary to those of Tews. His letter was curt. "It has come to my attention that you have arrived on Venus. I need hardly point out to you that the presence of a mutation here at this critical period of the war against the rebels is bound to have an adverse effect. I have been told that your request for this trip was personally granted by the Lord Advisor Tews. If you are not aware of the intricate motives that might inspire Tews to grant such permission, then you are not alert to the possible dangers that might befall our branch of the family. It is my wish and command that you return to Earth at once. Gerrin." As Clain looked up from the letter, he saw that the commander of the spaceship which had brought the messenger was silently signalling to him. He walked over and drew the captain aside. "I don't wish to worry you," the man said, "but perhaps I had better inform you that this morning, shortly after your expedition entered the pit, we saw a very large body of men riding along several miles to the northwest of the pit. They have shown no inclination to move in this direction, but they scattered when we swooped over them, which means that they are Venusian rebels." Clain stood frowning for a moment, then nodded his acceptance of the information. He turned away into his spacious tent to write an answer to his brother that would hold off the crisis between them, until the greater crisis that had brought him to Venus shattered Geron's disapproval of his presence. That crisis was due to break over Geron's unsuspecting head in just about 1 week. Chapter 16. Tews took up his quarters in the palace of the long-dead Venusian emperor, Hercule, across town from the military headquarters of Geron. It was an era of the kind that startles and starts history. The endless parade of generals and other officers that streamed in and out of Merid passed him by. A few astute individuals made a point of taking the long journey across the city, but even some of these were in obvious haste and could scarcely tolerate the slow ceremoniousness of an interview with their ruler. A great war was being fought. Officers in from the front line took it for granted that their attitude would be understood. They felt remote from the peaceful pomp of Lynn itself. Only the men who had occasion to make trips to Earth comprehended the vast indifference of the population to the war on Venus. To the people at home it was a far-away frontier affair. Such engagements had been fought continuously from the time of their childhood. Only every once in a while the scene changed. His virtual isolation sharpened the suspicions with which Tews had landed, and frightened him. He hadn't realized how widespread was the disaffection. The plot must be well advanced, so advanced that thousands of officers knew about it, and were taking no chances on being caught with the man who, they must have decided, would be the loser. They probably looked around them at the enormous armies under the command of Geron, and knew that no one could defeat the man who had achieved the loyalty of so many legions of superb soldiers. Swift, decisive action, it seemed to Tews, was essential. When Geron paid him a formal visit a week after his arrival, he was startled at the cold way in which Tews rejected his request that the reinforcements be sent to the front for a final smashing drive against the marsh-bound armies of the Venusians. "And what," said Tews, noting with satisfaction the other's disconcertment, "would you do, should you gain the victory which you anticipate?" The subject of the question, rather than the tone, encouraged and startled Geron. He had had many thoughts about the shape of the coming victory, and after a moment he decided that that was actually why Tews had come to Venus, to discuss the political aspects of the conquest. The older man's manner he decided to attribute to Tews' assumption of power. This was the new leader's way of reacting to his high position. Briefly, Geron outlined his ideas. Execution of certain leaders directly responsible for the policy of murdering prisoners, enslavement only of those men who had participated intimately in the carrying out of the executions, but all the rest to be allowed to live without molestation, and in fact to return to their homes in a normal fashion. At first each island would be administered as a separate colony, but even during the first phase the common language would be restored and free trade permitted among the islands. The second phase, to begin in about 5 years, and widely publicized in advance, should be in the establishment of responsible government on the separate islands, but those governments would be part of the empire and would support the occupation troops. The third phase should start 10 years after that, and would include the organization of one central all-Venusian administration for the islands, with a federal system of government. And this system also would have no troops of its own, and would be organized entirely within the framework of the empire. 5 years later, the fourth and final phase could begin. All families with a 20-year record of achievement and loyalty could apply for linen Venusian citizenship, with all the privileges and opportunities for self-advancement that went with it. "It is sometimes forgotten," said Geron, "that Lynn began as a city-state, which conquered neighbouring cities and held its power in them by a gradual extension of citizenship. There is no reason why this system should not be extended to the planets with equal success." He finished. "All around us is proof that the system of absolute subjection employed during the past 50 years had been a complete failure. The time has come for new and more progressive statesmanship." Tews almost stood up in his agitation as he listened to the scheme. He could see the whole picture now. The late Lord Leader had in fact willed the planets to Geron, and this was Geron's plan for welding his inheritance into a powerful military stronghold, capable, if necessary, of conquering Lynn itself. Tews smiled a cold smile. "Not yet, Geron," he thought. "I'm still absolute ruler, and for 3 years what I say is what will happen. Besides, your plan might interfere with my determination to re-establish the Republic at an opportune moment. I'm pretty sure that you, with all your liberalistic talk, have no intention of restoring constitutional government. It is that ideal that must be maintained at all cost." Aloud he said, "I will take your recommendations under advisement, but now it is my wish that in future all promotions be channeled through me. Any commands that you issue to commanding officers in the field are to be sent here for my perusal, and I will send them on." He finished with finality, "The reason for this is that I wish to familiarize myself with the present positions of all units and with the names of the men in charge of them. That is all. It has been a privilege to have had this conversation with you. Good day, sir." Move number 1 was as drastic as that. It was only the beginning. As the orders and documents began to arrive, Tews studied them with the assiduity of a clerk. His mind revelled in paperwork, and the excitement of his purpose made every detail important and interesting. He knew this Venusian war. For 2 years he had sat in a palace some 100 miles farther back, and acted the role of commander-in-chief, now filled by Gerin. His problem, therefore, did not include the necessity of learning the situation from the beginning. He had merely to familiarize himself with the developments during the past year and a half, and while numerous, they were not insurmountable. From the first day he was able to accomplish his primary purpose, replacement of doubtful officers with one after another of the horde of sycophants he had brought with him from Lynn. Tews felt an occasional twinge of shame at the device, but he justified it on the grounds of necessity. A man contending with conspiring generals must take recourse to devious means. The important thing was to make sure that the army was not used against himself, the Lord Adviser, the lawful heir of Lynn, the only man whose ultimate purposes were not autocratic and selfish. As a secondary precaution, he altered several of Gerin's troop dispositions. These had to do with legions that Gerin had brought with him from Mars, and which presumably might be especially loyal to him personally. It would be just as well if he didn't know their exact location during the next few critical weeks. On the 12th day he received from a spy the information for which he had been waiting. Gerin, who had gone to the front on an inspection tour 2 days before, was returning to Merid. Tews actually had only an hour's warning. He was still setting the stage for the anticipated interview when Gerin was announced. Tews smiled at the assembled courtiers. He said in a loud voice, "Inform His Excellency that I am engaged at the moment, but that if he will wait a little I shall be happy to receive him." The remark, together with the knowing smile that went with it, started a flutter of sensation through the room. It was unfortunate that Gerin had failed to wait for his message to be delivered, but he was already halfway across the room. He did not pause until he was standing in front of Tews. The latter regarded him with indolent insolence. "Well, what is it?" Gerin said quietly, "It is my unpleasant duty, my Lord Adviser, to inform you that it will be necessary to evacuate all civilians from Merid without delay. As a result of rank carelessness on the part of certain front-line officers, the Venusians have achieved a breakthrough north of the city. There will be fighting in Merid before morning." Some of the ladies, and not a few of the gentlemen who were present, uttered alarmed noises, and there was a general movement towards exits. A bellow from Tews stopped the disgraceful stampede. He settled heavily back in his chair and smiled a twisted smile. "I hope," he said, "that the negligent officers have been properly punished." 37 of them," said Gerin, "have been executed. Here is a list of their names, which you might examine at your leisure." Tews sat up. "Executed?" He had a sudden awful suspicion that Gerin would not likely have executed men who had long been under his command. With a jerk he tore the seal from the document and glanced rapidly down the column. Every name on it was that of one of his satellite replacements of the past 12 days. Very slowly he raised his eyes and stared at the younger man. Their gaze met and held. The flinty blue eyes of Tews glared with an awful rage. The steel-grey eyes of Gerin were remorseless with contempt and disgust. "Your most gracious Excellency," he said in a soft voice, "one of my Martian legions has been cut to pieces. The carefully built-up strategy and envelopment of the past year is wiped out. It is my opinion that the men responsible for that had better get off Venus, and back to their pleasures in Lynn, or what they feared so foolishly will really transpire." He realized immediately it was a wild statement. His words stiffened Tews. For a moment the big man's heavy face was a mask of tensed anger. Then with a terrible effort he suppressed his fury. He straightened. "In view of the seriousness of the situation," he said, "I will remain in Merid and take charge of the forces on this front until further notice. You will surrender your headquarters to my officers immediately." "If your officers," said Geron, "come to my headquarters, they will be whipped into the streets. And that applies to anyone from this section of the city." He turned and walked out of the room. He had no clear idea as to what he was going to do about the fantastic crisis that had arisen. Chapter 17. Clain spent those 3 weeks, when the Venusian front was collapsing, exploring a myriad of holes in the pit, and although the threat from the wandering parties of Venusians did not materialize, he moved his entire party into the pit for safety. Guards were posted at the 3 main routes leading down into the abyss, and 2 spaceships maintained a continuous vigil over the countryside around the pit and over the pit itself. These precautions were not a complete guarantee of safety, but they added up fairly well. Any attempt of a large body of troops to come down and attack the camp would be such an involved affair that there would be plenty of time to embark everyone on spaceships and depart. It was not the only thing in their favour. After a half-century under Linen rule, and though they themselves worshipped a sea god called Submern, the Venusians respected the Linen atom gods. It was doubtful if they would risk divine displeasure by penetrating into one of the pit homes of the gods. And so the 600 people in the pit were cut off from the universe by barriers of the mind as well as by the sheer inaccessibility of the pit. Yet they were not isolated. Daily, one of the spaceships made the trip to Merid, and when it returned to the depths of the pit, Clain would go aboard and knock on door after door. Each time he would be cautiously admitted by a man or a woman, and the 2 would hold a private conference. His spies never saw each other. They were always returned to Merid at dusk, and landed one by one in various parts of the city. The spies were not all mercenaries. There were men in the highest walks of the Empire who regarded the Lin mutation as the logical heir of the late Lord Leader. To them, Tews was merely a stopgap who could be put out of the way at the proper time. Again and again, such individuals, who belonged to other groups, had secretly turncoated after meeting Clain and become valuable sources of information for him. Clain knew his situation better than his well-wishers. However much he might impress intelligent people, the fact was that a mutation could not become ruler of the Empire. Long ago, accordingly, he had abandoned some early ambitions in that direction, retaining only 2 main political purposes. He was alive and in a position of advantage because his family was one of the power groups in Lin. Though he had no friends among his own kin, he was tolerated by them because of the blood relationship. It was to his interest that they remained in high position. In crises he must do everything possible to help them. That was purpose number 1. Purpose number 2 was to participate in some way in all the major political moves made in the Linen Empire, and it was rooted in an ambition that he could never hope to realize. He wanted to be a general. War, in its practical aspects, as he had observed it from afar, seemed to him crude and unintelligent. From early childhood he had studied battle strategy and tactics with the intention of reducing the confusion to a point where battles could be won by little more than irresistible manoeuvre. He arrived in Merid on the day following the clash between Tews and Geron, and took up residence in a house which he had long ago thoughtfully reserved for himself and his retinue. He made the move as unobtrusively as possible, but he did not delude himself that his coming would be unremarked. Other men also were diabolically clever. Other men maintained armies of spies as he did. All plans that depended upon secrecy possessed the fatal flaw of fragility, and the fact that they sometimes succeeded merely proved that a given victim was not himself an able man. It was one of the pleasures of life to be able to make all the preparations necessary to an enterprise within the sight and hearing of one's opponent. Without haste, he set about making them. Chapter 18. When Tews was first informed of Clane's arrival in Mered, about an hour after the event, his interest was dim. More important, or so they seemed, reports were arriving steadily from other sources about the troop dispositions Gerin was making for the defence of the city. What puzzled Tews was that some of the information came from Gerin in the form of copies of the orders he was sending out. Was the man trying to re-establish relations by ignoring the fact that a break had taken place? It was an unexpected manoeuvre, and it could only mean that the crisis had come before Gerin was ready. Tews smiled coldly as he arrived at the conclusion. His prompt action had thrown the opposition into confusion. It should not be difficult to seize Gerin's headquarters the following morning with his 3 legions, and so end the mutiny. By 3 o'clock, Tews had sent out the necessary orders. At 4, a very special spy of his, the impoverished son of a knight, reported that Clane had sent a messenger to Gerin, requesting an interview that evening. Almost simultaneously, other spies reported on the activity that was taking place at Clane's residence. Among other things, several small round objects wrapped in canvas were brought from the spaceship into the house. More than a ton of finely ground copper dust was carried in sacks into a concrete outhouse. And finally, a cube of material of the type used to build temples was carefully lowered to the ground. It must have been hot as well as heavy, because the slaves who took it into the house used slings and lead-lined asbestos gloves. Tews pondered the facts, and the very meaninglessness of them alarmed him. He suddenly remembered vague stories he had heard about the mutations, stories to which he had hitherto paid no attention. It was not a moment to take chances. Ordering a guard of 50 men to attend him, he set out for Clane's Mered home. His first sight of the place startled Tews. The spaceship which, according to his reports, had flown away, was back. Suspended from a thick cable attached to its lower beam was a large gondola of the type slung under spaceships when additional soldiers were to be transported swiftly. They were used in space to carry freight only. Now it lay on the ground, and slaves swarmed over it. Not until he was on the estate itself did Tews see what they were doing. Each man had a canvas bag of copper dust suspended around his neck, and some kind of liquid chemical was being used to work the copper dust into the semi-transparent hull of the carrier. Tews climbed out of his chair, a big, plump man with piercing blue eyes. He walked slowly around the gondola, and the longer he looked, the more senseless was the proceeding. And, oddly, nobody paid the slightest attention to him. There were 2 guards, but they seemed to have received no instruction about spectators. They lounged in various positions, smoking, exchanging coarse jests, and otherwise quite unaware that the Lord Adviser of Lynn was in their midst. Tews did not enlighten them. He was puzzled and undecided as he walked slowly towards the house. Again no effort was made to interfere with his passage. In the large inner hallway, several temple scientists were talking and laughing. They glanced at him curiously, but it did not seem to occur to them that he did not belong. Tews said softly, "Is Lord Clane inside?" One of the scientists half turned, then nodded over his shoulder casually. "You'll find him in the den, working on the benediction." There were more scientists in the living room. Tews frowned inwardly as he saw them. He had come prepared for drastic action if necessary, but it would be indiscreet to arrest Clane with so many temple scientists as witnesses. Besides, there were too many guards. Not that he could imagine any reason for an arrest. This looked like a religious ceremony being readied here. He found Clane in the den, a medium-sized room leading onto a patio. Clane's back was to him, and he was bending intently over a cube of temple-building material. Tews recognized it from the description his spies had given him as the hot, heavy object that his sweating slaves had handled so carefully in transporting it from the spaceship. On the table near the cube were 6 half-balls of coppery substance. He didn't have time to look at them closely, for Clane turned to see who had come in. He straightened with a smile. Tews stood, looking questioningly at Clane. the younger man came over. "We are all hoping," he said, "that this rod, which we found in the pit of the gods, is the legendary rod of fire. According to the legend, a basic requirement was that the wielder be pure of heart, and that if he were, the gods would at their own discretion, but under certain circumstances, activate the rod." Tews nodded soberly and motioned with his hands towards the object. "It is with pleasure," he said, "that I find you taking these interests in religious matters. I think it important that a member of our illustrious family has attained high rank in the temples, and I wish to make clear that no matter what happens—" he paused significantly. "No matter what happens, you may count on me as your protector and friend." He returned to Hiacle's palace, but being a careful, thoughtful man, who knew all too well that other people were not always as pure in heart as they pretended, he left his spies to watch out for possible subversive activity. He learned in due course that Clain had been invited for dinner by Geron, but had been received with the cold formality which had long distinguished the relationship between the two brothers. One of the slave waiters, bribed by a spy, reported that once during the meal, Clain urged that 100 spaceships be withdrawn from patrols and assigned to some task which was not clear to the slave. There was something else about opening up the battle lines to the northeast, but this was so vague that the Lord Adviser did not think of it again until, shortly after midnight, he was roused from sleep by the desperate cries of men and the clash of metal outside his bedroom. Before he could more than sit up, the door burst open, and swarms of Venusian soldiers poured inside. The battle lines to the northeast had been opened up. It was the third night of his captivity, the hanging night. Tews quivered as the guards came for him about an hour after dusk, and led him out into the fire-lit darkness. He was to be the first. As his body swung aloft, 20,000 Venusians would tug on the ropes around the necks of 10,000 linen soldiers. The writhings and twistings that would follow were expected to last 10 or more minutes. The night upon which Tews gazed with glazed eyes was like nothing he had ever seen. Uncountably numerous fires burned on a vast plain. In the near distance he could see the great post upon which he was to be executed. The other posts began just beyond it. There were rows of them, and they had been set up less than 5 feet apart, with the rows 10 from each other, to make room for campfires that lighted the scene. The doomed men were already at their posts, tied hand and foot, the ropes around their necks. Tews could only see the first row with any clearness. They were all officers, that first line of victims, and they stood at ease almost to a man. Some were chatting with those near them as Tews was led up, but the conversation stopped as they saw him. Never in his life had Tews seen such consternation flare into so many faces at once. There were cries of horror, groans of incredulous despair. Tews had not expected to be recognized, but it was possible the men had been taunted with his identity. Actually, his 3-day beard and the night with its flickering fire shadows gave them little opportunity to be sure. No one said anything as he mounted the scaffold. Tews himself stood stiff and pale as the rope was fitted around his neck. He had ordered many a man to be hanged in his time. It was a different and thrilling sensation to be the victim and not the judge. The passion of anger that came was rooted in a comprehension that he wouldn't be where he was if he had actually believed that a reversal was in progress. Instead, he had counted on Geron maintaining his forces against the enemy, while his 3 legions seized control from Geron. Deep down inside, he had believed in Geron's honesty. He had sought to humiliate him so that he could nullify the rightful honours of a young man with whom he did not wish to share the power of the state. His desperate fury grew out of the rapidly materializing belief that Geron had in reality been plotting against him. That chaos of thought would have raged on, but for one thing. At that moment he happened to glance down, and there, below the platform, with a group of Venusian leaders, stood Clain. The shock was too great to take, all in one mental jump. Tews glared down at the slim young man, and the picture was obviously clear now. There had been a treasonable deal between Geron and the Venusians. He saw that the mutation was in his temple scientist fatigue gown, and that he carried the 4-foot metal rod of fire. That brought a memory. He had forgotten all about the benediction in the sky. He looked up, but the blackness was unrelieved. If the ship and the gondola were up there, they were part of the night, invisible and unattainable. He glanced down again at the mutation, and braced himself to speak, but before he could say anything, Clain said, "Your Excellency, let us waste no time with recriminations. Your death would renew the civil war in Lynn. This is the last thing we desire, as we shall prove tonight beyond all your suspicions." Tews had hold of himself now. With quick logic, he examined the chances of a rescue. There was none. If spaceships should try to land troops, the Venusians need merely pull on their ropes and hang the bound men, and then turn their vast assembled army to hold off the scattered attacks launched from scores of spaceships. That was one manoeuvre they had undoubtedly prepared against, and since it was the only possible hope, and it couldn't take place, then Clain's words were a fraud. His thoughts were brought to an abrupt halt, for the Venusian Emperor, a grim-faced man of 50, was climbing the platform steps. He stood there for minutes while silence gradually fell on the enormous crowd. Then he stepped to the front group of megaphones and spoke in the common language of Venus. "Fellow Venusians," he said, "on this night of our vengeance for all the crimes that have been committed against us by the Empire of Lynn, we have with us an agent of the commanding general of our vile enemy. He has come to us with an offer, and I want him to come up here and tell it to you, so that you can laugh in his face as I did." There was a mass shriek from the darkness. "Hang him! Hang him, too!" Tews was chilled by that fierce cry, but he was forced to admire the cunning of the Venusian leader. Here was a man whose followers must many times have doubted his wisdom in fighting. His face showed the savage lines of obstinacy, of a badly worried general who knew what criticism could be. What an opportunity this was for gaining public support. Clain was climbing the steps. He waited until silence once more was restored, and then said in a surprisingly strong voice, "The atom gods of Lynn, whose agent I am, are weary of this war. I call upon them to end it now." The Venusian Emperor started towards him. "That isn't what you were going to say," he cried. "You—" He stopped, because the sun came out. The sun came out. Several hours had passed since it had sunk behind the flaming horizon of the northern sea. Now in one leap it had jumped to the sky directly overhead. The scene of so many imminent deaths stood out as in the brightness of noon. All the posts with their victims still standing beneath them, the hundreds of thousands of Venusian spectators, the great plain with the now visible coastal city in the distance, were brilliantly lighted. The shadows began on the other side of the plain. The city could only be seen by vague light reflections. The sea beyond to the north and the mountains to the south were as deep as ever in blackness. Seeing that darkness, Tews realized that it was not the sun at all above, but an incredible ball of fire, a source of light that in this cubic mile of space equalled the sun in magnitude of light. The gods of Lynn had answered the call made to them. His realization ended. There was a cry from scores of thousands of throats, a cry stranger and more horrible than any sound that Tews had ever heard. There was fear in it, and despair, and an awful reverence. Men and women alike started to sink to their knees. At that moment the extent of the defeat that was here penetrated to the Venusian leader. He let out a terrible cry of his own, and leaped towards the catch that would release the trapdoor on which Tews stood. From the corner of one eye, Tews saw Clain bring up the rod of fire. There was no fire, but the Emperor dissolved. Tews could never afterwards decide what actually happened, yet he had a persistent memory of a human being literally turning into liquid stuff. Liquid that collapsed onto the platform and burned a hole through the wood. The picture was so impossible that he closed his eyes, and never again quite admitted the reality to himself. When he finally opened his eyes, spaceships were coming down from the sky. To the now prostrate Venusians, the sudden appearance of 50,000 linen soldiers among them must have seemed like a miracle as great as the two they had already witnessed. An entire reserve army was captured that night, and, though the war on the other islands dragged on and on, the great island of Uxtor was completely captured within a few weeks. Clane's words had been proved beyond all suspicions. On a cloudy afternoon a week later, Clane was among the distinguished linens who attended the departure of the flotilla of ships which was to accompany the Lord Adviser Tews back to Earth. Tews and his retinue arrived, and as he came up to the platform, a group of temple initiates burst into a paroxysm of singing. The Lord Adviser stopped and stood for a minute, a faint smile on his face, listening. The return to Earth, quietly suggested by Clane, suited him completely. He would take with him the first tidings of the Venusian victory. He would have time to scotch any rumours that the Lord Adviser himself had been humiliatingly captured. And above all, he would be the one who would insist upon full triumph honours for Gerin. He was amazed that he had temporarily forgotten his old cunnings about things like that. As he climbed aboard the flagship, the initiates broke into a new spasm of sound. It was clear that the atom gods also were satisfied. Chapter 19. In his initial address to the patronate, following his return from Venus, Tews said, among other things, "It is difficult for us to realize, but Lyn is now without formidable enemies anywhere. Our opponents on Mars and Venus having been decisively defeated by our forces in the past 2 decades, we are now in a unique historical position, the sole great power in the world of man. A period of unlimited peace and creative reconstruction seems inevitable." He returned to the palace with the cheers of the patronate ringing in his ears, his mood one of thoughtful jubilation. His spies had already reported that the patrons gave him a great deal of the credit for the victory on Venus. After all, the war had dragged on for a long time before his arrival, and then, abruptly, almost overnight, it had ended. The conclusion was that his brilliant leadership had made a decisive contribution. It required no astuteness for Tews to realize that under such circumstances he could generously bestow a triumph on Gerin and lose nothing by the other's honours. Despite his own words to the patronate, he found himself, as the peaceful weeks went by, progressively amazed at the reality of what he had said. No enemies. Nothing to fear. Even yet it seemed hard to believe that the universe belonged to Lyn, and that, as the Lord Adviser, he was now in his own sphere in a position of power over more subjects than any man had ever been. So it seemed to the dazzled Tews. He would be a devoted leader, of course, he reassured himself hastily, disowning the momentary pride. He visualized great works that would reflect the glory of Lyn and the golden age of Tews. The vision was so noble and inspiring that for long he merely toyed with hazy, magnificent plans, and took no concrete action of any kind. He was informed presently that Clane had returned from Venus. Shortly thereafter he received a message from the mutation. "His Excellency, Lord Adviser Tews, my most honoured uncle, I should like to visit you and describe to you the result of several conversations between my brother Gerin and myself concerning potential dangers for the Empire. They do not seem severe, but we are both concerned about the preponderance of slaves as against citizens on Earth, and we are unhappy about our lack of knowledge of the present situation among the peoples of the moons of Jupiter and Saturn. Since these are the only dangers in sight, the sooner we examine every aspect of the problem, the more certain we can be that the destiny of Lyn will be under the control of intelligent action, and not governed in future by the necessary opportunism which has been for so many generations the main element of government. Your obedient nephew, Clane." The letter irritated Tews. It seemed meddlesome. It reminded him that his control of Lyn, and of the glorious future he envisaged for the Empire, was not complete, and that in fact these nephews might urge compromises which would dim the beauty that only he apparently could see. Nevertheless, his reply was diplomatic. "My dear Clane, It was a pleasure to hear from you, and as soon as I return from the mountains I shall be happy to receive you and discuss all these matters in the most thoroughgoing fashion. I have instructed various departments to gather data, so that when we do get together, we can talk on the basis of facts. Tews, Lord Advisor. He actually issued the instructions, and actually listened to a brief account from an official who was an expert concerning conditions on the moons of Jupiter and Saturn. They were all inhabited by tribes in various stages of barbaric culture. Recent reports gleaned from questioning of primitives who came from there, and from the linen traders who visited certain ports of entry, indicated that the old game of intrigue and murder among tribal chieftains seeking ascendancy was still going on. Relieved, in spite of his previous conviction that the situation was exactly as it was now described, Tews departed on his mountain vacation with a retinue of 300 courtiers and 500 slaves. He was still there a month later, when a second message arrived from Clain. Most gracious Lord Advisor Tews, your response to my message was a great relief to me. I wonder if I could further impose upon your good officers, and have your department heads determine how many are still here, and where they are presently concentrated. The reason for this inquiry is that I have discovered that several of my agents on Europa, the great moon of Jupiter, were suddenly executed about a year ago, and that actually my own information from that territory is based upon reports, all of which are not less than 2 years old, and those are extremely vague. It seems that about 5 years ago a new leader began to unify Europa, and my agents' reports, when I now examine the data they furnished, grew less clear with each month after that. I suspect that I have been victimized by carefully prepared propaganda. If this be so, the fact that somebody was astute enough to seize my channels of information worries me. These are only suspicions, of course, but it would seem advisable to have your people make inquiries with the possibility in mind that our present information sources are unreliable. Your faithful servant and nephew, Clain. The reference to the mutation's agents reminded Tews unpleasantly that he lived in a world of spies. I suppose, he thought wearily, propaganda is even now being circulated against me, because I am on a vacation. People cannot possibly realize what great plans my engineers and I are making for the state on this so-called pleasure trip. He wondered if, by releasing a series of public statements about the grandiose future, he might successfully head off criticism. That irritation lasted for a day, and then he read Clain's letter again and decided that an unruffled and diplomatic approach was desirable. He must ever be in a position to say that he invariably took the most thorough precaution against any eventuality. He gave the necessary instructions, advised Clain that he had done so, and then began to consider seriously the situation that would exist when Geron returned from Venus 6 or 8 months hence to receive his triumph. It no longer seemed quite the satisfactory prospect that it had been when he himself had first returned from Venus. These nephews of his tended to interfere in state affairs, and indeed both had the legal right to be advisers of the government. Each, according to law, had a council vote in linen affairs, although neither could directly interfere with administration. I suppose, Tews grudgingly acknowledged to himself, Clain is within his rights. But what was it his mother once said? It is an unwise man who always exercises his rights. He laughed, grimacing. That night, just before he went to sleep, Tews had a flash of insight. I'm slipping back into suspicion. The same fears that disturbed me when I was on Venus. I'm being influenced by this damnable palace atmosphere. He felt personally incapable of base thoughts, and accepted their presence in others, he told himself, with the greatest reluctance, and then only because of the possible effect on the state. His sense of duty, that was the real pressure on him, he felt convinced. It compelled him to be aware of, and actually to look for, scheming and plotting, even though he was revolted by any indications of intrigue. The realization of his own fundamental integrity reassured Tews. After all, he thought, I may occasionally be misled, but I cannot be wrong if I remain constantly on the alert for danger from all sources. And even a mutation with scientific knowledge and weapons is a matter about which I, as guardian of the state, must take cognizance. He had already given considerable thought to the weapons he had seen Clain use on Venus, and during the days that followed, he came to the conclusion that he must take action. He kept saying to himself how reluctant he was to do so, but finally he advised Clain, "My dear nephew, although you have evidently not felt free to ask for the protection to which your rank and the value of your work entitles you, I am sure you will be happy to hear that the state is prepared to undertake protection of the material which you have rescued from the pits of the gods, and from other ancient sources. The safest place for all this material is at your residence in Lynn. Accordingly, I am authorizing funds to transport to the city any such equipment which you have at your country estate. A guards unit will arrive at the estate within the week with adequate transport, and another guards unit is this day taking up guard duty at your town residence. The captain of the guard, while of course responsible to me, will naturally grant you every facility for carrying on your work. It is with pleasure, my dear Clain, that I extend to you this costly but earned protection. At some time, not too far in the future, I should like to have the privilege of a personally conducted tour, so that I may see for myself what treasures you have in your collection, with a view to finding further uses for them for the general welfare. With cordial best wishes, Tews, Lord Adviser." At least, thought Tews, after he had dispatched the message and given the necessary orders to the military forces, that will for the present get the material all in one place. Later, a further, more stringent control is always possible, not that it will ever be necessary, of course. The wise leader simply planned for any contingency. Even the actions of his most dearly beloved relatives must be examined objectively. He learned presently that Clain had offered no resistance, and that the material had been transported to Lynn without incident. He was still at the mountain palace of the Lynns when a third letter arrived from Clain. Though briefly stated, it was a major social document. The preamble read, "To our uncle, the Lord Adviser. It being the considered opinion of Lords Gerin and Clain Lynn that a dangerous preponderance of slaves exists in Lynn, and that indeed the condition of slavery is wholly undesirable in a healthy state, it is herewith proposed that Lord Adviser Tews, during his government, lay down as a guiding rule for future generations the following principles. 1. All law-abiding human beings are entitled to the free control of their own persons. 2. Where free control does not now obtain, it shall be delivered to the individual on a rising scale, the first 2 steps of which shall become effective immediately. 3. The first step shall be that no slave shall in future be physically punished except by the order of a court. 4. The second step shall be that the slave's work-day shall not in future exceed 10 hours a day. The other steps outlined a method of gradually freeing the slaves, until after 20 years only incorrigibles would be not free, and all of these would be controlled by the state itself, under laws whereby each was dealt with as an individual. Tews read the document with amazement and amusement. He recalled another saying of his mother's, "Don't ever worry about the idealists. The mob will cut their throats at the proper moment." His amusement faded rapidly. These boys are really interfering in the affairs of state in Lynn itself, which is only remotely in their province. As, the summer over, he made preparations to return to the city, Tews scowlingly considered the threat to the state, which, it seemed to him, was building up with alarming speed. On the second day after his return to Lynn, he received another letter from Clain. This one requested an audience to discuss those matters relating to the defence of the Empire about which your departments have been gathering information. What infuriated Tews about the letter was that the mutation was not even giving him time to settle down after his return. True, the work of re-establishment did not involve him, but it was a matter of courtesy to the office he held. On that level, Tews decided in an icy rage, Clain's persistence bore all the earmarks of a deliberate insult. He sent a curt note in reply, which stated simply, "My dear Clain, I will advise you as soon as I am free of the more pressing problems of administration. Please wait word from me, Tews." He slept that night, confident that he was at last taking a firm stand, and that it was about time. He awoke to news of disaster. The only warning was a steely glinting of metal in the early morning sky. The invaders swooped down on the city of Lynn in 300 spaceships. There must have been advanced spying, for they landed in force at the gates that were heavily guarded, and at the main troop barracks inside the city. From each ship debouched 200-odd men. 60,000 soldiers! Said Lord Advisor Tews after he had studied the reports. He issued instructions for the defence of the palace, and sent a carrier pigeon to the 3 legions encamped outside the city, ordering 2 of them to attack when ready. And then he sat pale but composed, watching the spectacle from a window which overlooked the hazy vastness of Lynn proper. Everything was vague and unreal. Most of the invading ships had disappeared behind large buildings. A few lay in the open, but they looked dead. It was hard to grasp that vicious fighting was going on in their vicinity. At 9 o'clock, a messenger arrived from the Lady Lydia. "Dear son, have you any news? Who is attacking us? Is it a limited assault or an invasion of the Empire? Have you contacted Clane? L." The first prisoner was brought in while Tews was scowling over the unpalatable suggestion that he seek the advice of his relative. The mutation was the last person he wanted to see. The prisoner, a bearded giant, proudly confessed that he was from Europa, one of the moons of Jupiter, and that he feared neither man nor God. The man's size and obvious physical prowess startled Tews, but his naive outlook on life was cheering. Subsequent prisoners had similar physical and mental characteristics, and so, long before noon, Tews had a fairly clear picture of the situation. This was a barbarian invasion from Europa. It was obviously for loot only, but unless he acted swiftly, Lynn would be divested in a few days of treasures garnered over the centuries. Bloodthirsty commands flowed from Tews' lips. Put all prisoners to the sword. Destroy their ships, their weapons, their clothing. Leave not one vestige of their presence to pollute the eternal city. The morning ran its slow course. Tews considered making an inspection of the city, escorted by the palace cavalry. He abandoned the plan when he realized it would be impossible for commanders to send him reports if he were on the move. For the same reason, he could not transfer his headquarters to a less clearly marked building. Just before noon, the relieving report arrived that 2 of 3 camp legions were attacking in force at the main gates. The news steadied him. He began to think in terms of broader, more basic information about what had happened. He remembered unhappily that his departments probably had the information which, spurred by Clane, he had asked for months ago. Hastily he called in several experts, and sat sombrely while each of the men in turn told what he had learned. There was actually a great deal of data. Europa, the great moon of Jupiter, had been inhabited from legendary times by fiercely quarrelling tribes. Its vast atmosphere was said to have been created artificially with the help of the atom gods by the scientists of the Golden Age. Like all the artificial atmosphere, it contained a high proportion of the gas teniol, which admitted sunlight but did not allow much heat to escape into space. Starting about 5 years before, travellers had begun to bring out reports of a leader named Chinchar, who was ruthlessly welding all the hating factions of the planet into one nation. For a while it was such a dangerous territory that traders landed only at specified ports of entry. The information they received was that Chinchar's attempt at unification had failed. Contact grew even more vague after that, and it was clear to the listening Tews that the new leader had actually succeeded in his conquests, and that any word to the contrary was propaganda. The cunning Chinchar had seized outgoing communication sources and confused them while he consolidated his position among the barbarous forces of the planet. Chinchar. The name had a sinister rhythm to it, a ring of leashed violence, a harsh, metallic tintinnabulation. If such a man and his followers escaped with even a fraction of the portable wealth of Lynn, the inhabited solar system would echo with the exploit. The government of Lord Advisor Tews might tumble like a house of cards. Tews had been hesitating. There was a plan in his mind that would work better if carried out in the dead of night, but that meant giving the attackers precious extra hours for loot. He decided not to wait, but dispatched a command to the 3rd, still unengaged, Camp Legion to enter the tunnel that led into the central palace. As a precaution, and with the hope of distracting the enemy leader, he sent a message to Chinchar in the care of a captured barbarian officer. In it he pointed out the foolishness of an attack that could only result in bloody reprisals on Europa itself, and suggested that there was still time for an honourable withdrawal. There was only one thing wrong with all these schemings. Chinchar had concentrated a large force of his own for the purpose of capturing the imperial party, and had held back in the hope that he would learn definitely whether or not the Lord Advisor was inside the palace. The released prisoner, who delivered Tue's message, established his presence inside. The attack in force that followed captured the central palace and everyone in it, and surprised the legionnaires who were beginning to emerge from the secret passageway. Chinchar's men poured all the oil in the large palace tanks into the downward-sloping passageway and set it afire. Thus died an entire legion of men. That night 100 reserve barbarian spaceships landed behind the linen soldiers besieging the gates, and in the morning, when the barbarians inside the city launched an attack, the 2 remaining legions were cut to pieces. Of these events, the Lord Advisor Tews knew nothing. His skull had been turned over the previous day to Chinchar's favourite goldsmith, to be plated with linen gold and shaped into a goblet to celebrate the greatest victory of the century. Chapter 20. To Lord Clain Lynn, going over his accounts on his country estate, the news of the fall of Lynn came as a special shock. With unimportant exceptions, all his atomic material was in Lynn. He dismissed the messenger who had unwisely shouted the news as he entered the door of the accounting department, and then sat at his desk and realized that he had better accept for the time being the figures of his slave bookkeepers on the condition of the estate. As he glanced round the room after announcing the postponement, it seemed to him that at least one of the slaves showed visible relief. He did not delay, but called the man before him instantly. He had an inexorable system in dealing with slaves, a system inherited from his long-dead mentor, Joachim, along with the estate itself. Integrity, hard work, loyalty, and a positive attitude produced better conditions, shorter working hours, more freedom of action, after 30 the right to marry, after 40 legal freedom. Laziness and other negative attitudes such as cheating were punished by a set pattern of demotions. Short of changing the law of the land, Clain could not at the moment imagine a better system in view of the existence of slavery, and now, in spite of his personal anxieties, he carried out the precept of Joachim as it applied to a situation where no immediate evidence was available. He told the man, Urag, what had aroused his suspicions, and asked him if they were justified. "If you are guilty and confess," he said, "you will receive only 1 demotion. If you do not confess, and you are later proven guilty, there will be 3 demotions, which means physical labour, as you know." The slave, a big man, shrugged and said with a sneer, "By the time Chinchar is finished with you linens, you will be working for me." "Field labour," said Clain curtly, "for 3 months, 10 hours a day." It was no time for mercy. An empire under attack did not flinch from the harshest acts. Anything that could be construed as weakness would be disastrous. As the slave was led out by guards, he shouted a final insult over his shoulder. "You wretched mutation," he said. "You'll be where you belong when Chinchar gets here." Clain did not answer. He considered it doubtful that the new conqueror had been selected by fate to punish all the evildoers of Lynn according to their deserts. It would take too long. He put the thought out of his mind and walked to the doorway. There he paused and faced the dozen trusted slaves who sat at their various desks. "Do nothing rash," he said slowly in a clear voice, "any of you. If you harbour emotions similar to those expressed by Urag, restrain yourselves. The fall of one city in a surprise attack is not important." He hesitated. He was, he realized, appealing to their cautious instincts, but his reason told him that in a great crisis men did not always consider all the potentialities. "I am aware," he said finally, "there is no great pleasure in being a slave, though it has advantages, economic security, free craft training. But Urag's wild words are a proof that if young slaves were free to do as they pleased, they would constitute a jarring, if not revolutionary, factor in the community. It is unfortunately true that people of different races can only gradually learn to live together. He went out, satisfied that he had done the best possible under the circumstances. He had no doubt whatsoever that here, in this defiance of Urag, the whole problem of a slave empire had again shown itself in miniature. If Chinchar were to conquer any important portion of earth, a slave uprising would follow automatically. There were too many slaves, far too many for safety in the Linen Empire. Outside he saw his first refugees. They were coming down near the main granaries in a variety of colourful sky scooters. Clain watched them for a moment, trying to picture their departure from Lynn. The amazing thing was that they had waited till the forenoon of the second day. People must simply have refused to believe that the city was in danger, though, of course, early fugitives could have fled in other directions, and so not come near the estate. Clain emerged decisively out of his reverie. He called a slave and dispatched him to the scene of the arrivals with a command to his personal guards. "Tell these people who have rapid transportation to keep moving. Here, 80 miles from Lynn, we shall take care only of the foot-weary." Briskly now he went into his official residence and called the commanding officer of his troops. "I want volunteers," he explained, "particularly men with strong religious beliefs, who on this second night after the invasion are prepared to fly into Lynn and remove all the transportable equipment from my laboratory." His plan, as he outlined it finally to some 40 volunteers, was simplicity itself. In the confusion of taking over a vast city, it would probably be several days before the barbarian army would actually occupy all the important residences. Particularly on these early days, they might miss a house situated, as his was, behind a barrier of trees. If by some unfortunate chance it was already occupied, it would probably be so loosely held that bold men could easily kill every alien on the premises and so accomplish their purpose. "I want to impress upon you," Clain went on, "the importance of this task. As all of you know, I am a member of the temple hierarchy. I have been entrusted with sacred god metals and sacred equipment, including material taken from the very homes of the gods. It would be a disaster if these precious relics were to fall into unclean hands. I therefore charge you that if you should by some mischance be captured, do not reveal the real purpose of your presence. Say that you have come to rescue your owner's private property. Even admit you were foolish to sacrifice yourself for such a reason." Mindful of Tue's guard unit, he finished his instructions. "It may be that linen soldiers are guarding the equipment, in which case give the officer in command this letter." He handed the document to the captain of the volunteers. It was an authorization signed by Clain with the seal of his rank. Since the death of Tue's, such an authorization would not be lightly ignored. When they had gone out to prepare for the mission, Clain dispatched one of his private spaceships to the nearby city of Gorham, and asked the commander there, a friend of his, what kind of counteraction was being prepared against the invader. "Are the authorities in the cities and towns," he asked, "showing that they understand the patterns of action required of them in a major emergency, or must the old law be explained to them from the beginning?" The answer arrived in the shortest possible time, something under 40 minutes. The general placed his forces at Clain's command, and advised that he had dispatched messengers to every major city on earth in the name of His Excellency Lord Clain Lynn, ranking survivor on earth of the noble Tews, the late Lord Advisor, who perished at the head of his troops defending the city of Lynn from the foul and murderous surprise attack launched by a barbarian horde of beast-like men who seek to destroy the fairest civilization that ever existed. There was more in the same vein, but it was not the excess of verbiage that startled Clain. It was the offer itself, and the implications. In his name an army was being organized. After rereading that message, he walked slowly to the full-length mirror in the adjoining bathroom and stared at his image. He was dressed in the fairly presentable reading gown of a temple scientist. Like all his temple clothing, the shoulder-cloth folds of this concealed his differences from casual view. An observer would have to be very acute to see how carefully the cloak was drawn around his neck, and how it was built up to hide the slant of his body from the neck down, and how tightly the arm ends were tied together at his wrists. It would take 3 months to advise Lord Geron on Venus, and 4 to reach Lord Drade on Mars, both planets being on the far side of the Sun from Earth. It would require almost, but not quite, twice as long to receive a message from them. Only a member of the ruling family could possibly win the support of the diversified elements of the Empire. Of the fate of the Lord Advisor's immediate family there was as yet no word. Besides, they were women. Which left Lord Clane, youngest brother of Geron, grandson of the late Lord Leader. For not less than 6 months, accordingly, he would be the acting Lord Leader of Lynn. The afternoon of that second day of the invasion waned slowly. Great ships began to arrive, bringing soldiers. By dusk, more than 1,000 men were encamped along the road to the city of Lynn and by the riverside. Darting small craft and wary full-size spaceships floated overhead, and foot patrols were out, guarding all approaches to the castle. The roads themselves were virtually deserted. It was too soon for the mobs from Lynn, which air-scooter scouts reported were fleeing the captured city by the gates that, at mid-afternoon, were still open. During the last hour before dark, the air patrols reported that the gates were being shut one by one, and that the stream of refugees was dwindling to a trickle near the darkening city. All through that last hour, the sky was free of scooters transporting refugees. It seemed clear that the people who could afford the costly machines were either already safe or had waited too long, possibly in the hope of succouring some absent member of the family. At midnight, the volunteers departed on their dangerous mission in 10 scooters and 1 spaceship. As a first gesture of his new authority, Clane augmented their forces by adding 100 soldiers from the regular army. He watched the shadowy ships depart, then hurried to attend a meeting of those general officers who had had time to arrive. A dozen men climbed to their feet as he entered. They saluted, then stood at attention. Clane stopped short. He had intended to be calm, matter-of-fact, pretending even to himself that what was happening was natural. The feeling wasn't like that. An emotion came, familiar, terrifying. He could feel it, tingling up the remoter reflexes of his nervous system as of old, the beginning of the dangerous, childish panic. The muscles of his face worked. 3 times he swallowed with difficulty. Then, with a stiff gesture, he returned the salute, and, walking hastily to the head of the table, sat down. Clane waited till they had seated themselves, then asked for brief reports as to available troops. He noted down the figures given by each man for his province, and at the end added up the columns. "With 4 provinces still to be heard from," he announced, "we have a total of 18,000 trained soldiers, 6,000 partly trained reserves, and some 500,000 able-bodied civilians." "Your Excellency," said his friend, Morkid, "the Linen Empire maintains normally a standing army of 1 million men. On Earth by far the greatest forces were stationed in or near the city of Lynn, and they have been annihilated. Some 400,000 men are still on Venus, and slightly more than 200,000 on Mars." Clane, who had been mentally adding up the figures given, said quickly, "That doesn't add up to 1 million men." Morkid added gravely, "For the first time in years the army is under strength. The conquest of Venus seemed to eliminate all potential enemies of Lynn, and Lord Advisor Tews considered it a good time to economize." "I see," said Clane. He felt pale and bloodless, like a man who has suddenly discovered that he cannot walk by himself. Chapter 21. Lydia climbed heavily out of her sedan chair, conscious of how old and unattractive she must seem to the grinning barbarians in the courtyard. She didn't let it worry her too much. She had been old a long time now, and her image in a mirror no longer shocked her. The important thing was that her request for an interview had been granted by Chinchar after she had, at his insistence, withdrawn the proviso that she be given a safe conduct. The old woman smiled mirthlessly. She no longer valued highly the combination of skin and bones that was her body, but there was exhilaration in the realization that she was probably going to her death. Despite her age and some self-disgust, she felt reluctant to accept oblivion, but Clain had asked her to take the risk. It vaguely amazed Lydia that the idea of a mutation holding the Lord leadership did not dismay her any more. She had her own private reasons for believing Clain capable. She walked slowly along the familiar hallways, through the gleaming arches and across rooms that glittered with the treasures of the Lynn family. Everywhere were the big, bearded young men who had come from far Europa to conquer an empire about which they could only have heard by hearsay. Looking at them, she felt justified in all the pitiless actions she had taken in her day. They were, it seemed to the grim old woman, living personifications of the chaos that she had fought against all her life. As she entered the throne room, the darker thoughts faded from her mind. She glanced around with sharp eyes for the mysterious leader. There was no one on or near the throne. Groups of men stood talking. In one of the groups was a tall, graceful young man, different from all the others in the room. They were bareheaded. He was clean-shaven. He saw her, and stopped listening to what one of his companions was saying, stopped so noticeably that a silence fell on the group. The silence communicated itself to other groups. After not more than a minute, the roomful of men had faced about and was staring at her, waiting for their commander to speak. Lydia waited also, examining him swiftly. Chinchar was not a handsome man, but he had an appearance of strength, always a form of good looks. And yet it was not enough. This barbarian world was full of strong-looking men. Lydia, who had expected outstanding qualities, was puzzled. His face was sensitive rather than brutal, which was unusual, but still not enough to account for the fact that he was absolute lord of an enormous, undisciplined horde. The great man came forward. "Lady," he said, "you have asked to see me." And then she knew his power. In all her long life she had never heard a baritone voice so resonant, so wonderfully beautiful, so assured of command. It changed him. She realized suddenly that she had been mistaken about his looks. She had sought normal, clean-cut handsomeness. This man was beautiful. The first fear came to her. A voice like that, a personality like that. She had a vision of this man persuading the Linen Empire to do his will, mobs hypnotized, the greatest men bewitched. She broke the spell with an effort of will. She said, "You are Chinchar?" "I am Chinchar." The definite identification gave Lydia another, though briefer, pause. But this time she recovered more swiftly, and this time, also, her recovery was complete. Her eyes narrowed. She stared at the great man with a developing hostility. "I can see," she said acridly, "that my purpose in coming to see you is going to fail." "Naturally." Chinchar inclined his head and shrugged. He did not ask her what was her purpose. He seemed incurious. He stood politely, waiting for her to finish what she had to say. "Until I saw you," said Lydia grimly, "I took it for granted that you were an astute general. Now I see that you consider yourself a man of destiny. I can already see you being lowered into your grave." There was an angry murmur from the other men in the room. Chinchar waved them into silence. "Madam," he said, "such remarks are offensive to my officers. State your case, and then I will decide what to do with you." Lydia nodded, but she noted that he did not say that he was offended. She sighed inwardly. She had her mental picture now of this man, and it depressed her. All through known history these natural leaders had been spewed up by the inarticulate masses. They had a will in them to rule or die. But the fact that they frequently died young made no great difference. Their impact on their times was colossal. Such a man could, even in his death throes, drag down long-established dynasties with him. Already he had killed the legal ruler of Lynn and struck a staggering blow at the heart of the empire. By a military freak, it was true, but history accepted such accidents without a qualm. Lydia said quietly, "I shall be brief, since you are no doubt planning high policy and further military campaigns. I have come here at the request of my grandson, Lord Clain Lynn." "The mutation." Chinchar nodded. His remark was non-committal, an identification, not a comment. Lydia felt an inward shock that Chincha's knowledge of the ruling faction should extend to Clain, who had tried to keep himself in the background of linen life. She dared not pause to consider the potentialities. She continued quietly, "Lord Clain is a temple scientist, and as such he has for many years been engaged in humanitarian scientific experiments. Most of his equipment, unfortunately, is here in Lynn." Lydia shrugged. "It is quite valueless to you and your men, but it would be a great loss to civilization if it were destroyed or casually removed. Lord Clain therefore requests that you permit him to send slaves to his townhouse to remove these scientific instruments to his country estate. In return—" "Yes," echoed Chincha. "In return?" His tone was ever so faintly derisive, and Lydia had a sudden realization that he was playing with her. It was not a possibility that she could pay any attention to. "In return," she said, "he will pay you in precious metals and jewels any reasonable price which you care to name." Having finished, she took a deep breath and waited. There was a thoughtful expression on the barbarian leader's face. "I have heard," he said, "of Lord Clain's experiments with the so-called—" he hesitated, "god metals of Lynn. Very curious stories, some of them, and as soon as I am free from my military duties I intend to examine this laboratory with my own eyes. You may tell your grandson," he continued with a tone of finality, "that his little scheme to retrieve the greatest treasures in the entire Linen Empire was hopeless from the beginning. 5 spaceships descended in the first few minutes of the attack on the estate of Lord Clain, to ensure that the mysterious weapons there were not used against my invading fleet, and I consider it a great misfortune that he himself was absent in the country at the time. You may tell him that we were not caught by surprise by his midnight attempt 2 days ago to remove the equipment, and that his worst fears as to its fate are justified." He finished, "It is a great relief to know that most of his equipment is safe in our hands." Lydia said nothing. The phrase, "you may tell him," had had a profound chemical effect on her body. She hadn't realized she was so tense. It seemed to her that if she spoke she would reveal her own tremendous personal relief. "You may tell him." There could be only one interpretation. She was going to be allowed to depart. Once more she waited. Chincha walked forward until he was standing directly in front of her. Something of his barbarous origin, so carefully suppressed until now, came into his manner. A hint of a sneer, the contempt of a physically strong man for decadence, a feeling of genuine basic superiority to the refinement that was in Lydia. When he spoke he showed that he was consciously aware that he was granting mercy. "Old woman," he said, "I am letting you go because you did me a great favour when you manoeuvred your son, Lord Tews, into the—what did he call it?—Lord Advisorship. That move, and that alone, gave me the chance I needed to make my attack on the vast Linen Empire." He smiled. "You may depart, bearing that thought in mind." For some time Lydia had condemned the sentimental action that had brought Tews into supreme power, but it was a different matter to realize that, far away in interplanetary space, a man had analyzed the move as a major linen disaster. She went out without another word. Chincha slowly climbed the hill leading up to the low, ugly fence that fronted Lord Clain's townhouse. He paused at the fence, recognized the temple building material of which it was composed, and then walked on thoughtfully. With the same narrow-eyed interest a few minutes later, he stared at the gushing fountains of boiling water. He beckoned, finally, the engineer who had directed the construction of the spaceships that had brought his army to Earth. "How does it work?" he asked. The designer examined the base of the fountain. He was in no hurry, a big, fattish man with a reputation for telling jokes so coarse that strong men winced with shame. He had already set up house in one of the great palaces with 3 linen girls as mistresses, and 100 linen men and women as slaves. He was a happy man, with little personal conceit, and very little pride as yet to restrain his movements. He located the opening into the fountain, and knelt in the dirt like any worker. In that, however, he was not unique. Chincha knelt beside him, little realizing how his actions shocked the high-born linens who belonged to his personal slave retinue. The two men peered into the gloom. "Temple-building material," said Miwon, the designer. Chincha nodded. They climbed to their feet without further comment, for these were matters which they had discussed at length over a period of years. At the house, a few minutes later, the leader and his henchman both lifted the heavy draperies that covered the walls of a corridor leading into the main laboratory. Like the fence outside, the walls were warm as from some inner heat. Temple-building material. Once again no comment passed between them. They walked on into the laboratory proper, and now they looked at each other in amazement. The room had been noticeably enlarged from its original size, although this they did not know. A great section had been torn out of one wall, and the gap, although it was completely filled in, was still rough and unfinished. But that was only the environment. On almost every square yard of the vast new floor were machines opaque and machines transparent, machines big and small, some apparently complete, others unmistakably mere fragments. For a moment there was a distinct sense of too much to see. Chincha walked forward speculatively, glanced at several of the transparent articles with an eye that tried to skim the essentials of shape and inner design. At no time, during those first moments, did he have any intention of pausing for a detailed examination. And then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a movement. A glow. He bent down and peered into a long, partly transparent metal case, roughly shaped like a coffin, even as to the colourful and costly-looking lining. The inside, however, curved down to form a narrow channel. Along this channel rolled a ball of light. It turned over sedately, taking approximately 1 minute to cover the distance to the far side. With the same lack of haste it paused, seemed to meditate on its next action, and then, with immense deliberation, began its return journey. The very meaninglessness of the movement fascinated Chincha. He extended his hand gingerly to within an inch of the ball. Nothing happened. He drew back and pursed his lips. In spite of his attack on Lin, he was not a man who took risks. He beckoned towards a guard. "Bring a slave," he said. Under his direction, a former linen nobleman, perspiring from every pore, extended his finger and touched the moving ball. His finger went in as if there were nothing there. He drew back, startled. But the inexorable Chincha was not through with him. Once more the reluctant, though no longer quite so fearful, finger penetrated the moving ball. The ball rolled into it, through it, and beyond it. Chincha motioned the slave aside and stood looking at him thoughtfully. There must have been something of his purpose in his face, for the man gave a low cry of horror. "Master, I understand nothing of what I have seen. Nothing! Nothing!" "Kill him," said Chincha. He turned, scowling, back to the machine. "There must be," he said, and there was a stubborn note in his glorious voice, "some reason for its movements, for its existence." Half an hour later he was still examining it. Chapter 22. If I could only, thought Clain many times, and knew that he dared not yet. He had with a certain cynicism permitted the soldiers sent by Lord Tews to remove his equipment to Lynn. This included the prize of all his findings, a ball that rolled to and fro in a coffin-like container, a discovery of the golden age which had shaken his certainties to the core of his being. Because of the ball of energy, he had not hesitated to let Tews take control of the artifacts of that ancient and wonderful culture. He need merely go into the presence of the ball, and because of his knowledge of his function, could attune himself to it. It could then be mentally controlled from a distance, all its strange power available, for about 3 days. At some not precisely determined time on the 3rd day, it would cease to come when he called it. Then he would have to visit it while it was in its container, and by direct contact re-establish rapport. It had seemed evident from Tew's action that the Lord Adviser had not intended to bar him from the equipment, and so the location of the ball in his own linen residence under guard had not mattered. He had not, despite his anxieties, anticipated a major attack that would capture Lynn in one swift assault.
and so the weapon that could end the war was out of his reach, unless he could somehow get to it by cunning means. He did not yet feel that desperate. Nor actually were the linen forces strong enough to take advantage of a miracle. Even as in a kind of mental agony, he wondered how he would get into Lynn and into his house. He devoted himself to the grim business of training an army as it fought. There was an old saying in the Linen army to the effect that during his first month a trainee, if put into battle, caused the death of his trained companions. During the second month he hindered retreats made necessary by his presence, and during the third month he was just good enough to get himself killed in the first engagement. Clain, watching a group of trainees after several weeks of drilling, experienced all the agony of realizing how true the adage was. Learning to fire a bow effectively required complex integration of mind and body. Infighting with swords had to include the capacity for cooperating with companions, and effective spear fighting was an art in itself. The plan he outlined that night to the full general staff was an attempt to cover up against the weakness. It was a frank determination to use unfit men as first-line defence troops. He put in a word for the unfit. Do not over-exercise them. Get them out into the open air and simply teach them the first elements of how to use weapons. First bows and arrows, then spears, and finally swords. After the meeting, long into the night, he examined reports on the cities of Nuris and Gulf, which had fallen virtually without a fight. As the barbarians attacked, the slaves simply rose up and murdered their masters. A supplementary general staff report recommended mass execution for all able-bodied male slaves. The uneasy Clain dispatched messengers to gather commercial and industrial leaders for a morning conference, and then, unhappily, took the slave problem to bed with him. At 10 o'clock he called the meeting to order, and told the 100-odd assembled representative merchants that the army had recommended universal death for male slaves. His statement caused an immediate uproar. One man said, "Your Excellency, it is impossible. We cannot destroy so much valuable property." With two exceptions, that seemed to be the attitude. Both exceptions were young men, one of whom said, "Gentlemen, this is a necessary action." The other said, "My own feeling is that his crisis makes possible a great progressive act, the end of slavery in Lynn." Both men were shouted down by enraged merchants. Clain stepped forward and raised his hand. When he had silence, he began, "There is no time for half measures. We must adopt one or the other of these alternatives." There followed a series of conferences among groups of merchants. Finally, a bland spokesman said, "Your Excellency, the merchants here present favour promising the slaves freedom." For a long moment Clain gazed at his grinning audience, then abruptly turned his back on them and left the room. That afternoon he prepared a special bulletin. Freedom for loyal servants. By order of His Excellency Lord Clain Lynn, leader of Lynn, temple scientist, beloved of the atom gods themselves, it is hereby commanded, and so it shall be for evermore. Greetings to all those good men and women who have quietly and efficiently served the Empire in atonement for sins of leaders who rashly led them into hopeless wars against the God-protected Linen Empire. Here is the chance to complete freedom which you have earned by your actions and attitudes during the past years. The Empire has been attacked by a cruel and barbarous invader. His reign of terror cannot but be temporary, for invincible forces are gathering against him. An army of 1,000,000 men is on the way from Mars and Venus, and here on Earth irresistible forces totaling more than 2,000,000 men are already organizing for battle. The enemy numbers less than 60,000 soldiers. To this small army, which gained its initial victory by a surprise and base attack, a few foolish men and women have rashly attached themselves. All the women, unless they are convicted of major crimes, will be spared. For the men who have already gone over to the enemy, there is but one hope. Escape immediately from the barbarian enemy, and report to the concentration camps listed at the bottom of this proclamation. There will be no guards at the camps, but weekly roll calls will be made, and every man whose name appears regularly on these rolls will be granted full freedom when the enemy is defeated. For hardened recalcitrants, the penalty is death. To those men and women still loyally serving at their appointed tasks, I, Lord Clane, acting Lord Leader of Lynn, give the following commands. All women and children will remain at their present residences, continuing to serve as in the past. All men report to their masters and say, "It is my intention to take advantage of the offer of Lord Clane. Give me a week's food, so that I too may report to a concentration camp." Having done this, and having received the food, leave at once. Do not delay a single hour. If for some reason your master is not at home, take the food and go without permission. No one will hinder you in your departure from the city. Any man to whom this order applies, who is found lurking within any city or town 24 hours after this proclamation is posted, will be suspected of treasonable intent. The penalty is death. Any man who after 1 week is found within a 50-mile radius of a city will be suspected of treasonable intent. The penalty is death. To save yourself, go to a concentration camp and appear regularly for roll call. If the barbarians attack your camp, scatter into the forests and hills and hide, or go to another camp. Adequate food rations will be supplied at all camps. All those of proven loyalty will receive freedom when the war is over. They will immediately have the right to marry. Settlement land will be opened up. After 5 years, citizenship rights, granted alien immigrants, will be available on application. This is the end of slavery in the Linen Empire. Be wise, be safe, be free. It was a document that had its weak points. Before issuing it, Clane spent time arguing its merits to a group of doubtful officers. He ignored the merchants; they were too venal to be considered. He pointed out that it would be impossible to keep secret a general order for mass execution. A majority of the slaves would escape, and then they would really be dangerous. He admitted that the proclamation, though he meant every word of the promise in it, was full of lies. 1 million slaves in Lynn alone had gone over to Chinchar, many of them trained soldiers. Chinchar could use them to garrison any city he might capture, and thus have his own army free for battle. It was Morkid, sardonic and scathing, who ended the argument late in the afternoon. "Gentlemen," he said, "you do not seem to be aware that our commander-in-chief has at one stroke cut through all our illusions and false hopes, and penetrated straight to the roots of the situation in which we find ourselves. What is clear by the very nature of our discussion is that we have no choice." His voice went up. "In this period when disaster is so imminent, we are fortunate in having as our leader a genius of the first rank, who has already set us on the only military path that can lead us to victory. Gentlemen," his voice rang with the tribute, "I give you Lord Clane Lynn, acting Lord Leader of Lynn." The clapping lasted for 5 minutes. Chapter 23. Clane watched the battle for Gorham from a patrol craft that darted from strong point to strong point. Enemy squadrons tried again and again to close in on him, but his own machine was faster and more manoeuvrable. The familiar trick of getting above him was tried, an old device in patrol craft and spaceship fighting, but the expected energy flow upward did not take place. His small vessel did not even sag, which was normally the minimum reaction when 2 sources of atomic energy operated on a gravity line. The efforts worried Clane. Chinchar was, of course, aware by this time that his enemy knew more about the metals of gods than he or his technicians. But it would be unfortunate if they should conclude from the actions of this one ship that Clane himself was inside. He wanted to see this battle. In spite of everything, minute by minute, he saw it. The defence was tough, tougher than he had anticipated from the fact that 4 more cities had fallen in the past 4 weeks. The untrained were fighting grimly for their lives. Arrows took a toll of the attackers. Spears, awkwardly but desperately manipulated, inflicted wounds and sometimes death. The sword-fighting stage was the worst. The muscular and powerful barbarians, once they penetrated the weapons that could attack them from a distance, made short work of their weaker adversaries. The first line was down, devastated, defeated. The second line battle began. Barbarian reserves came forward and were met by waves of arrows that darkened the sky, and took their toll when they struck the advancing groups of men. Hoarse cries of pain, curses, the shrieks of the desperately wounded, The agonized horror of Linen's suddenly cut off and doomed rose up to the ears of those in the darting small craft. The defenders strove to stay together. That was part of their instructions. Retreat slowly to the central squares, which were strongly held against a surprise rear attack. Retreat, and at the last minute spaceships would land and rescue the hard-pressed but theoretically still intact army of what had once been able-bodied civilians. After a month and a half of training, they were too valuable to sacrifice in a last-ditch fight. As it was, their dogged resistance was shaping the pattern of the war. Surely Chinchar, counting his men after each battle, must already be having his own private doubts. His army as a whole, augmented by the unrepentant among the slaves, was increasing daily. But the larger the army grew, the smaller was his chance of controlling it. Yet there was no doubt about this battle or this city. As the dark tide of night slipped in from the east, victory fires began to burn in all the important streets. The smoke wreathed into the sky, and blood-red flames licked up into the blackness. The linens below, at this very moment enduring the beginning of a barbarian occupation, would not be in a humour to appreciate that their grudgingly accepted defeat represented a possible turning point in the war. The time had come to decide when and where and under what conditions the main linen force would be thrown into a decisive battle for the control of the planet. And there was another decision, also, involving an immensely risky attempt to get near the ball of light. Clain shifted uneasily and drew his cloak tightly around his thin shoulders. He was still considering ways and means, when a message was brought him by a released linen nobleman who had been captured by the barbarians. The message was a one-sentence question from Chinchar. "Have you ever wondered, my dear Lord Clain, how the civilization of the Golden Age was so completely destroyed?" It was a problem about which Clain had pondered many times, but it had never occurred to him that the answer might be known to a barbarian from a remote moon of Jupiter. He questioned the released nobleman, a middle-aged knight of the Empire, as to conditions in Lynn. The answers were not pleasant. Many slaves had taken revenge on their former masters. Numerous linen women of rank had been reduced to the status of prostitute. In questioning the man for any news of his linen residence, he learned that Chinchar had publicly invited temple scientists to take care of certain relics formerly in the possession of Lord Clain. Clain said at that point, "He actually mentioned my name." "It was posted," was the reply, and the man shrugged. "I read it on one of my errands out of the palace grounds." Long after the interview was over, Clain considered that. He suspected a trap, and yet Chinchar could not know how immensely valuable that sphere was. If the barbarian leader had looked into it through a hollow tube, he might be startled at what was inside, but still it would do him no good. Nevertheless, suppose it was a trap. It still made no difference. For his purpose, momentary proximity to the ball was all that would be required. Dared he take the chance? He was still considering the gamble when another released nobleman brought a second message from Chinchar. "I shall like to have a conversation with you, and should like to show you an object the like of which, I'll wager, you have never seen. Can you think of a way in which such a meeting could be arranged?" Lord Clain showed the message to the General Staff at its meeting the following morning. They unanimously forbade such a rendezvous, but agreed that it was an opportunity to send a formal message to the barbarian leader. The mutation, who had his own reasons for appearing firm, had already written the communication. He read it to the assembled officers. "To the barbarian chieftain Chinchar, your cowardly attempt to win mercy for your crimes against humanity by a personal appeal to myself is of no avail. Get off this planet with your barbarous forces. Only immediate compliance can save you and Europa from destruction. Take heed. Clain, acting Lord Leader." The message was approved, and dispatched in the care of a captured barbarian officer. Clain began immediately to complete preparations for launching an attack against the city of Lynn. Such an attack had been discussed several times by the staff, and had been agreed on, reluctantly, as a feint. The generals felt that a landing might confuse the defenders of the city, and thus enable the Linen Army to recapture key outlying cities, which would indeed be the real goal. It was understood that the assault force would withdraw from Lynn during the night of the day of attack. Clain was content with this. He set out for the city of Lynn the day before the attack, making the initial part of the journey in an air scooter. From this, in a secluded spot, he unloaded a donkey and a cart of vegetables and trudged beside it the final 12 miles. In his drab work garb of a temple initiate, he was one of many carts, and at no time was there any problem. So vast was the slave army that held Lynn, that Chincha's forces had quickly sought to establish a normal flow of food from the surrounding countryside into the city to ward off starvation. Linnen's scouts had long since reported that the gates were open. Clain entered without interference from the former slaves who guarded that particular gate. Once inside, he was even less conspicuous, and no one questioned his right to go along the street towards his city residence. He climbed the hill at the trades entrance, and was permitted to take his cart through an opening in the low fence by the single barbarian soldier who guarded that section of it. Dutifully, as if he were sent on lawful business, he headed for the trades entrance of the house, and he turned the vegetables over to 2 women, and said, "Who is in charge today?" He was given a barbarian name, Gleeden. "Where is he?" Clain asked. "In the office, of course. Through there." The older women pointed along the main hallway, which led through the large central room where most of the precious machinery and equipment had been stored. As he entered the great room, he saw that there were a dozen barbarian soldiers at the various entrances. He saw also that the container with the ball of light was at the centre of the chamber. Misty sphere, vaguely glowing as if from an inner flame, rolling to and fro. He could walk by and touch it in passing. Without appearing too hurried, he walked forward, put his finger through the flimsy surface of the sphere, and without pausing continued on toward the office. He was sorely tempted at this point to take no further chances. If he acted at once and seized the house, then he would have control of the box. But if he carried through with his original plan, and then the box were removed, so that he could not find it during the 3 days that the sphere would now be activated, he shuddered, and refused to think of such an eventuality. He had been impressed by Chincha's communications. The barbarian leader had important information to give. Somehow, somewhere, he had gotten hold of an object so valuable that he had risked his self-esteem in attempting to establish contact. If too hasty action were taken, that knowledge might be lost. Even as he walked on through the room, the mutation silently reaffirmed his purpose. A moment later he entered the office, and informed the barbarian officer there that he had come for the job of taking care of the relics of the atom gods. The big man stood up and squinted down at him, gave an almost naive start of recognition, and then called 2 soldiers from the hallway. And then he said, "Lord Clain Lynn, you are under arrest." To one of the soldiers he commanded, "Get ropes. Tie him up." Meekly, the mutation submitted to being bound. Chapter 24. The moment the news arrived, Chincha headed for Lynn. He was met on the roof of the central palace by Miwan. The big man had a smile on his plump, good-fellow face. "Your theory was right," he said admiringly. "You thought he would take a chance at the critical period of the invasion. He arrived this morning."
"Tell me exactly how you accepted his services."
The golden voice spoke softly. The strange face was thoughtful as the other man gave his detailed account. There seemed no end to his interest. When the story was finished, he asked question after question. Each answer seemed merely to stimulate new questions. Miwan said finally, querulously, "Your Excellency, I have no doubt that our men have put the best face on the capture to make themselves look good. They claim to have captured him as he entered the building, before he could do anything or touch anything. Since they're a lax bunch of rascals, I question this. But what does it matter? What are you doubtful about?" That gave Chincha pause. He had not realized how tense he was. After all, he told himself, the situation was simple enough. He had issued an open invitation for temple scientists to come and take care of some god-metal relics which had fallen into possession of the conquerors. It was a cleverly worded request, designed to win general approval from the defeated, even as it drew the temple scientist to his own undoing. Its only stipulation, very guardedly worded, was that in return for the privilege of sharing the safeguarding of the relics, experiments should be continued as if no war had been waged. The gods, Chinchar had said sanctimoniously in the invitation, are above the petty quarrels of mankind. Apparently at least one of its purposes was accomplished. The mutation himself had applied for the job. Chinchar meditated cautiously on tactics.
"Bring him here,"
he said finally.
"We can't take any risks of his having established control over anything at his house. We know too little and he too much."
While he waited, he examined the rod of force, which was one of the few workable instruments that had been found in the house. He was not a man who accepted past truths as final. The fact that it had worked a week ago did not mean that it would work now. He tested it from a great window, pointing it at the upper foliage of a nearby tree. No sound, no visible light spewed forth, but the upper section of the tree crashed down onto a pathway below. Chinchar experienced the satisfaction of a logical man whose logic had proved correct. It was not an uncommon satisfaction. From the early days when he had been a back-country transcriber of messages to the days of his rise to power, he had taken risks which seemed necessary, no more, no less. Even now he could not be sure that the atomic wizard, Lord Clane, would not defeat him by some decisive wile. For several minutes he pondered that, and then ordered a box brought in from the ice-room of the palace. The contents of the box had come all the way from Europa, packed in ice. He was indicating to the slaves where to place the box, when an officer burst breathlessly into the throne-room. "Excellency!" he cried. "Hundreds of spaceships! It's an attack!" Standing at the windows a moment later, watching the ships settling down, Chinchar realized that his hazy suspicions had been correct. The appearance of Clane in the city was part of a planned maneuver, which would now run its deadly course. It was a pleasure to know that Lord Clane himself was caught in a trap. He wasted no time watching a battle which he could not hope to see from the palace in any important detail. Nor did he have the feeling Tews had had months earlier, that it was necessary for commanders to know where he was in the early stages of the engagement. He issued quick instructions ordering the ice-packed box sent after him, and wrote a note for Miwan. Then he rode with a strong escort to the headquarters of the reserve army in the middle of the city. The reserve contained a barbarian corps, but like the main defence of the city, it was overwhelmingly made up of slaves. Chinchar's arrival was greeted by a roar of excitement. The cheers did not die down until long after he had entered the building. He talked over the situation with some of the slave officers and found them calm and confident. According to their estimates, 60,000 linen soldiers had landed in the first wave. The fact that that was exactly the number of barbarians who had originally invaded the city did not seem to occur to the slaves, but the comparison struck Chinchar sharply. He wondered if it was designed to have some symbolical meaning. The possibility made him sardonic. Not symbols, but swords, spoke the language of victory. As the afternoon dragged on, the linen attack was being held everywhere. The box, still dripping, was delivered from the palace about 3. Since there was no longer any immediate danger, Chinchar sent a messenger to Miwan. At 3:30, Miwan came in, grinning broadly. He was followed by slave linens carrying a sedan chair. In the chair, bound hand and foot, was the acting Lord Leader of Lin. There was complete silence as the chair was set down and the slaves withdrew. Clane studied the barbarian leader with genuine interest. Lady Lydia's opinion of the man had impressed him more than he cared to admit. The question was, could this strong, fine-looking military genius be panicked into thinking that the atom gods existed? Panicked now, during the next half-hour? Fortunately, for the first time in his career as an atomic scientist, he had behind him the greatest power ever developed by the wizards of the fabulous days of the legends. He saw that the impersonal expression on the other's face was transforming into the beginning of contempt.
"By the god-pits," said Chinchar in disgust. "You linens are all the same. Weaklings, every one.
Clain said nothing. He had looked often with regret into mirrors that showed him exactly what Chinchar was seeing. A slim young man with a face that was white and womanish and, well, it couldn't be helped. Chinchar's face changed again. There was suddenly irony in it.
"I am speaking," he asked politely, "to Lord Clain Lin. We have not made a mistake."
Clain couldn't let the opening pass. "No mistake," he said quietly. "I came into Lynn for the sole purpose of talking to you while the battle was on. And here I am." It must have sounded ridiculous, coming from a man bound as he was. The near guards guffawed, and Miwon giggled. Only Chinchar showed no sign, and his marvellous voice was as steady as steel as he said,
"I have not the time to flirt with words, nor the inclination. I can see that you are counting on something to save you, and I presume it has something to do with your knowledge of atomic energy."
He fingered the rod of force suggestively.
"So far as I can see, we can kill you in less than a second, whenever we desire."
Clain shook his head. "You are in error. It is quite impossible for you to kill me." There was a sound from Miwon. The engineer came forward.
"Chinchar," he said darkly, "this man is intolerable. Give me permission to slap his face, and we shall see if his atom gods protect him from indignity."
Chinchar waved him aside, but he stared down at the prisoner with eyes that were abnormally bright. The swiftness with which tension had come into the room amazed him, and, incredibly, it was the prisoner who had seized the advantage. Impossible to kill me! In one sentence he dared them to make the attempt. There was a crinkle of frown in Chinchar's forehead. He had been careful in his handling of Clain as a matter of common sense, not because he actually anticipated disaster. But now, quite frankly, he admitted to himself that the man was not reacting normally. The words Clain had spoken had a ring in them, a conviction that could no longer be ignored. The purpose of his own invasion of the Linen Empire could be in danger. He said urgently, "I have something to show you. No attempt will be made to kill you until you have seen it. For your part, do nothing hasty. Take no action, whatever power you have, until you have gazed with understanding." He was aware of Miwon giving him an astounded glance. "Power!" exclaimed the designer, and it was like a curse. "The power he has!" Chinchar paid no attention. This was his own special secret, and there could be no delay.
"Guards," he said, "bring that box over here."
It was soaking wet when they brought it. It left a dirty trail of water on the priceless rug, and a pool began to accumulate immediately in the place where it was set down. There was a delay while sweating men pried off the top. Even the guards at far doors strained to see the contents. A gasp of horror broke the tension of waiting. What was inside was about 8 feet long. Its width was indeterminable, for it seemed to have folds in its body that gave an impression of great size. It had obviously died only a short time before it was packed in the ice. It looked fresh, almost alive, there in its case of ice, unhuman, staring with sightless eyes at the ornate ceiling. "Where did you get it?" Clain asked at last.
"It was found on one of the moons, within hours after a strange ship was sighted."
"How long ago?" The mutation spoke in a steady tone.
2 years, Earth time.
"It would seem that whoever was in the ship will have departed by now." Chinchar shook his head.
"Miners found a second body exactly like this on a meteorite in a spacesuit 7 months ago."
For a long time the mutation gazed down at the creature. Finally he looked, and his eyes met Chinchar's waiting gaze. He said slowly, "What is your theory?"
"A non-human race of great scientific attainments, ruthless, unfriendly, for there are reports of sudden destruction in outlying areas of Europa which puzzled me until this body was found. I tend to wonder if this might not be a second visitation to the solar system. I cannot give you, briefly, all the logical relationships I have visualized, but my feeling is that the civilization of the Golden Age was destroyed by the first visitation."
Clain said, "I am glad that you have shown me this, But what is your purpose in doing so?" Chincha drew a deep breath, and made his second move to avert the catastrophe suggested by every action and manner of this unorthodox prisoner. He said,
"It would be a grave error for either of us to destroy each other's armies."
"You are asking for mercy?" That was too strong to take. The barbarian showed his teeth in a snarl.
"I am asking for common sense," he said.
"It's impossible," said Clain. "The people must have their revenge. In victory they will accept nothing less than your death." The words brought an obscene curse from Miwan.
"Chincha!" he shouted. "What is all this nonsense? I have never seen you like this. I follow no man who accepts defeat in advance. I'll show you what we'll do with this... He broke off. "Guards, put a spear through him."
Nobody moved. The soldiers looked uneasily at Chincha, who nodded coolly.
"Go right ahead," he said. "If he can be killed, I'd like to know."
Still nobody moved. It was apparently too mild an order, or something of the leader's tension had communicated to the men. They looked at each other, and they were standing there doubtfully when Miwan snatched a sword from one of them, and turned towards the bound man. That was as far as he got. Where he had been was a ball of light. "Try," came the voice of Clain, "to use the rod of force against me." A fateful pause. "Try. It won't kill you." Chincha raised the rod of force and pressed the activator. Nothing happened. Wait. The ball of light was growing brighter. Clain's voice split the silence tantalizingly. "Do you still not believe in the gods?"
"I am astonished," said Chincha, "that you do not fear the spread of superstition more than the spread of knowledge. We so-called barbarians," he said proudly, "despise you for your attempt to fence in the human spirit. We are free thinkers, and all your atomic energy will fail in the end to imprison us." He shrugged. "As for your control over that ball, I do not pretend to understand it."
At last he had shocked the mutation out of his ice-cold manner. "You actually," said Clain incredulously, "do not believe in the atom gods?"
"Guards!" shouted Chincha piercingly. "Attack him from every side!"
The ball of light flickered, but did not seem to move. There were no guards. "Now do you believe?" Clain asked. The barbarian looked haggard and old, but he shook his head.
"I have lost the war," he mumbled. "Only that I recognize. It is up to you to take up the mantle which has fallen from my shoulders."
He broke off.
"What in the name of your gods is that ball?"
"It contains the entire sidereal universe." Chincha knit his brow and leaned forward as if he were trying to understand.
"The what universe?"
he asked at last. "When you look inside through a hollow tube," Clain explained patiently, "you see stars. It's like a window into space, only it's not a window. It's the universe itself." The barbarian leader looked genuinely bewildered.
"This universe?" he said blankly.
Clain nodded, but made no comment. It hadn't been easy to grasp so vast an idea, even with the written explanations that he had found. Chincha shook his head.
"You mean the Earth is in there?"
He pointed at the glowing sphere. "It's a fourth-dimensional idea," said Clain, and still he remained patient. He could recognize a bemused man when he saw one. It was not the moment to press any other point. The barbarian narrowed his eyes and said at last,
"How can you get a large object into a smaller one?"
His tone appealed for a logical explanation. Clain shrugged. "When largeness or smallness are illusions of viewpoints, the problem does not exist." Chincha scowled at that and straightened.
"I have been assuming," he said, "that at this point in our relations you would be speaking nothing but truth. Evidently you are not prepared to tell me anything valid about your weapon. Naturally, I reject this fanciful story."
Clain shook his head, but said nothing. He had given the only explanation he had, and it had run up against the other man's magnificent realism. Not that he blamed the barbarian. Only gradually had he himself been able to accept the idea that matter and energy were different than they appeared to the sense perceptions of the body. But now it was time to act, to force, to convince. The bonds fell from him as if they did not exist. He stood up, and now that crown among all the jewels of the ages rode above his head in a matchless, perfect rhythm with his movements. Chinchar said stubbornly,
"It would be a mistake to kill any able-bodied man, slave or otherwise."
Clain said, "The gods demand absolute surrender." Chinchar said in fury,
"You fool! I am offering you the solar system. Has this monster in the box not changed your mind in the slightest degree?"
"It has."
"But then—"
"I do not," said Clain, "believe in joint leadership arrangements." A pause. Then Chinchar said,
"You have come far, who once used atomic power merely to stay alive."
"Yes," said Clain, "I have come far." Chinchar frowned down at the thing in the box.
"The real threat to Lin is there. Will you promise to try for the Lord Leadership?"
"I," Clain said, "can promise nothing." They looked at each other, two men who almost understood each other. It was Chinchar who broke the silence.
"I make an absolute surrender,"
he said, and it was a sigh,
"to you, and you alone, of all my forces, in the belief that you have the courage and common sense to shirk none of your new duties as protector of the solar system. It was a role," he finished, somewhat unnecessarily, suddenly gloomy, "that I originally intended for myself."
In a well-guarded room in a remote suburb of Lynn, a core of energy rolled sedately back and forth along a narrow path. In all the solar system there was nothing else like that core. It looked small, but that was an illusion of man's senses. The books that described it, and the men who had written the books, knew but a part of its secrets. They knew that the micro-universe inside it pulsed with a multiform of minus forces. It reacted to cosmic rays and atomic energy like some insatiable sponge. No submolecular energy released in its presence could escape it, and the moment it reached its own strange variation of critical mass, it could start a meson chain reaction in anything it touched. One weakness it had, and men had seized upon that in their own greedy fashion. It imitated thought. Or so it seemed. So it seemed! The great question that Clain, and before him the ancients, asked after observing this remarkable characteristic was, did this mean that man controlled the universe, or that the universe controlled man?